Hi, folks. This is George Carlin. I'm going to read my book to you. For a long time, my stand-up material has drawn from three sources. The first is the English language. You know, words, phrases, sayings, and the ways we speak. The second source, as with most comedians, has been what I think of as the little world. Those things we all experience every day: driving, food, pets, relationships, and idle thoughts. The third area is what I call the big world: war, politics, race, death, the social issues. So without actually having measured, I would say this book reflects the balance very closely. Now, the first two areas in the book will speak for themselves, but concerning the big world, let me say a few things. I'm happy to tell you there's very little in this world that I believe in. Listening to the comedians who comment on political, social, and cultural issues, I notice that most of their material reflects kind of an underlying belief that somehow things were better once, and with just a little effort we could set them right again. They're looking for solutions and rooting for particular results, and I think that limits the tone and substance of what they say. They're talented and funny people, but they're really nothing more than cheerleaders attached to a specific wished-for outcome. I don't feel so confined. I frankly don't give a fuck how it all turns out in this country, or anywhere else for that matter. I think the human game was up a long time ago when the high priests and traders took over. And now we're just playing out the string. And that is, of course, precisely what I find so amusing. The slow circling of the drain by a once promising species, and the sappy, ever more desperate belief in this country that there is actually some sort of an American dream which has merely been misplaced. The decay and disintegration of this culture is astonishingly amusing if you're emotionally detached from it. And I've always viewed it from a safe distance, knowing I don't belong. Doesn't include me, it never has. No matter how you care to define it, I do not identify with the local group. Planet, species, race, nation, state, religion, party, union, club, association, neighborhood improvement committee. I have no interest in any of it. I love and treasure individuals as I meet them. I loathe and despise the groups they identify with and belong to. So if you hear something in this book that sounds like advocacy of a particular political point of view, please reject the notion. My interest in issues is merely to point out how badly we're doing, not to suggest a way we might do better. Don't confuse me with those who cling to hope. I enjoy describing how things are. I have no interest in how they ought to be. And I certainly have no interest in fixing them. I sincerely believe that if you think there's a solution, you're part of the problem. My motto: fuck hope. P.S. In case you're wondering, personally, I'm a joyful individual. I had a long, happy marriage and a close and loving family. My career has turned out better than I ever dreamed, and it continues to expand. I'm a personal optimist, but a skeptic about all else. What may sound to some like anger is really nothing more than sympathetic contempt. I view my species with a combination of wonder and pity, and I root for its destruction. And please don't confuse my point of view with cynicism. The real cynics are the ones who tell you everything's gonna be all right. And P.P.S., by the way, if by some chance you folks do manage to straighten things out and make everything better, I still don't wish to be included. Did you ever think about this? Did you ever think about how much information in the form of radio energy there is flying through the air all around us, all over the world, right now and all the time? AM, FM, UHF, VHF, shortwave, television, CB, walkie-talkie, cell phones, cordless phones, telephone satellites, microwave relays, faxes, pagers, taxi calls, police, sheriff, hospitals, fire departments, telemetry, navigation, radar, the military, government, financial, legal, medical, the media, etc., etc., etc. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of separate little bits of electronic information flying all around the world, through the air, at all times. Think of that. Think of how busy the air is. And then realize this. 100 years ago, there was none. None. Silence. Here are 7 things I'm tired of. I'm getting tired of guys who smoke pipes. When are they going to outlaw this shit? Guy with a fucking pipe. It's an arrogant thing to place a burning barrier between you and the rest of the world. It's supposed to imply thoughtfulness or intelligence. It's not intelligent to stand around with a controlled fire sticking out of your mouth. I say, hey, Professor, you want something hot to suck on? Call me. I'll give you something to put in your mouth. I think these pipe smokers ought to just move to the next level and go ahead and suck a dick. Nothing wrong with sucking dicks. Men do it, women do it. Can't be all bad if everybody's doing it. I say drop the pipe and go to the dick. That's my advice. I'm here to help. I'm also getting sick of car alarms. Not the screeching and beeping. That doesn't bother me. It's just the idea of a car alarm that I find offensive, especially the ones that talk to you. Move away. Move away. Oh, really? That's when I reach for my sharpest key, and I put a deep gouge in the paint job all the way around the car, 360 degrees. I might even make 2 trips around if I don't have a luncheon appointment that day. And then I walk away slowly, unconcerned about the screeching and beeping, because I know that no one takes car alarms seriously. Car alarms are a yuppie boomer conceit, and they're responsible for most of the carjacking that's going on. Car alarms and the club have made it harder for thieves to steal parked cars, and so instead they're stealing cars with people in them, and people are dying, and it's all because these selfish boomer degenerates can't stand to part with their personal property. Fuck boomers, and fuck their pussified car alarms. I'm also sick of having to look at bearded guys who don't know how to trim the lower edges of their beards, where they extend back toward the neck. They trim too far up toward the chin. Leaves a glaring, fleshy strip where there ought to be hair. Guys, you need to let the beard extend far enough back under your chin so it reaches the point where your neck begins. Then, from the fold or angle that forms between your jaw and neck, you shave downward. If you don't have that fold, if you have a fat, fleshy pouch under your jaw with no definition, you shouldn't be trimming your beard at all. You should let it grow long and bushy so that it covers that goofy-looking pouch. And I've just about had it with all these geeky fucks who walk around listening to Walkmans. What are these jack-offs telling us, anyway? They're too good to participate in daily life? They're sealing themselves off? Big fucking loss. And what is it they're listening to that's so compelling? I think a person has to be fairly uncomfortable with his own thoughts to have the need to block them out while simply walking around. I'd love to know how many of these obviously disturbed people become suicides. I've also grown weary reading about clouds in a book. Doesn't this piss you off? You're reading a nice story, and suddenly the writer has to stop and describe the clouds. Who cares? I'll bet you anything. I can write a decent novel with a good, entertaining story and never once mention clouds. Really. Every book you read. If there's an outdoor scene, an open window, or even a door slightly ajar, the writer has to say, as Bo and Velma walked along the shore, the clouds hung ponderously on the horizon like steel-gray, loosely formed gorilla turds. I'm not interested. Skip the clouds and get to the fucking. The only story I know of where clouds were important was Noah's Ark. Here's something else. I don't appreciate being put on hold and being forced to listen to someone else's radio. I don't even listen to my own radio. Why should I have to pay money to call some company and listen to theirs? And it's always the same shit, soft rock. That sucky, non-threatening, easy-listening pussy music. Soft rock is an oxymoron. Furthermore, it's not rock, and it's not even music. It's just soft. One more item. I'm tired of being unable to buy clothing that doesn't have writing and printing all over it. Insipid sayings, pseudo-wisdom, cute slogans, team logos, designer names, brand trademarks, small business ego trips. The marketing pigs and advertising swine have turned us all into walking billboards. You see some asshole walking by and he's got on a fruity Dodger hat and a Hard Rock Cafe T-shirt. Of course, you can't see the shirt if he's wearing his hot shit Chicago Bulls jacket, the one that only 50 million other loser jock sniffers own. And since this cretinous sports fan / consumer zombie is completely for sale to anyone, he rounds out his ensemble with FedEx sneakers, ValueJet socks, Wall Street Journal sweatpants, a Starbucks jockstrap, and a Microsoft condom with Bill Gates' head on the end of it. No one in this country owns his personal appearance anymore. America has become a nation of obedient consumers actively participating in their own degradation. I have some questions about food terms. For instance, breadsticks. If drumsticks are for playing drums, you'd think breadsticks would be for playing bread, wouldn't you? Would you like some breadsticks? No, thank you, I don't play bread, I play drums. Perhaps I'll have a drum roll. Shelled peanuts. Well, why don't shelled peanuts have shells? If you're clothed, you have clothes. So if you're shelled, you should have shells. You'd think they'd call peanuts without shells unshelled peanuts, wouldn't you? Same thing goes for pitted prunes. And boned chicken. I ask you, where are the bones? I can't find them. In my opinion, it ought to be called deboned chicken. And that brings me to semi-boneless ham. What's going on here? Does it only have half a bone? Or does semi-boneless ham mean that some complete object that is not entirely a bone has been removed from the ham? I don't know. Waffle iron. Why on earth would you want to iron a waffle? Wouldn't that just flatten out all the little square things? No. I believe waffles should be dry cleaned. Pancakes, of course, should always be ironed. I grew up in New York City, and I lived there till I was about 30. And at that time I decided I'd had enough of life in a dynamic, sophisticated city, so I moved to Los Angeles. Actually, I moved there because of the time difference. I was behind in my work, and I wanted to pick up the extra 3 hours. Technically, for the last 30 years, I've been living in my own past. I knew I didn't want to move to the Midwest. I could never live in a place where the outstanding geographic feature is the horizon. The Midwest seems like a nice place to catch up on your sleep. Another reason I could never live in the Midwest is that it gets really cold there. You've heard of exposure and hypothermia? I could never be comfortable in a place where you can die simply by going out to the mailbox. Living in an area where an open window can cause death seems foolish to me. Of course, living in the South was never an option. The main problem being they have too much respect for authority. They're soldier sniffers and cop lovers. I don't respect that, and I could never live with it. There's also way too much religion in the South to be consistent with good mental health. Still, I love traveling down there, especially when I'm in the mood for a quick trip to the 13th century. I'm not someone who buys all that New South shit that you hear. I judge a place by the number of lynchings they've had overall. Atlanta even found it necessary to come up with an apologetic civic slogan. Atlanta, the city too busy to hate. I think they're trying to tell us something. There's also the communications problem. I have trouble understanding Southerners when they talk. Some of them sound like they're chewing on a dick. And I really have nothing against them individually. One by one they can be quite charming. But when you take them as a whole, there's some really dangerous genetic material floating around down there. So by default, I live in Los Angeles. And it's kind of a goofy place, I'm sure you've heard. They have an airport named after John Wayne. That ought to explain it. It has a charming kind of superstitious innocence. But if you really want to understand life in California, forget the grief clinics and yogaholics. Forget biofeedback, Feldenkrais, neurolinguistic programming, and the Alexander technique. Disregard spirit guides, centering groups, dream workshops, bioenergetics, pyramid energy, and primal therapy. Ignore centering, fasting, Rolfing, grounding, channeling, rebirthing, nurturing, self-parenting, and colon cleansing, and don't even think about polarity work, inversion swings, flower essences, guided synchronicity, harmonic brainwave synergy, and psychocalisthenics. You also need pay no attention to nude volleyball, spinach therapy, white wine hot tubs, jogging on hot coals, and the people who sing Christmas carols to zoo animals. Forget all that. The only thing you have to know about California is this. They have traffic school for chocoholics. Okay? Okay? California is the only place where you might hear someone say, Jason can't come to the phone, he's taking his wind lesson. The problem most New Yorkers have with Los Angeles is that it's fragmented and lacks a vital center. The people have no common experience. Instead, they exude a kind of a bemused detachment that renders them intensely uninteresting. The West Coast experience is soft and peripheral. New York is hard and concentrated. California is a small woman saying, fuck me. New York is a large man saying, fuck you. Still, I live in California, but I'm not laid back, and I'm certainly not mellow. I associate those qualities with the comatose. The solar system wasn't formed because matter was laid back. Life didn't arise from the oceans, and humans descend from the trees because DNA was mellow. It happened because of something called energy. New York has energy, and all I can say is this. If you can't handle it, stay the fuck out. Living in New York is a character builder. You must know who you are, what you're doing, where you're going, and how to get there. No bullshit tolerated. New York people are tough and resilient. All the rest of you are varying degrees of soft. Most outsiders can't handle New York, so they wind up back in Big Loins, Arkansas, bad-mouthing the city for the rest of their lives. Actually, most of the people who run New York down have never been there. And if they ever went, we would destroy them in 9 minutes. People hate New York because that's where the action is, and they know it's passing them by. Most of the decisions that control people's lives are made in New York City, not in Washington, not on Pennsylvania Avenue, in New York City, Madison Avenue and Wall Street. People can't handle that, pisses them off. Fuck them. And I'm really glad the Yankees humiliated the Braves twice now in the World Series. I'm glad the gritty, tough, third-world, streetwise New York culture triumphed over the soft, suburban, wholesome, white Christian, tacky mall culture of Atlanta. Overgrown small towns like Atlanta have no business in the major leagues in the first place. So, concerning L.A. versus New York, I now have lived half of my life in each of America's two most hated, feared, and envied cities. And you want to know something? There's no comparison. New York even has a better class of assholes. Even the lanes in New York have a certain appealing, dangerous quality. As an example of how hopeless California is, when I first got there, a long time back, 30 years, a policeman gave me a ticket for jaywalking. You have to understand the kind of people who live in California. They're willing to stand, passive and inert, on a curb when absolutely no traffic is coming, or maybe just a little traffic that you could easily dodge. They simply stand there obediently and wait for an electric light to give them permission to proceed. I couldn't believe this cop. I laughed at him. Ticket cost me about $20 in 1966. Since that time, I figure I've jaywalked an additional 1,000 times without being caught. Fuck that lame-ass cop. I've managed to prorate that ticket down to about 2 cents a jaywalk. One thing I do find appealing in California is the emphasis on driving. I like to drive. I'm skillful at it, and I do it aggressively. And I don't mean I scream at people or flash them the finger. I simply go about my passage, swiftly and silently, with a certain deliberate dark efficiency. In the land of the unassertive, the aggressive man is king. Of course, in Los Angeles, everything is based on driving, even the killings. In New York, most people don't have cars. So if you want to kill a guy, you have to take the subway to his house. And sometimes on the way, the train is delayed, and you get impatient. So you have to kill somebody on the subway. That's why there are so many subway murders in New York. No one has a car. Basically, if more people in New York had cars, the subways would be a lot safer. I hope you can tell, the apple, and it's not the big apple, by the way, the real term is apple. The apple is still number one in my heart. I'm so chauvinistic I even root for New York to raise more money than Los Angeles on the arthritis telethon. And you know something? We usually do. California, bordering always on the Pacific and sometimes on the ridiculous. So why do I live here? Because the sun goes down a block from my house. You know, there are some things you never see. A puppet with a heart on. A butterfly with a swastika design. The Latin word for douchebag. Someone defecating in a church. A junkie with leisure time. A serial killer with a light-up bow tie. A mom-and-pop steel mill. A shot glass full of carrot juice. A bum with matching luggage. Really interesting twins. Condoms with pictures of the saints. Two homosexuals who own a bait shop. A pimp with a low profit margin. Or a Rolls Royce that's more than 50% primer paint. Whatever happened to Eddie? Where'd he go? Seems like he was just here. Now where's Billy and Bobby and Jackie and John? Jimmy, Paul, Vinny, Tom and Charlie and Richie? Where did they go? And where the fuck did Cameron come from? And Jordan and Justin and Shane and Parker, Tucker, Tyler, Taylor, Carter, Flynn, Blake and Cody. Who let these people in? Brett, Brent, Blair, Cassidy. Where are all these goofy names coming from? Say what you will about the national candidates in 1996, at least they had the decency to be named Bill, Bob, Al, and Jack. The popularity of first names is perishable. They pass in and out of favor. Occasionally, newspapers will print the most popular names given to babies that year, and they're never the same as years before. You don't run into many little girls named Bertha or Edith anymore. Nor are there a lot of Netties and Effies, Opals, Hopes, or Pearls floating around in the daycare center. Ditto Ethel, Nellie, Myrtle, Agatha, and Mabel. And how many expectant parents are praying for a girl so they can name her Blanche, Clara, Agnes, or Lottie? None. You know why? Because most of these women are in nursing homes. But thanks to the trendies, and the sheer passage of time, someday our substandard nursing homes will be filled with Ambers, Kaylas, Tiffany's, Caitlins, Morgans, Courtneys, Whitneys, Cheyennes, Ashleys, Megans, and Brittany's, and Heathers. And that's not to overlook Judy, Laurie, Susie, Debbie, Kelly, and Wendy, and any other name that can conceivably be spelled with a final I. There are even some girls whose names don't end in Y who can't resist the trend. Hi, my name is Margaret, but somehow I spell it with an I. There are women named Faith, Hope, Joy, and Prudence. Why not despair, guilt, rage, and grief? Seems only right. Tom, I'd like you to meet the girl of my dreams. Tragedy. She spells it with an I. I had an uncle who was embarrassed because he had a woman's name. We told him, don't worry, lots of men have women's names. Leslie, Marion, Chris, Dale, Lonnie. We tried to reassure him, but old Uncle Margaret Mary, I guess he just couldn't handle it. I don't know why. Never bothered his wife, Turk. You know why hurricanes have names instead of numbers? To keep the killing personal. No one cares about a bunch of people killed by a number. 200 dead as number 3 slams ashore is not nearly as interesting a headline as Charlie kills 200. Death is much more satisfying and entertaining if you personalize it. Me? I'm still waiting for Hurricane Ed. Old Ed wouldn't hurt you, would he? Sounds kind of friendly. Hell no, we are not evacuating. Ed's coming. Guess the white guy. Odell, Tyrone, Tremaine, and Sparky. Guess the black girl. Kathy, Joan, Peggy, and Vondelicia. First names can even suggest how tough you are. Who would you want on your side in a bar fight? Arnold, Seymour, Jasper, and Percy? Or Nitro, Hacksaw, Rhino, and Skull? And guys, which women would you rather run into when you're out drinking? Lillian, Priscilla, and Judith? Or Trixie, Bubbles, and Candy? The Kennedy family changed William Kennedy Smith's first name in order to influence the outcome of his rape trial. They changed it from Willie to Will, because guys named Will hardly ever go to jail, while America's prisons are chock full of Willies. Will is all-American. Willie is, well, just ask Michael Dukakis. He'll tell you about Mr. Horton. People's names can be interesting because sometimes they carry with them a little emotional baggage that comes with the name. For instance, think of the names of the founders of the great religions. Those founders' names still today ring with an air of mystery. Christ, Moses, Buddha, Muhammad. But the Mormons, Joseph Smith, not too impressive. Come on, we're going to Utah. Who said so? Joe Smith. Well, I gotta go take a shit. Drop me a postcard, let me know how you like it out there. Well, I was raised Catholic, and I'm still waiting for a new pope to choose the name Corky. Wouldn't that be fun? His Holiness Pope Corky the Ninth. I think you'd have to skip right to 9 to give him a little credibility, don't you? Somehow to me, Pope Corky the First doesn't command a great deal of authority. That's because some names are inappropriate in the wrong settings. You won't find many Schuyler Vanderpools blowing into a harmonica on death row. No one in need of brain surgery is breaking down the door to see Dr. Lucky Lipschitz. And I'm sure only the most devoted aficionado would pay money to see a ballet dancer named Bruno McNulty. On the other hand, you'll know that America has relaxed its hopelessly tight asshole if we ever elect a president named Booger. We get a president named Booger, Skeeter, T-Bone, Stump, or Downtown President Brown, you'll know that finally this country is relaxing and might be a comfortable place to live. In ancient times, the rulers had magnificent names. Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great. Suppose he had been a less imposing figure. Do you think they would have called him Alexander the Marginal? As it is, he had detractors, you know, people who called him Alexander the Scumbag. History has other impressive names from simpler times. Edward the Fair, Charles the Bold, Catherine the Great. These days they'd be Edward the abuse victim, Charles the underachiever, and Catherine the recovering codependent. And let's not forget the historical figures we never hear of. Tiberius the wanker, and Lucretius the dog-fucker. Some names are embarrassing. We had a guy in my neighborhood, Michael Hunt, who called himself Mickey, because the only alternative was my cunt. And, as Beretta used to say, that's the name of that tune. Hi, welcome to the George Carlin Book Club. We've got books out the ass. Call now. Call now. Here are some of the titles you'll receive. How to remove chewing gum from your bush. How to turn your front lawn into a cat house. How to remove an infected cyst from a loved one. How to make 2 small hats out of a brassiere. How to make a brassiere out of 2 small hats. How to have really nice lymph glands. How to act laid back during a grease fire. How to spot a creep from across the street. How to dance with a Swedish person. How to induce a clergyman to grab you by the nuts. How to milk a dog while it's sleeping. How to get through college without books. How to make a small salad out of your work pants. How to lure a weasel into a cardboard box. How to fillet a panda. How to get a tan with a blowtorch. How to make an oil lamp out of your genitals. How to style your hair with a bullwhip. How to convert an old leather chair into 12 pairs of shoes. How to achieve multiple orgasms with a pair of tweezers. How to kill a rat with a paperclip. How to lease out the space inside your nose. How to spot truly vicious people in church. How to become a total fucking greaseball. Call now. Call now. I like to look at tattoos on people. I think they're really cool, you know? But I would never get one. I always thought it was a bad idea to let some guy draw a picture on me that'll probably never come off, you know? I'm conservative on this one. Not only the thing never comes off, but it hurts to put it on. And you gotta pay the guy. Plus, if you do want to take it off, it hurts again, and you gotta pay the guy again. Another reason not to get a tattoo is that a tattoo is positive identification. No one should ever do anything to help the police in any way, especially when you may be the object of their interest. So I never got a tattoo, but I had some good ideas. I was going to get dotted lines tattooed on all my joints, wherever I bend, with little instructions: fold here, do not glue. I also thought about getting a necklace of hickeys. Here's one I almost went through with. I was going to get my nipples tattooed as radio dials, volume and tuning, and the hair in the middle of my chest would be the speaker. And for stereo, I just raised my arms. Armpit speakers. I guess the most popular tattoo of all time has to be Mom. A lot of guys get Mom. No one ever gets Pop. You know why? 'Cause you can't read Pop in the mirror. In a mirror, Mom comes out Mom. Pop comes out 909. What the fuck is that? If you guys want to get a Mom tattoo and save a little money, here's how you do it. Just get 2 letters done. Saves you a little money. Get about a 1-inch capital M tattooed on each cheek of your ass in pink and brown ink. Then when you bend over, it says Mom. And then later, if you're having sex with your girlfriend and her parents are in the next room, don't want to make any noise, when you finish up, you can just lie on your back, draw your legs up to your chest, and silently say, wow. Here's another good tattoo idea for you guys. At the top of your inner thigh, right next to your groin, you put, in case of emergency, pull handle. Or get your penis tattooed to resemble a candy cane. Great for Christmas blowjobs. But be very careful not to let the tattoo guy bend your penis into the J shape. Not good. Get the words tote bag tattooed on your scrotum. Or Bloomingdale's might be good. Cartier might be more appropriate, a little hairy pouch for your precious jewels. How about a tattoo of the Three Stooges peering into your asshole? Or a serpent coming out? Or a nice tattoo of Madonna with her hand up your ass? Here's a good one for right next to your asshole. No gerbils. Or gerbils welcome. Depends on what puts a smile on your face. Here would be a great tattoo for right in the middle of your forehead. I have colored ink in my skin. Or, your message here, 50 cents. How about this, right in the middle of your forehead? Yeah, it's a tattoo, you miserable prick, right in the middle of my forehead. If you don't like it, suck my dick. This will keep you from having to deal with that bothersome job market. And here's a solution to an age-old tattoo problem. If your girlfriend's name, say Susie, is tattooed on your arm and you break up with her, don't have the tattoo removed. Just have the tattoo reworked so that it says, fuck Susie. By the way, you don't actually have to do all these things. They're just suggestions. Think them over first. Sit down, have 6 or 7 vodkas, and give them a few seconds' thought. Besides, you want to know something? Tattoos are passé. They're yesterday's thing. I'm looking for the next big thing in body decoration, and I think I might have it. You know, everyone's skin has imperfections, right? It's unavoidable. Pock marks, wrinkles, bullet holes, scars, blotches, stab wounds, cysts, warts, needle holes, acne pits, and enlarged pores. I think people should see these imperfections and disfigurements as positive things. Flaws and defects can actually be forms of decoration. Take moles, God's punctuation marks. Moles are great, and they can be useful if you want a really interesting look. The only problem is they're usually randomly placed. They don't represent anything. I think plastic surgeons should offer a new service, rearranging people's moles. Think of your moles as fashion accessories. God, look at all the moles that guy has. Yes, and aren't they nicely arranged? There are lots of things you can do with moles. Make the double helix, do a happy Hitler face, spell out the name of your bowling team on your back. And how about moles with Velcro, so you could change your look every day? Here's something novel. Choose a good-sized mole on your arm and tattoo little legs sticking out of the sides. People will constantly be trying to shoo the bug off your arm. It's great for picking up girls. Next, body piercing. Now, the piercing movement is off to a good start, and I like the idea behind it, self-esteem through self-mutilation. I've always said, when in doubt, punch a hole in yourself. That part is fine, but I think the piercing people are missing a good bet. Vital organs. I mean, skin is one thing. That's easy. But how about getting your lungs or your kidneys pierced? Why not some lovely diamond studs all over the surface of your liver? Or a couple of nice 18-karat gold rings hanging from your thyroid gland? But you know, stuff like this might not be dangerous enough for today's happening people. What's really going to be great is when the ozone layer is completely gone and everyone has melanomas. Then you'll start to see fashion skin cancer. Bet you it happens. Probably start in Malibu. People will use their skin cancers to form little designs. Since it's Malibu, a lot of them will do their zodiac sign. Of course, if your sign is Cancer, you're really in good shape. I believe skin cancer will eventually become part of every American's fashion arsenal. That's a lovely growth, Bambi. 20 millimeters and right between your eyes. God, I'm so jealous. Before I leave this subject, I have two more ideas for the truly avant-garde. How about living, small, live mammals medically grafted onto your skin, huh? Wouldn't you like to have a prairie dog living in the middle of your chest, sharing your blood supply? How about an adult male Norwegian rat sewn onto the top of your head, keeping an eye on everything? I think we also might want to take a page from Africa's book and get into deliberate scarring. Not ritual scars that form coherent designs, random scarring. Let a bunch of drunks with swords inflict hundreds of small, deep cuts on your skin. Or have a friend throw boiling grease all over you, and then sit back and see what develops. I don't believe the body decorating trend has reached its peak yet, and as it does, I shall try to be at the forefront, always continuing to point America toward the hot new look. One morning recently, there was something I couldn't remember. I sort of knew what it was related to, but I couldn't quite bring it to mind. Seemed like the letter M was involved. And then, suddenly, it came to me. I remembered it. That was in the morning. Then later that afternoon, even though I was able to recall my experience that morning of not being able to remember something, I could no longer remember what the thing was, what it was related to, or what letter of the alphabet had been involved. And what's strange to me is that morning, the first time I couldn't remember it, the thing did eventually come back to me. But later that afternoon, in spite of this earlier success, I drew a complete blank. I still don't know what it was. And the nice thing is that a month from now, I'll have no memory of the incident whatsoever. Unless, of course, something reminds me of it. As you're listening to this, I'll bet you have your stuff with you. Or nearby. I'll bet anything. In your pockets. Guys have stuff in their pockets. Women have stuff in their purses. Or some women have pockets and some guys have purses. That's okay. It's all different ways of carrying your stuff. Then there's all the stuff you have in your car. You got stuff in the trunk, a lot of different stuff. Spare tire, jack, tools, old blanket, extra pair of sneakers, just in case you wind up barefoot on the highway some night. And you've got other stuff in your car, in the glove box, stuff you might need in a hurry, flashlight, map, sunglasses, automatic weapon. You know, just in case you wind up barefoot on the highway some night. So stuff is important. You gotta take care of your stuff. You gotta have a place for your stuff. Everybody's gotta have a place for their stuff. That's what life is all about. Trying to find a place for your stuff. That's all your house is, a place to keep your stuff. If you didn't have so much stuff, you wouldn't need a house. You could just walk around all the time. A house is just a pile of stuff with a cover on it. You can see that when you're taking off in an airplane. You look down, you see all the little piles of stuff. Everybody's got his own little pile of stuff. And they lock it up. That's right. When you leave your house, you got to lock it up. Wouldn't want somebody to come by and take some of your stuff. 'Cause they always take the good stuff. They don't bother with that crap you're saving. Ain't nobody interested in your fourth-grade arithmetic papers, National Geographics, commemorative plates, your prize collection of Navajo underwear. They're not interested. They just want the good stuff, the shiny stuff, the electronic stuff. So when you get right down to it, your house is nothing more than a place to keep your stuff, while you go out and get more stuff. 'Cause that's what this country's all about, trying to get more stuff. Stuff you don't want, stuff you don't need, stuff that's poorly made, stuff that's overpriced, even stuff you can't afford. Gotta keep on getting more stuff. Otherwise, someone else might wind up with more stuff. Can't let that happen. Gotta have the most stuff. So you keep getting more and more stuff and putting it in different places. In the closets, in the attic, in the basement, in the garage. And there might even be some stuff you left at your parents' house. Baseball cards, comic books, photographs, souvenirs. Actually, your parents threw that stuff out a long time ago. But now you got a house full of stuff. And even though you might like your house, you got to move. Got to get a bigger house. Why? Too much stuff. And that means you got to move all your stuff. Or maybe put some of your stuff in storage. Storage. Imagine that. There's a whole industry based on keeping an eye on other people's stuff. Or maybe you could sell some of your stuff. Have a yard sale. Have a garage sale. Some people drive around all weekend just looking for garage sales. They don't have enough of their own stuff. They want to buy other people's stuff. Or you could take your stuff to the swap meet, the flea market, the rummage sale, or the auction. A lot of ways to get rid of your stuff. You can even give your stuff away. Salvation Army and Goodwill will actually come to your house and pick up your stuff and give it to people who don't have much stuff. It's part of what the economists call the redistribution of stuff. Okay, enough about your stuff. Let's talk about other people's stuff. Do you ever notice when you visit someone else's house, you never quite feel at home? You know why? No room for your stuff. Somebody else's stuff is all over the place. And what crummy stuff it is. God, where did they get this stuff? And you know how sometimes when you're visiting someone, you unexpectedly have to stay overnight? Gets real late, and you decide to stay over. So they put you in a bedroom they don't use too often, because Grandma died in it 11 years ago, and they haven't moved any of her stuff, not even the vaporizer. Or whatever room they put you in. There's usually a dresser or a nightstand, and there's never any room on it for your stuff. Someone else's shit is on the dresser. Have you noticed that their stuff is shit and your shit is stuff? Get this shit off of here so I can put my stuff down. Crap is also a form of stuff. Crap is the stuff that belongs to the person you just broke up with. When are you coming over here to pick up the rest of your crap? Now let's talk about traveling. Sometimes you go on vacation. You got to take some of your stuff. Mostly stuff to wear. But which stuff should you take? Can't take all your stuff. Just the stuff you really like. The stuff that fits you well that month. In effect, on vacation, you take a smaller, second version of your stuff. Let's say you go to Honolulu for 2 weeks. You got to take 2 big suitcases of stuff. 2 weeks, 2 big suitcases. That's the stuff you check onto the plane. But you also got your carry-on stuff. Plus the stuff you bought in the airport. So now you're all set to go. You got stuff in the overhead rack, stuff under the seat, stuff in the seat pocket, and stuff in your lap. And let's not forget the stuff you're going to steal from the airline. Silverware, soap, blanket, toilet paper, salt, and pepper shakers. Too bad those headsets won't work at home. And so you fly to Honolulu and claim your stuff, if the airline didn't drop it in the ocean. And you go to the hotel, and the first thing you do is put away your stuff. There's lots of places in a hotel to put your stuff. I'll put some stuff in here, you put some stuff in there. Hey, don't put your stuff in there, that's my stuff. Hey, here's another place, put some stuff in here, and there's another place. Hey, you know what? We got more places than we got stuff. We're going to have to go out and buy more stuff. Finally, you put away all your stuff, but you don't quite feel at ease, 'cause you're a long way from home. Still, you sense that you must be okay, because you do have some of your stuff with you. And so, You relax in Honolulu on that basis. That's when your friend from Maui calls and says, "Hey, why don't you come over to Maui for the weekend? Spend a couple of nights over here." Oh, no. Now what do you bring? Can't bring all this stuff. You got to bring an even smaller version of your stuff. Just enough stuff for a weekend on Maui. The third version of your stuff. And as you're flying over to Maui, you realize that you're really spread out now. You got stuff all over the world. Stuff at home, stuff in the garage, stuff at your parents' house, maybe. Stuff in storage, stuff in Honolulu, and stuff on the plane. Supply lines are getting longer and harder to maintain. Finally, you get to your friend's place on Maui, and they give you a little room to sleep in. And there's a nightstand. Not much room on it for your stuff. But it's okay, because you don't have much stuff now. You got your 8x10 autographed picture of Drew Carey, large can of Gorgonzola-flavored cheese whiz, a small unopened packet of brown confetti, a relief map of Corsica, and a family-sized jar of peppermint-flavored petrified egg whites. And you know that even though you're a long way from home, you must be okay, because you do have a good supply of peppermint-flavored petrified egg whites. And so you begin to relax in Maui on that basis. That's when your friend says, "Hey, I think tonight we'll go over the other side of the island to visit my sister. Maybe spend the night over there." Oh, no. Now what do you bring? Right. You got to bring an even smaller version, the fourth version of your stuff. Just the stuff you know you're going to need. Money, keys, comb, wallet, lighter, hanky, pen, cigarettes, contraceptives, Vaseline, whips, chains, whistles, dildos, and a book. Just the stuff you hope you're going to need. Actually, your friend's sister probably has her own dildos. And by the way, if you go to the beach while you're visiting the sister, you're going to have to bring, that's right, an even smaller version of your stuff. The fifth version. Cigarettes and wallet. That's it. You can always borrow someone's suntan lotion. And then suppose while you're there on the beach you decide to walk over to the refreshment stand to get a hot dog. That's right, my friend. Number 6. The most important version of your stuff. Your wallet. Your wallet contains the only stuff you really can't do without. Well, by the time you get home from Hawaii, you're probably fed up with all your stuff and all the problems it creates. And so about a week later, you clean out the closet, the attic, the basement, the garage, the storage locker, and all the other places you keep your stuff, and you get things down to manageable proportions. Just the right amount of stuff to lead a simple and uncomplicated life. And that's when the phone rings. It's a lawyer. Seems your aunt has died and left you all her stuff. Oh, no. Now what do? Right. You do the only thing you can do, the honorable thing. You tell the lawyer to stuff it. These are some of the things I think about when I'm sitting home alone and the power goes out. If something in the future is canceled, what is canceled? What has really happened? Something that didn't occur yet is now never going to occur at all. Does that qualify as an event? Here's something. Think about a place you've never seen, but for many years you've pictured it in your mind. And then you finally see it. After you leave, do you continue to picture it the old way? Imagine a place called Moravia, a non-existent country. See it in your mind. See a few details. Okay, now Moravia ceases to exist. Is your picture of the original non-existent country different from what it looks like now that it ceases to exist? They're both non-existent. Okay, picture Moravia again, the original way. Now Moravia is invaded by a neighboring country, Boronia. Picture Boronia. It's completely different from Moravia. Different geography, different ethnic stock, beliefs, way of life, government, everything. See it? Okay, Baronia invades Moravia and occupies it and begins to make some changes. Now picture Moravia again. Does it look different? Isn't that weird? Looks a little like Baronia, doesn't it? Here's another one. Maybe you've done this. You've never been to your friend's place of work, but you've pictured it, 'cause he's talked about it. Then he changes jobs, but it's a similar job. Do you bother to change your mental picture of where he works? And how much do you change it? Or you have a friend who works at one Wendy's and gets transferred to a different Wendy's. Do you picture a whole new Wendy's? Or do you get lazy and say, well, they're all pretty much the same, so I'll just go with the old Wendy's? Here's something I think about. If a radio station changes its call letters, moves its studio across town, hires all new disc jockeys, and changes the style of music it plays, but keeps the same frequency on the dial, is it still the same radio station? Suppose they only change the music. Here's something I like to think about. On a given day, Flight 23 goes from New York to Los Angeles. The following month, Flight 23 goes from New York to Los Angeles again. But the crew is different, the passengers are different, and it's a completely different airplane. How can both flights be Flight 23? They can't. A week is not based on anything in nature, as are days, or months, or years. So birds, they don't understand weeks or weekdays. They do know enough to come back to the sidewalk cafe every day for crumbs. But suppose the cafe is in the business district and it's closed on the weekends. What do the birds think of that? I'll bet they're really glad when Monday rolls around, unlike the rest of us. These are some of the thoughts that kept me out of the really good schools. You know what we need? New zodiac signs. The old ones, I don't know, they depict an obsolete world. The archer, the water bearer, and talk about obsolete, the virgin. What we need are modern zodiac signs that represent today's reality. The serial rapist, the lone gunman, the suicide bomber, the paranoid schizophrenic, the transsexual crackhead, the money launderer, the disgruntled postal worker, the diseased homeless veteran, the South American drug lord, the third-generation welfare recipient, the human immunodeficiency virus, and the personal trainer. And in case you're one of those people who doesn't relate well to the real world, here's a nice, safe zodiac for you. The soccer mom, the sensitive male, the special needs child, the role model, the overachiever, the jogger, the little leaguer, the recycler, the anchor person, the codependent, the Domino's delivery boy, and the recovering shopaholic. Item: a man is seated in a football stadium with a small TV set tuned to the game. The sideline camera takes his picture, and his image travels through the lens, out of the camera, to the truck, to the satellite, to a ground station several miles away, back into the air, and then to the man's TV set. He sees himself on the screen. The image travels from his eyes to his brain. His brain sends a signal to his arm to start waving. The image travels to the camera, through the lens, to the truck, to the satellite, to another ground station 1,000 miles away, where it is retransmitted into the air and picked up by a cable company that sends it to the man's parents' TV set. The image travels from the screen to his mother's eyes along the optic nerve to her brain, where it references her memory and recognition takes place. Her brain then sends a series of signals to her lungs, throat, lips, and tongue, and she says, "Look, it's Mike!" Baseball is different from any other sport, and I mean really different. Just for starters, in an odd way, baseball is the only sport you cannot watch in a mirror sensibly. All the other sports are symmetrical. Basketball, football, hockey, you can watch them in the mirror. The numbers are backwards, but the games make sense. Baseball, not symmetrical. Guy hits the ball, he runs to third base. It's counterintuitive, spoils the game. And a home run trot is really interesting. Guy hits the ball, trots slowly around the bases in the wrong direction, and nobody gives a shit. Everybody cheers. But let's get more basic. Baseball is different from other sports in a number of other ways. First of all, in most sports, you score points or goals. Baseball, you score runs. In most sports, the ball or object is put in play by the offensive team. In baseball, the defense puts the ball in play, and only the defense is allowed to touch the ball. In fact, in baseball, if an offensive player touches the ball intentionally, he's out. Sometimes unintentionally, he's out. In most sports played with a ball, you score with the ball, and without the ball, you cannot score. In baseball, you score without the ball, and only the ball can prevent you from scoring. In most sports, the team is run by a coach. In baseball, the team is run by a manager, and only in baseball does the manager or coach wear the same clothing the players do. If you'd ever seen John Madden in his Oakland Raiders football uniform, you would know the reason for this custom. Now, I've mentioned football as well. Baseball and football are the two most popular spectator team sports in this country. And as such, wouldn't you think that maybe they might tell us a little about ourselves, about our qualities, our values, and perhaps how we have changed over the last 150 years? For those reasons, I enjoy comparing baseball and football. Baseball is a 19th century pastoral game. Football is a 20th century technological struggle. Baseball is played on a diamond, in a park, the baseball park. Football is played on a gridiron in a stadium, sometimes called Soldier Field or War Memorial Stadium. Baseball begins in the spring, the season of new life. Football begins in the fall when everything is dying. In football, you wear a helmet. In baseball, you wear a cap. Football is concerned with downs. What down is it? How many downs do we have left? Baseball is concerned with ups. Who's up? Are you up? I'm not up. He's up. In football, you receive a penalty. In baseball, you make an error. Whoops! In football, the specialist comes in to kick something. In baseball, the specialist comes in to relieve somebody. Football has hitting, clipping, spearing, piling on, personal fouls, late hitting, and unnecessary roughness. Baseball has the sacrifice. Football is played in any kind of weather. Rain, snow, sleet, hail, fog, can't see the game, don't know if there is a game going on, mud on the field, can't read the uniforms, can't read the yard markers, the struggle will continue. In baseball, if it rains, we don't go out to play. I can't go out. It's raining out. Baseball has the 7th inning stretch. Football has the 2-minute warning. Baseball has no time limit. We don't know when it's going to end. We might have extra innings. Football is rigidly timed, and it will end even if we have to go to sudden death. In baseball, during the game, in the stands, there's kind of a picnic feeling. Emotions may run high or low, but there's not that much unpleasantness. In football, during the game, in the stands, you can be sure that at least 27 times you are perfectly capable of taking the life of a fellow human being. Preferably a stranger. And finally, the objectives of the two games are completely different. In football, the object is, for the quarterback, otherwise known as the field general, to be on target with his aerial assault, riddling the defense by hitting his receivers with deadly accuracy in spite of the blitz, even if he has to use the shotgun. With short bullet passes and long bombs, he marches his troops into enemy territory, balancing this aerial assault with a sustained ground attack that punches holes in the forward wall of the enemy's defensive line. In baseball, the object is to go home and to be safe. I hope I'll be safe at home. I don't give a hoot. Not since 1959. That was the last one I gave. Well, I might have given a hoot in 1967. Just one, as a favor to a friend. But that was it. I'm not sure I even have any left. Frankly, I'd be afraid to look. I think I'm all out of hoots. If you want one, you're going to have to find it on your own. Maybe you could rent a hoot, or steal one. I'll bet by now there's a black market in hoots, hot hoots. By the way, in addition to those who don't give a hoot, there are many others who will not take a hoot. Too proud. These are the same people who will not take any guff. But they might give you some lip. Athletes like that physical shit, you know? When they're pleased with each other, they bump chests and butt heads and bang forearms. Why don't they just punch each other in the fucking teeth? Wouldn't that be great? Teammates, I mean. After a touchdown pass, why doesn't the guy who caught the ball just go over and kick the quarterback right in the nuts? Same with the slam dunk in basketball. The guy who scores ought to grab a chair and beat the living shit out of the guy who fed him the ball for about 45 minutes. If this type of celebration were more common, the post-game show from the winner's locker room would be a lot livelier. And I also think there should be at least one sport where the object is to kill someone. A team sport. Death ball. Let's face it, athletes are mostly physical freaks with serious personality defects where competition is concerned, and they just love someone to motivate them. Well, what greater motivation can there be than trying to avoid being killed? It's a fucking natural. And for me, what could be more fun than watching one of these jack-offs motivate his ugly ass into an early grave every game? Here's another thing I love. Losing streaks. I wish some year a baseball team would lose 162 games. I especially like decades-long postseason losing streaks. In fact, as soon as my teams are out of the running, I start actively rooting for the Cubs, Red Sox, Bills, and Vikings to get as far as they can in the postseason so that ultimately they can let the big prize slip away one more time. I think it is infinitely more interesting a news story for a team to repeatedly fail at the highest level than it is for them to finally win. If the Cubs ever win a World Series, the news coverage will be the most boring bunch of shit you can imagine. Some people don't like puns, you know, or wordplay. I do. Anticlimax. That's what my uncle was good at. The game of chess. The peace movement. Seersucker. A person who blows clairvoyance. Passing gear. Clothing worn by light-skinned blacks who wish to be thought of as white. Outspoken. When you lose a debate. Hormone. The sound a prostitute makes so you'll think you're a real good fuck. Drug traffic. Driving to your connection's house. Sex drive. Similar to drug traffic, but with a different destination. Douche. A female duke. Octopus. An 8-sided vagina. Trampoline. A sexual lubricant popular with sluts. Parakeet. A keet that takes care of you until the real keet arrives. Pussyfoot. A rare female birth defect requiring the use of open-toed shoes. Beer nuts. The official disease of Milwaukee. Cotton balls. The final stage of beer nuts. Cowhand. An occupational disability common among dairy farmers. Woodpecker. A 17th century prosthetic device. Leatherette. A short sadomasochist. Cap pistol. A small gun that can be hidden in your hat. A gay barbarian. Attila the Hun. The reason for most violence against gays is that heterosexual men are forced to prove that they themselves are not gay. It goes like this. Men in strong male subcultures like the police, the military, and sports, and a few other cesspools, They bond very strongly. Hunting, fishing, and golfing friendships also produce this unnatural bonding. These guys bond and bond and bond, and they get closer and closer until finally they're just drunk enough to say, "You know, I really love these guys." And that frightens them. So they quickly add, "But I'm not a queer." See the dilemma? Now they have to go out of their way to prove to the world, to their buddies, and to themselves that they don't harbor homoerotic feelings. And it's only a short step from "I'm not a queer" to "In fact, I hate queers," and another short step to "Let's go kill some queers." And what they really seek to kill is not the queer outside, it's the queer inside they fear. Gay bashers are repressed homosexuals attempting to deny the queer inside. But certain signals get past the screen. That's why you see so many policemen with those precious little well-groomed mustaches. You'd see more of the same mustaches on athletes and military men, but those two groups are not allowed to express themselves freely. Military drones and many sheep-like athletes have dress codes and are forbidden to wear facial hair. The idea is to limit and reduce their individuality. These are men who have chosen to allow the organization to run their lives. That's why athletes, police, and military men have that rigid, unbending body language. They're severely repressed. Guess what they're repressing? Why do you think they call those police cars cruisers? People used to take drugs, now they do drugs. Some people don't do drugs, they do lunch. And sometimes instead of taking drugs, they take meetings. They used to have meetings. Now instead of having meetings, they have relationships. Some people who don't do drugs but have a relationship will take a meeting while they do lunch. People used to get sex, now they have sex. So far they don't do sex, although they do say, "Let's do it." If the sex is overly aggressive, we say the person was taken. I guess if one's not giving, the other's going to take. We take a lot of things. We take a lot of good things. We take time, we take heart, we take solace, medicine, advice. We take a job, take a break, take a vacation, a leave, a nap, a rest, a seat. We take a meal. We take, until we can't take any more. Maybe it's because our inner nature is not primarily one of giving, but of taking. Even these things we take that should balance our lives and give us rest do not. We make work out of them. We do them aggressively, always in control. Take. But when we give a lot of bad things. We give trouble, heartache, sorrow. We give someone a hard time, a migraine, give them a heart attack, and give them a big pain in the ass. So I say, give up, get fucked, take a hike, and have fun. What's all this stuff about motivation? I say if you need motivation, you probably need more than motivation. You probably need chemical intervention or brain surgery. Actually, if you ask me, this country could do with a little less motivation. The people who are causing all the trouble seem highly motivated to me. Serial killers, stock swindlers, drug dealers, Christian Republicans. I'm not sure motivation is always a good thing. You show me a lazy prick who's lying in bed all day watching TV and only occasionally getting up to piss, and I'll show you a guy who's not causing any trouble. You know what America lacks? A present. America has no now. We're reluctant to acknowledge the present. I guess it's too embarrassing. Instead, we reach into the past. Our culture is composed of sequels, reruns, remakes, revivals, reissues, re-releases, recreations, reenactments, adaptations, anniversaries, memorabilia, oldies radio, and nostalgia record collections. World War II has been refought on television so many times the Germans and Japanese are now drawing residuals. Of course, being essentially full of shit, we sometimes feel the need to dress up this past preoccupation, as with pathetic references to reruns as encore presentations. Even instant replay is a form of token nostalgia, a brief visit to the immediate past for re-examination, before slapping it onto a highlight video for further review and re-review on into the indefinite future. This yestermania of ours includes fantasy baseball camps, where aging sad sacks pay money to catch baseballs thrown by men who were once their heroes. It's part of the fascination with sports memorabilia, a memory industry, and it's so lucrative it has attracted counterfeiters. In this case, the age of hyphens, we are truly retro-Americans. And our television newscasts not only reflect this condition, they feed it. Everything they report is twisted into some reference to the past. If there's going to be a summit meeting, you'll be told all about the last 6 summit meetings. If there's a big earthquake, they'll do a story about big earthquakes of the past. If there's a mine disaster, you'll hear about every mine disaster since the inception of mining. They're obsessed with looking back. I swear, I actually heard this next thing during a newscast as the anchorman went to a commercial break. He said, "Still ahead, a look back." Honest, he said it. Hurricane Hugo 1 year later. Why? The anniversary of the Exxon Valdez oil spill. For what reason? The anniversary of the Bay of Pigs, Pan Am Flight 103, the hostages in Iran, the fall of the Berlin Wall, VJ Day, VE Day, Vietnam. Who gives a fuck? Bugs Bunny's 50th birthday, Lassie's 55th, the Golden Jubilee of Gone with the Wind, the start of the Korean War, Barbie celebrates her 35th, the 25th anniversary of the New York blackout, Bambi turns 50. Shit, I didn't even like Bambi when I was supposed to. How much do I care now? There's really no harm, I guess, in reviewing the past from time to time. Knowing where you've been is part of knowing where you are and all that happy horse shit. But the American media have an absolute fixation on this. They rob us of the present by insisting on the past. If they were able, I'm sure they would pay equal attention to the future. Trouble is they don't have any film on it. And so, on television news, there is oddly very little emphasis on the present, on today's actual news. The present exists only in 30-second stories built around 8-second sound bites. Remember, sound bite is their phrase. That's what they give you, just a bite. No chewing, no digestion, no nourishment. Malnutrition. Another way they avoid the present moment is to look ahead on their own schedules. The television news industry seems to revolve around what's coming next. Still to come, just ahead, up next, coming up this half hour, more to come, stay with us, still ahead, also later. They even preview what's going to happen as little as 1 hour later. During the 5 o'clock news, the empty-headed prick who does the 5 o'clock news will suddenly say, "Here's a look at what's coming up on the 6 o'clock news." Then the empty-headed prick who does the 6 o'clock news will appear in shirt sleeves in the newsroom to create the illusion of actual work and tell you about several stories that the empty-headed prick who does the 5 o'clock news should already have told you about if he were really a newsman. And so it goes around the clock. On the 5 o'clock news, they tell you about the 6 o'clock news. At 6 o'clock, they tell you about 11. At 11, they plug the morning news. The morning man promos the noontime lady, and sure enough, a little later afternoon, here comes that empty-headed prick from the 5 o'clock news to tell you what he's going to do on the 5 o'clock news. You know, if a guy were paranoid, he might not be blamed for thinking that the people who run things don't want you dwelling too much on the present. Because keep in mind, the news media are not independent. They're a sort of bulletin board and public relations firm for the ruling class, the people who run things. Those who decide what news you will or will not hear are paid by and tolerated purely at the whim of those who hold economic power. If the parent corporation doesn't want you to know something, it won't be on the news. Period. Or at the very least, it will be slanted to suit them and then barely followed up. Enjoy your snooze, folks. The Primitive Sergeant. You know, there was a first time for everything. At some point, every custom, every practice, every ritual had to be explained to people for the first time. And it must have been tricky, especially in primitive societies. For instance, the first human sacrifice. Not of the enemy, but the first ritual killing of a member of your own tribe. Someone had to announce it to the people. Someone with authority, but probably not the top guy. A sergeant, a primitive sergeant addressing a band of early cave people, or hunters, gatherers, whatever, explaining the human sacrifice. Of course, first, he would have to get his other announcements out of the way. All right, listen up, you people in the trees there. You want to pay attention, please. The guys in the bushes, you want to put the woman down? Thank you very much. Okay. Is everybody here? Andy? Andy, check the caves. Make sure everybody's out here. And Andy, don't wake up the bears, huh? Don't wake up the bears, okay? Remember what happened last time? We can't spare any more people. Okay. Few things I want to go over, then I'm going to tell you about something new, something we haven't tried before, so I don't want you to be nervous. I know you don't like new things. I remember last year a lot of people freaked out when someone came up with the wheel. People went nuts. They said, well, this is it. It's all over. It's the end of the world, blah, blah, blah. And somebody pointed out that we didn't have any axles. I think it was Richie. He said if we really want to invent something special, we ought to come up with the axle. Well, I guess you're always going to have a couple of wise guys. But anyway, we went ahead, as you know, and made a couple of hundred of these big stone wheels, which is kind of stupid when you think about it. The only thing you can do with them is roll them down the hill, which isn't such a top-notch idea. I think the people who live at the bottom of the hill will bear me out on that. Okay, moving along here. It has come to my attention that some people have been drawing pictures on the walls of the caves. Pictures of bulls, antelopes, couple of horses. I think I even seen a goat on one of the walls. Listen, let me tell you something. Might seem like fun to you, but it looks awful. If you can't keep a place clean, maybe you don't deserve a nice cave. You don't see the bats drawing pictures on the walls, do you? No, they hang upside down, they take a crap, they don't bother anybody. You people don't know when you're well off. Maybe you'd like to go back to living in the trees, huh? Huh? Remember that? Remember the trees? Competing with the baboons and gibbons for hazelnuts and loganberries? Degrading. So there'll be no more drawing on the walls. A couple of thousand years from now, people are going to come here. They're going to study these caves. The last thing they want to see is a lot of horse pictures on the walls. Okay, continuing on here. As some of you might have noticed, last night the fire went out. Couple of guys on guard duty were jacking around, playing grab-ass, and one of them, Octavio, the short guy with the bushy hair, well, one of the short guys with the bushy hair. Anyways, Octavio fell on the fire, and the fire went out. Unfortunately for Octavio, he died in the incident. Unfortunately for us, he was the only one who knew how to light the fire. So we're going to have a contest. First guy to get a fire going and keep it going wins a prize. It's a hat. Nothing fancy, just a regular hat. The kind with the ear laps. Okay, next item here. We're starting to get some complaints from the women about dating procedures. This mainly concerns the practice of clubbing the women on the head and dragging them back to the cave by the hair. They would like us to discontinue this practice, especially the hair part. It seems some of them go to a lot of trouble and expense to fix up their hair for a date, and they feel the dragging has a negative effect on their appearance. As far as the clubbing is concerned, they'd like to eliminate that too, because what happens is a lot of them have an enjoyable date, and then they can't remember it in the morning. Moving right along, as you all know, it's been our practice when we find a new plant that looks good to eat, we test it on the dogs to see if it's poison. Everybody remember the berries we tested last week on the big brown dog? Huh? How many ate the berries simply because the dog didn't die that day? Quite a few. Well, I got bad news. The dog died last night. Apparently it was a slow-acting poison. Yeah, Laszlo, yeah? You didn't eat the berries, but this morning you ate the dog. Well, Laszlo, you got about a week. Food chain. How many times do I got to tell you people? Food chain. By the way, anyone who's getting into that new cannibalism crap, I won't mention any names, but I'd strongly suggest not eating Laszlo, okay? Or anyone else for that matter. All right, now we got to talk about the hated band of enemy people who live in the Dark Valley. As some of you might know, the hated band of enemy people who live in the Dark Valley snuck into the camp last night and stole a whole bunch of our stuff. They got those sticks we were saving. They got the rocks we piled up near the big tree. They also took 16 trinkets, the ones we got in the trade with the friendly bent-over people from the tall mountains near the sun. I think it was them. It was either them or the guys with the really big foreheads down by the river. Anyways, as I recall, we came off a cool 200 animal skins for those trinkets, and frankly, the chief and I think we got screwed. And by the way, speaking of screwing, they also stole several of our women last night, along with a couple of those sensitive men we've been using as women. Okay, a new problem has come up that we're going to have to deal with. It concerns the growing menace of people chewing the leaves of the dream plant. It's gotten completely out of hand. At first it wasn't so bad, after a long day of hunting or gathering, whatever. People would chew a couple of leaves to relax. Recreational chewing. No harm, no foul. But then some guys couldn't leave it alone, They would chew way too much and lose control. Some of them became verbally abusive. Of course, they couldn't help what they were saying. It wasn't them talking, it was the leaves talking. But hey, nevertheless. Then we found out some people were chewing on the job, not only endangering the lives of their co-hunters or co-gatherers, whatever, but also lowering the amount of food we acquire while somehow at the same time greatly increasing the rate of consumption of their own food. One of the gatherers, a short guy with bushy hair, I think it was Norris, he got whacked out of his skull on leaves last week, and he came in from gathering with a grand total, get this, a grand total of 6 berries and 1 nut. And this guy had been out in the bushes for 8 days. But now we're running into an even more serious problem with the dream plant that affects the safety of everyone. It seems that some people are chewing the leaves and then running around in circles at high speed. As a result, we're starting to get a huge increase in the number of accidents. People are crashing into each other. Please, try to remember, chewing and running around in circles at high speed don't mix. If you're going to run around in circles, don't chew. If you're going to chew, for God's sakes, don't be running around in circles. Designate someone. So try to be aware of the signs of leaf abuse. If you're chewing in the morning, you got a problem. If you're chewing alone, you got a problem. It's no disgrace. Get some help. Say no to leaves. Okay, now, like I said earlier, we got a new thing we're going to be doing. And I want to announce it today. It's going to be a custom. Remember customs? Who can name a custom? Nat? Going to sleep at night. Well, that's close, Nat. That's almost like a custom. Who else can name a custom? Killing the animals before we eat them. Okay. Actually, Jules, that's more like a necessity, isn't it? Yeah, more like a necessity. Looking for a custom here. Another custom. Dwayne. Washing the rocks and drying them off before you throw them at the enemy during a rock fight? Is that what you've been doing, Dwayne? Really? Well, I guess that would explain the disproportionately high number of rock injuries in your squad, wouldn't it? Anyway, this new custom is quite different, and it might come as something of a surprise to you, so make sure you're sitting down, or at least leaning on something firm. And you people standing over near the cliff, you might want to drift over this way a little bit. Now, I want you to remember that no matter what I say, this is going to please the corn god, okay? The new custom is going to help with the corn. Got it? Remember a couple of years ago we had no corn, and we had to eat the trees, and a lot of people died? How many want to go back to eating the trees? Okay, I rest my case. Huh? Dwayne? You thought the trees were pretty good. You never disappoint me, Dwayne, you know that? Folks, you don't have to look very far for a tragic example of abusing the dream plant, do you? All right, here's the new thing we're going to do. It's called a human sacrifice. Each week, to appease the corn god, we're going to kill one member of the tribe. All right, calm down. Come on, hey, sit down, hey, hold on. Hey, hear me out on this, would you please? Relax. Hear me out on this. We're going to start having a human sacrifice every week, probably on Saturday night. That's when everybody seems to loosen up pretty good. So starting next Saturday night, about the time we run out of berry juice, we're going to pick one person, probably a young virgin, and we'll throw her in the volcano. Oh, girls, please, sit down. Girls, sit down. Please, stop with the rocks. Stop. Please, calm down, ladies. We're not going to do it today. I promise. Relax. Calm down. Okay. So we throw the virgin in the volcano. By the way, how many remember the volcano? Remember the fire? Remember the lava? What word comes to mind when we think about the volcano? Hot. Right, the volcano is hot. What's that, Dwayne? No. No way. No. No, if this idea is going to work at all, it's got to be done while the volcano is actually erupting. I don't think the corn god is going to be impressed if we throw some chick in a dormant volcano. It's meaningless. I think he's looking for something with a little more screaming involved. Okay, so we throw the virgin in the volcano. What's that? How does this help with the corn? Good question. Look, Morley, I just make the announcements, okay? I'm not involved in policy. Came down from the high priest. That's all you got to know. This is one of those things you just got to accept on faith. It's like that custom we started last year of cutting off a guy's head to keep him from stealing. At first it seemed severe, am I right? But you got to admit, it seems to work. Okay, one last point. You may say, why does it have to be a young virgin? Why can't we throw a wrinkled old man in the volcano? Well, let me put it this way. Did you ever get a real good look at the high priests? Okay, once again, I rest my case. Now, the only problem we anticipate with this new custom is the distinct possibility of running out of virgins. You got to figure, best case scenario, we're not going to see any corn till late next year. So it looks like we're going to be waxing virgins at quite a clip here. And hey, girls, don't take this the wrong way, but we don't have that many virgins to begin with. Am I right? No offense, girls, really. No, hey, you're very lovely. You're very lovely. Well, I guess that's about all I got for you today, folks. I want to thank you for listening. Good night, everybody. Walk home slowly and walk safely. In case you didn't notice, the sun went down, and it's completely fucking dark. I don't like moths because I can't predict their flight patterns. They don't seem to know where they're going. I don't like that. And they're always hanging around light bulbs. Somehow they're even able to get inside the sealed light fixture between the bulb and the outer glass. How do they do that? One day you can clean out 100 old dead moths and then put the clean globe back on the light, and a month later there'll be another 20 full-grown dead moths inside the globe. How do they get in there? And what is this attraction to light all about anyway? You know what I think they're doing? I think they're trying to read the writing on the light bulb. It's hard to read, isn't it? The writing on a light bulb is placed right where you can't read it when the light is on because the light is too bright. And then when the light is off, you can't read it because there's not enough light. No wonder moths are so fucked up. Whenever I hear about a peacekeeping force, I wonder if they're so interested in peace, why do they use force? My watch stopped. I think I'm down a quartz. Don Ho can sign autographs 3.4 times faster than Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. The truth is, Pavlov's dog trained Pavlov to ring his bell just before the dog salivated. Is the kidney a bean-shaped organ, or is the bean a kidney-shaped legume? Why does Filipino start with an F and Philippines starts with PH? Why do shoelaces only come in certain sizes? How can a color be artificial? I look at red Jell-O and it's just as red as it can be. Why is it the other side of the street always crosses the street when I do? Sometimes when I'm told to use my own discretion, if no one is looking, I'll use someone else's. But I always put it back. I'm tired of television announcers, hosts, newscasters, and commentators nibbling away at the English language, making obvious and ignorant mistakes. If I were in charge of America's broadcast stations and networks, I would gather together all these people whose jobs include speaking to the public, and I would not let them out of the room until they had absorbed the following suggestions. And I'm aware that media personalities are not selected on the basis of intelligence. I know that, and I try to make allowances for it. Believe me, I really try. But still, there are some liberties taken with speech that I think require intervention, if only for my own sake. I won't feel right if this chance goes by and I keep my silence. Number 1, the English word fort, spelled F-O-R-T-E, and meaning specialty or strong point, is not pronounced forte. Got that? It's pronounced fort. The Italian word forte, F-O-R-T-E, used in music notation, is pronounced forte, and it instructs the musician to play loud. She plays the skin flute, and her fort is playing forte. Look it up if you don't believe me. And don't give me that whiny shit. Forte is listed as the second preference. There's a reason it's second, because it's not first. Here's another thing. You hear this all the time. And believe me when I tell you, irony deals with opposites. It has nothing to do with coincidence. If two baseball players from the same hometown on different teams receive the same uniform number, it's not ironic. It's a coincidence. If Barry Bonds attains lifetime statistics identical to his father's, it will not be ironic. It will be a coincidence. Irony is, quote, a state of affairs that is the reverse of what was to be expected, a result opposite to and in mockery of the appropriate result, unquote. For instance, if a diabetic on his way to buy insulin is killed by a runaway truck, he is the victim of an accident. If the truck was delivering sugar, he is the victim of an oddly poetic coincidence. But if the truck was delivering insulin, then he is the victim of an irony. If a Kurd, after surviving a bloody battle with Saddam Hussein's army and a long, difficult escape through the mountains, is crushed and killed by a parachute drop of humanitarian aid, that, my friend, is irony writ large. Darryl Stingley, the pro football player, was paralyzed after a brutal hit by Jack Tatum. Now Darryl Stingley's son plays football, and if the son should become paralyzed while playing, it will not be ironic. It will be coincidental. If Darryl Stingley's son paralyzes someone else, that will be closer to ironic. If he paralyzes Jack Tatum's son, that will be precisely ironic. I'm tired of hearing prodigal being used to mean wandering, given to running away, or leaving and returning. The parable in the book of Luke tells of a son who squanders his father's money. Prodigal means recklessly wasteful or extravagant. And if you say popular usage has changed that, I say fuck popular usage. Here's another one bothers me. The phrase sour grapes does not refer to jealousy or envy, nor is it related to being a sore loser. It deals with the rationalization of failure to attain a desired end. In the original fable of Aesop, The Fox and the Grapes, when the fox realizes he cannot leap high enough to reach the grapes, he rationalizes that even if he had gotten them, they would probably have been sour anyway. Rationalization. That's all sour grapes means. It doesn't deal with jealousy or sore losing. Yeah, I know, you say, well, many people are using it that way, so the meaning is changing. And I say, well, many people are really fucking stupid, too. Should we just adopt all their standards? Here's another one. Strictly speaking, celibate does not mean not having sex. It means not being married. No wedding. The practice of refraining from sex is called chastity or sexual abstinence. No fucking. Priests don't take a vow of celibacy. They take a vow of chastity, sometimes referred to as the no-nookie clause. And speaking of sex, the Immaculate Conception does not mean Jesus was conceived in the absence of sex. It means Mary, his mother, was conceived without original sin. That's all it has ever meant. And according to the tabloids, Mary is apparently the only one who can make such a claim. The Jesus thing is called virgin birth. Even Catholics get that one wrong. Momentarily means for a moment, not in a moment. The word for in a moment is presently. I will be there presently, Dad, and then, after pausing momentarily, I will kick you in the nuts. No other option and no other alternative are redundant. The words option and alternative already imply otherness. I had no option, Mom. I got this huge erection because there was no alternative. This rule is not optional. The alternative is to be wrong. You should not use criteria when you mean criterion, for the same reason that you should not use criterion when you mean criteria. These is my only criterions. And by the way, a light year is a measurement of distance, not time. It will take light years for young basketball players to catch up with the number of women Wilt Chamberlain has fucked, is a scientific impossibility, probably in more ways than one. And a lot of people on television should be told an acronym is not just any set of initials. It applies only to those initials that can be pronounced as words. MAD, DARE, NATO, UNICEF. Those are acronyms. FBI, CIA, and KGB are not. They're just pricks. And I know I'm fighting a losing battle with this one, but I refuse to surrender. Collapsing a building with explosives is not an implosion. An implosion is a very specific scientific phenomenon. The collapsing of a building with explosives is the collapsing of a building with explosives. The explosives explode, and the building collapses inwardly. That is not an implosion. It is an inward collapsing of a building followed by a series of smaller explosions designed to make it collapse inwardly. Period. Fuck you. Here's another pointless, thankless objection I'd like to register. I say it that way because I know you people, and I know your goddamn popular usage slammed the door on this one a long time ago, but here goes anyway. A cop-out is not an excuse, not even a weak one. It is an admission of guilt. When someone cops a plea, he admits guilt to some charge in exchange for better treatment. He has copped out. When a guy says, I didn't get to fuck her because I reminded her of her little brother, he's making an excuse. But if he says, I didn't get to fuck her because I'm an unattractive schmuck, he is copping out. The trouble arises when an excuse contains a small amount of self-incriminating truth. This one is directed to the sports assholes. You are destroying a perfectly good figure of speech. Getting the monkey off one's back does not mean breaking a losing streak. It refers only to ending a dependency. That's all. The monkey represents a strong yen. A losing streak does not compare even remotely, not in a literary sense and not in real life. Here's one that you hear from truly dense people. The proof is in the pudding. Well, the proof is not in the pudding. The rice and the raisins are in the pudding. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. In this case, proof means test. The same is true of the exception that proves or tests the rule. Boy, these things piss me off. Here we go. An eye for an eye is not a call for revenge. It's an argument for fairness. In the time of the Bible, it was standard to take a life in exchange for an eye. But the Bible said no, the punishment should fit the crime. Only an eye for an eye, nothing more. It is not vindictive, it is mitigatory. Don't make the same mistake twice seems to indicate three mistakes, doesn't it? First you make the mistake, then you make the same mistake, then you make the same mistake twice. If you simply say, don't make the same mistake, you'll avoid the first mistake. Unique needs no modifier. Very unique, quite unique, more unique, real unique, fairly unique, and extremely unique are wrong, and they mark you as dumb, although certainly not unique. Healthy does not mean healthful. Healthy is a condition, healthful is a property. Vegetables aren't healthy, they're dead. No food is healthy, unless you have an eggplant that's doing push-ups. Push-ups are healthful. There is no such thing or word as kudo. Kudos, K-U-D-O-S, is a singular noun meaning praise, and it is properly pronounced kudos. There is also a plural form spelled the same, but pronounced kudos. Please stop telling me, so-and-so picked up another kudo today. Here's another one that bothers me. When they say race, creed, or color, that's wrong. Race and color, as used in that phrase, describe the same property. And creed is a stilted, outmoded way of saying religion. Leave this tired phrase alone. It has lost its usefulness. Besides, it reeks of insincerity no matter who uses it. As of yet, is simply stupid. As yet, I've seen no progress on this one, but of course I'm speaking as of now. Here's one you can win some money on in a bar if you're within reach of the right reference book. Chomping at the bit and old stomping ground are incorrect. Some Saturday afternoon when you're getting bombed on your old stamping ground, you'll be champing at the bit to use this one. Sorry to sound so picky, folks, but I listen to a lot of radio and TV, and these things have bothered me for a long time. Join the George Carlin Book Club. We've got books out the ass. Call now. Here are some titles you'll receive. Where to Go for a Free Fuck. Eat, Run, Stay Fit, and Die Anyway. You give me 6 weeks and I'll give you some bad disease. Why you should never mambo with a policeman. The stains in your shorts can indicate your future. Earn big money while sitting in your car trunk. Where to Take a Short Woman. I Gave Up Hope and it worked just fine. Why you should never yodel during an electrical storm. Fill your life with croutons. 6 ways to screw up before breakfast. I Suck, You Suck. Reorganizing your pockets. Where to hide a really big snot. Why you must never give yourself a neck operation. The wrong underwear can kill. Now you can cure cancer by simply washing up. Lightweight summer ensembles to wear on the toilet. Why no one should be allowed out anymore. A complete list of people who are not making progress. Where to throw up secretly. 10 things no one can handle at all. And why you should not sit for more than 6 weeks in your own filth. Call now. I dread the deaths of certain super celebrities. Not because I care about them, but because of all the shit I have to endure on television when one of them dies. All those tributes and retrospectives. And the bigger the personality, the worse it is. For instance, imagine the crap we'll have to endure on TV when Bob Hope dies. First of all, they'll show clips from all his old road movies with Bing Crosby. And you can bet that some news anchor asshole will turn to the pile of clothing next to him and say, "Well, Tammy, I guess Bob's on the road to heaven now." Then there'll be clips of all those funny costumes he wore on his TV specials, including the hippie sketch, where they'll show him saying, "Far out, man, far out." They'll show him golfing with dead presidents, kissing blonde bombshells, and entertaining troops in every war since we beat the shit out of the Peloponnesians. And at some point, a 70-year-old veteran will choke up and say, "I just missed seeing him at Iwo Jima, 'cause I got my legs blowed off. He's quite a guy." Ex-presidents, including the dead ones, will line up 4 abreast to tell us what a great American he was. Show business perennials will desert golf courses from Palm Springs to OJ's lawn to lament sadly as how this time Bob hooked one into the woods. And regarding his talent, a short comedian in a checkered hat will speak reverently about Hope's incredible timing. And this stuff will be on every single newscast day and night for a week. There'll be special 1-hour salutes on Good Morning America, The Today Show, and CBS This Morning. Ted Koppel will ask Henry Kissinger if it's true Bob Hope actually shortened some of our wars by telling jokes close to the front lines. CNN will do a series of expanded Showbiz Todays. One of the cable channels will do a 1-week marathon of his movies. And it goes without saying that NBC will put together a 3-hour primetime special called Thanks for the Memories. But at the last minute, they'll realize Bob Hope's audience skews older, and they'll sell it to CBS. Then there'll be the funeral, carried live on the Dead Celebrity Channel, with thousands of grotesque, acne-ridden fans seeking autographs from all the show business clowns who dug out their best black golfing outfits to attend, quote, "one of the hottest burials to hit this town in decades, Variety." And all this shit will go on for weeks and weeks and weeks until Milton Berle dies, and then it'll start all over again. I dare not even contemplate Ronald Reagan. Another thing that bothers me in speech these days, the pre-epidemic, P-R-E, pre-board, pre-screen, pre-record, pre-taped, pre-existing, pre-order, pre-plan, pre-test, pre-condition, pre-register. In nearly all of these cases, you can drop the pre and not change the meaning of the word. They say the suicide film was not pre-screened by the school. No, of course not. It was screened. You can call and pre-qualify for a loan over the phone. Your loan is pre-approved. Well, if my loan is approved before I call, then no approval is necessary. The loan is simply available. There are many popular beliefs that are rooted in familiar expressions and sayings, and many of them simply aren't true. Everything comes in threes. Not true. In reality, everything comes in ones. Sometimes, when 3 ones come in a row, it seems like everything comes in threes. And by the way, in medieval times, it was widely believed that everything came in 26s. They were wrong, too. It just took them longer to recognize a pattern. People say when you die, you can't take it with you. Well, that depends on what it is. If it's your dark blue suit, you can certainly take it with you. In fact, not only can you take it with you, you can probably put some things in the pockets. You learn something new every day. Actually, you learn something old every day. Just because you just learned it doesn't mean it's new. Other people already knew it. Columbus is a good example of this. The sky's the limit. Well, how can the sky be the limit? The sky never ends. What kind of a limit is that? The earth is the limit. You dig a hole, and what do you keep getting? More earth. The earth's the limit. You get what you pay for. Clearly, this is not true. Have you been shopping lately? Only a naive person would believe that you get what you pay for. In point of fact, if you check your purchases carefully, you'll find that you get whatever they feel like giving you. And if corporations get any more powerful, you soon might not even get that. Tomorrow is another day. Not true. Today is another day. We have no idea what tomorrow is going to be. It might turn out to be another day, but we can't be sure. If it happens, I'll be the first to say so. But you know what? By that time, it'll be today again. Nice guys finish last. Not true. Studies have shown that on the average, nice guys finish third in a field of 6. Actually, short guys finish last. By the way, in medieval times, it was widely believed that nice guys finished 26th. You can see how limited those people were. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. Do we even have to talk about this one? This should be obvious. If you've seen one, you've seen one. If you've seen them all, then you've seen them all. I don't understand how this one even got started. Those were the days. No, those were the nights. Think back. Weren't the nights better? Days you had to work. Nights you went to parties, danced, drank, got laid. Those were the nights. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Well, what about when you eat at home? I don't pay when I eat lunch at home. It's free. Sometimes I'll leave a tip, but basically it's a free lunch. Yeah, I know we had to buy the food at the store, but as the Zen Buddhists say, the food is not the lunch. You pays your money and you takes your choice. Well, I think what I said earlier still applies here. You pays your money and you takes whatever they jolly well give you. Actually, when you get right down to it, you pays your money and you loses your money. Everybody has his price. Not so. Would you believe there are millions of people who do not have their price? Thanks to a government mix-up, many people have their neighbor's price. They don't make them like they used to. Actually, they do make them like they used to. They just don't sell them anymore. They make them, and they keep them. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Well, it just so happens that 2 wrongs do make a right. Not only that, but as the number of wrongs increases, the whole thing goes up exponentially, so that while 2 wrongs make 1 right and 4 wrongs make 2 rights, it actually takes 16 wrongs to make 3 rights and 256 wrongs to make 4 rights. Seems to me that anyone who is stringing together more than 256 wrongs needs counseling, not mathematics. If it's not one thing, it's another. Not always. Sometimes if it's not one thing, not only is it not another, but it turns out to be something else altogether. You can't win them all. Not true. Believe it or not, there's a man in Illinois who so far has won them all. But don't get too excited. It has also been discovered that under certain circumstances it is possible to lose them all. By the way, there's no record of anyone having tied them all. You can't have it both ways. Well, that depends on how intimately you know the other person. Maybe you can't have it both ways at once, but if you've got a little time, you can probably have it 6 or 7 ways. Things have to get better. They can't get any worse. This is an example of truly faulty logic. Just because things can't get any worse is no reason to believe they have to get better. They might just stay the same. And by the way, who says things can't get any worse? For many people, things get worse and worse and worse. Nobody ever said life was fair. Not so. I specifically remember as I was growing up at least 12 different people telling me life was fair. One person put it this way: "Life, you'll find, is fair, George." Oddly enough, all 12 of those people died before the age of 27. It takes two to tango. Sounds good, but simple reasoning will reveal that actually it takes only one to tango. It takes two to tango together, maybe, but one person is certainly capable of tangoing on his own. By the way, in medieval times it was widely believed that it took 26 to tango. There's a sucker born every minute, and two to take 'em. Well, this may have been true in the past, but now, if you adjust for the increased population base, birth control, and the so-called moral decline, not only are there 5 suckers born every minute, there are now 53 to take him. Life is short. Sorry, life is not short. It's just that since everything else lasts so long, mountains, rivers, stars, planets, life seems short. Actually, life lasts just about the right amount of time, until you die. Death, on the other hand, is short. What you don't know won't hurt you. Why don't we just ask Abe Lincoln and John Kennedy about this one? A few more oxymorons. Mandatory options. Mutual differences. Non-dairy creamer. Open secret. Resident alien. Silent alarm. Sports sedan. Wireless cable. Mercy killing. Lethal assistance, business ethics, friendly fire, genuine veneer, full-time daycare, death benefits, holy war. I'm going to give you 15 rules to live by. Because life is not as difficult as people think. All you need is a good set of rules. Since it's probably too late for you, here are some guidelines to pass along to your children. Number 1, relax and take it easy. Don't get caught up in hollow conceits such as doing something with your life. Such twaddle is outmoded and a sure formula for disappointment. Number 2, whatever it is you pursue, try to do it just well enough to remain in the middle third of the field. Keep your thoughts and ideas to yourself and don't ask questions. Remember, the squeaky wheel is the first one to be replaced. Number 3, size people up quickly and develop rigid attitudes based on your first impression. If you try to delve deeper and get to know people, you're asking for trouble. Number 4, don't fall for that superstitious nonsense about treating people the way you would like to be treated. It's a transparently narcissistic approach and may be the sign of a weak mind. Number 5, spend as much time as you can pleasing and impressing others, even if it makes you unhappy. Pay special attention to shallow manipulators who can do you the most harm. Remember, in the overall scheme, you count for very little. 6, surround yourself with inferiors and losers. Not only will you look good by comparison, but they will look up to you, and that will make you feel better. Number 7, don't buy into the sentimental notion that everyone has shortcomings. It's the surest way of undermining yourself. Remember, the really best people have no defects. If you're not perfect, something is wrong. 8, if by some off chance you do detect a few faults in yourself, first, accept the fact that you are probably deeply flawed. Then make a list of your faults and dwell on them. Carry the list around and try to think of things to add. Blame yourself for everything. Number 9, beware of intuition and gut instincts. They are completely unreliable. Instead, develop preconceived notions and don't waver unless someone tells you to. Then change your mind and adopt their point of view, but only if they seem to know what they're talking about. Number 10, never give up on an idea simply because it is bad and doesn't work. Cling to it even when it is hopeless. Anyone can cut and run, but it takes a very special person to stay with something that is stupid and harmful. 11. Always remember, today doesn't count. Trying to make something out of today only robs you of precious time that could be spent daydreaming or resting up. Number 12. Try to dwell on the past. Think of all the mistakes you've made, and how much better it would be if you hadn't made them. Think of what you should have done, and blame yourself for not doing so. And don't go easy. Be really hard on yourself. 13. If by chance you make a fresh mistake, especially a costly one, try to repeat it a few times so you become familiar with it and can do it easily in the future. Write it down. Put it with that list of your faults. 14. Beware also of the dangerous trap of looking ahead. It will only get you in trouble. Instead, try to drift along from day to day in a meandering fashion. Don't get sidetracked with some foolish plan. 15. And finally, enjoy yourself all the time and do whatever you want. Don't be seduced by that mindless chatter going around about responsibility. That's exactly the sort of thing that can ruin your life. In the privacy of your own home. As opposed to what? The privacy of someone else's home? You have no privacy in someone else's home. That's why you got your own home. Down the pike. He was the meanest guy ever to come down the pike. Fine. But what about guys who come up the pike? Not everyone lives north of the pike. Some guys have to come up the pike, and they're really mean because nobody mentions them at all. And what about a guy who doesn't even use the pike? He arrives on Amtrak. Boy, was the meanest guy ever to arrive on Amtrak. Doesn't sound right, does it? Like a bat out of hell. We say some guy was going like a bat out of hell. Well, how do we know how fast a bat would leave hell? Maybe he would leave real slowly. In fact, why should we assume that a bat would even want to leave hell? Maybe he likes it there. Maybe hell is just right for a bat. Maybe it's bat heaven. And now that we're on this subject, how do we know hell has bats in the first place? What would a bat be doing in hell? Usually a bat is in the belfry. Why would he want to split his time between two places? Then again, maybe that's why he's in such a hurry to leave hell. He's due back at the belfry. And why do we say out like a light? The primary function of a light is to be lit, not to be out. Why choose a light to represent the concept of being out? Why not on like a light? The same is true of dropping like flies. The wrong quality is being emphasized. Flies are known for flying, not dropping. And let's forget meteoric rise. Meteors don't rise. They fall. You can talk until you're blue in the face. Well, you can't talk until you're blue in the face. In order to talk, you need oxygen. Blueness of the face is caused by a lack of oxygen. So if you're blue in the face, you probably stopped talking a long time ago. You might be making some gestures. In fact, if you're running out of oxygen, I would imagine you're making quite a number of gestures, and rather flamboyant ones at that. When we point out someone's lack of popularity, especially a politician's, we sometimes say, he couldn't get elected dog catcher. Well, first of all, since when do they elect dog catchers? I've never seen one on the ballot, have you? The last time you were in the voting booth, did it say president, vice president, dog catcher? No. And why do they imply that getting elected dog catcher would be easy? I think it would be hard. A lot of people have dogs. They wouldn't vote for you, and many of the people who don't have dogs still like them. I should think it would be quite difficult to get elected dog catcher. One thing leads to another. Not always. Sometimes one thing leads to the same thing. Ask an addict. The pen is mightier than the sword, needs to be changed, needs to be updated. It's overdue. It should have been changed much earlier in the 20th century to the typewriter is mightier than the machine gun. But at this point it should probably read, the word processor is mightier than the particle beam weapon. Unidentified person. Well, what exactly is an unidentified person? Doesn't everyone have an identity? Maybe they mean he's a person they can't identify, but that would make him an unidentifiable person. I guess if nothing else, he could always be referred to as that guy we can't identify. Open a can of worms. Well, why would you have to open it? Are there really sealed cans of worms? Who sealed them? Worms are usually put in a can after it has been opened and emptied of something else, like corn or pumpkin meat. Uncover a can of worms, maybe, but not open. Wild and woolly. Whenever I hear something described as wild and woolly, I always wonder where the woolly part comes in. Wild, I understand. But woolly? I have some sweaters that are woolly, but they're kind of conservative. They're not wild at all. In the wrong place at the wrong time. How can this be? Shouldn't it be in the right place at the wrong time? If a guy gets hit by a stray bullet, he's in the right place, where his day's activities have taken him, at the wrong time, when a bullet is passing by. If it were the wrong place, the bullet wouldn't have been there. Here's another. In the right place at the right time. That's also questionable. Let's say a guy wins a prize for being a bank's millionth customer. All you really have to say is he was in the right place. After all, it had to be the right time. That's the only time they were giving away the prize. If it hadn't been the right time, it wouldn't have been the right place. 20 minutes later, the bank wouldn't be the right place anymore. You never know. Not true. Sometimes you know. You don't have to be a rocket scientist implies that rocket scientists are somehow smart. Well, how smart can they be? They build machines that travel thousands of miles to drop fire and radiation on people. That doesn't sound smart to me. The oldest trick in the book. Sometimes in the movies, when the bad guy is holding a gun on the good guy says, "It won't work, Scarfelli. My men are right behind you with their guns drawn." And the bad guy says, "You can't fool me, Murdoch. That's the oldest trick in the book." Well, exactly what book are these guys talking about? Have you ever seen a book with a bunch of tricks in it? Magic tricks, maybe, but I don't think the thing with the guns would be in there, do you? A prostitute might have a book of tricks, but once again, probably no mention of the two guys with the guns. And anyway, even if there really were a book with a lot of tricks in it, how would you know which trick was the oldest? They were all printed at the same time. You'd have to say, "You can't fool me, Murdoch. That's the trick that appears earliest in the book." But I guess that's not good movie dialogue, is it? When they say someone is not going to win any popularity contests, what popularity contests are they talking about? I've never heard of these contests. Where do they have them? And who wins? Whoever is winning these popularity contests can't be all that popular. You never hear about them. You could hear a pin drop. Well, you can't hear a pin drop. Not even a bowling pin. When a pin is dropping, it's just floating through the air. There's very little noise. You might be able to hear a pin land, but certainly not drop. Here are some more of my favorite redundant expressions. Total abstinence. Subject matter. Honest truth. Join together. General public. Harbinger of things to come. New initiative. Audible gasp. Advance warning. Execution-style killing. Future plans. Gather together. Jewish synagogue. Lag behind. Manual dexterity. Occasional irregularity. Outer rim. Plan ahead. Basic fundamentals. First time ever. Personal friend, and shrug one's shoulders. I call this Peace on You. I'm not disturbed by war. To me, it's more like entertainment. War may be a lot of things, but it's never a bad show. It's the original greatest show on earth. Otherwise, why would they call it a theater of war? I love it. And as far as I'm concerned, the show must go on. But I realize there are some people who really worry about this kind of thing, and so, as a good citizen, I offer 2 ideas for peace. It's the least I can do. Many people work on war plans. Not too many work on peace plans. They even have a war college at Fort McNair, Washington. They call it the National Defense University, but it's a war college. They don't have a peace college. And they have war plans for every contingency, no matter how remote. If Easter Island gives us some crap tomorrow, we have a plan and a computer that tells us exactly how to thoroughly bomb the shit out of Easter Island. You name the country, we've got the plan. Chad, Myanmar, Upper Volta, Burkina Faso, Liechtenstein. Just give us some crap, and we'll come there and bomb the shit out of you, 'cause we've got a plan. Well, so do I. 2 of them. George's plans for peace. My first plan is worldwide, year-round, non-stop folk dancing. In short, everyone in the world would be required to dance all the time. It leaves very little time for fighting, and what combat does occur is inefficient because the combatants are constantly in motion. When it was suggested that this plan might be impractical, I offered an alternative, wherein only half the people would be dancing at any given time. The problem with this was the distinct possibility that while half the people were dancing, the other half would be robbing their homes. So now I've stripped it down to a symbolic plan. 24-hour, non-stop, worldwide folk dancing once a year. Each year, on a designated day, everyone in the world would stop what they were doing and dance for 24 hours, non-stop. Any kind of dancing you want. Square dance, minuet, grind, Peabody, cakewalk, mazurka, samba, mashed potato, doesn't matter. Just get out there and dance. Even hospital patients, shut-ins, cripples, and people on life support. If you're too sick to dance, you just die. While the doctors and nurses keep dancing. Wouldn't this be a good way to weed out the weaker people? Dance or die. Natural selection with a beat. One good result, of course, would be that during the actual dancing, no fighting could take place. But the plan would also tend to reduce violence during the remainder of the year, because for 6 months following the dance, everyone would be talking about how much fun they had had, and for the 6 months after that, they would all be busy planning what to wear to next year's dance. Another plan I have is world peace through formal introductions. The idea is that everyone in the world would be required to meet everyone else in the world formally at least once. You'd have to look the person in the eye, shake hands, repeat their name, and try to remember one outstanding physical characteristic. My theory is if you knew everyone in the world personally, you'd be less inclined to fight them in a war. Who? The Malaysians? Are you kidding? I know those people. The biggest problem with compulsory worldwide formal introductions would be logistics. How would it work? Would you line up everyone in the world single file and have one person at a time move down the line, meeting all the others? And then when they finish, they get on the end of the line and the next person starts? Or would you divide everyone into 2 long lines and have them move past each other laterally? That seems inefficient because for at least part of the time, each line would have a large number of people with nothing to do. And also, once you finish the first pass, everyone would still have to meet the people in their own line. Either way, it would take a long time. In fact, children would be born during the introductions, and then you'd have to meet them too. And it's probably important to remember that because of their longer names, some nationalities would move through the lines more slowly than others. Russians, for example. Russian names tend to be long. If you've ever bought an ID bracelet for a Russian person, you know what I mean. The engraving alone can run you over $200. I'm afraid the Russians would move through the line very slowly. Vladimir Denisovich Zhirinovsky, this is Yevgeny Vasily Arbatov. Yevgeny Vasily Arbatov, meet Vladimir Denisovich Zhirinovsky. Major delay. On the other hand, the Chinese tend to have short names. Qinlu, Wuhan, Wuhan, Qinlu. Bing! See you later, moving right along, which is why there are so many Chinese people. Less time saying hello, more time to fuck. Peace on you, but only if you really deserve it. I call this watch your mouth. It has to do with the way people speak. I'm easily annoyed by people's speech habits, and I regard certain words and phrases as warnings to break off contact immediately. In the interest of maintaining good mental health, I try to avoid the following people. Those who can't resist saying, God forbid, every time they mention the possibility of an accident or death, even though they don't believe in God. People who say God rest his soul following the mention of a dead person, even if they hated the person and don't believe in God. These are the same ones who say knock wood and really mean it. Sometimes they'll even glance around half-heartedly for something to knock on before giving up and just standing there like the morons they are. And speaking of morons, can't we somehow prevent adults from using words like tushy, boo-boo, and no-no when speaking to grown-ups? Why don't we just send these people to their rooms without supper? Tell them there's not going to be any yummy in their tummy. And while we're at it, let's include all those colorful risk-takers who actually use heck and darn for emphasis. What the fuck is this, 1850? I also think we'd be better off if we could eliminate anyone who has a can-do attitude, or is referred to as take charge, all business, or no nonsense. Have these people sedated. And let's include the ones who describe themselves as goal-oriented. Please, leave me alone. And then there's those people who tell you, I'm a people person. I'm a people person. Oh yeah? Me too. Fuck people. And what about these guys who have no job and they say to you, are they keeping you busy? I happen to resent even the assumption that there are people who have the authority to keep me busy. Least of all do I appreciate it from some guy who doesn't seem to have a whole lot to do himself. And let's punish every homely man who ever thought it was clever to say, I'm not just another pretty face. And I think it's time to start slapping around these people who can't tell a simple story without repeatedly saying, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Here I am trying to listen to the guy, and he's a person who is constantly checking on how he's doing. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? No. The question is not, do I know what you're saying? The question is, do you know what you're saying? You follow me on that? I'm also getting tired of arguably. It's weak. It tries to have things both ways. Take a stand. And here are some jock, sports fan adjectives that ought to be outlawed. Listening to a sports call-in radio station for about an hour, you will be amazed at the number of times you hear the following words. Incredible, unbelievable, tremendous, outstanding, big, huge, it was huge, dude, large, major, key. Do these guys sound like maybe someone's penis size is on their minds? I can also do without people who tell me that something, anything, is either the name of the game or what it's all about. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. Hey, that's the name of the game. How it is, huh? Well, fuck you. And let's lose these guys who think it's cute to say ouch when someone delivers a small put-down. There's another strain of speaker that I try to avoid, the pretentious and arrogant person. People who refer to themselves as yours truly. What kind of grandiose crap is this? Some of them even speak of themselves in the third person. Athletes and entertainers are big on this demented shit. I'm going to do what's right for Leon Spinks. I think people like this are mentally ill, and you can include those very special people who use the royal we. I also instantly dismiss anyone who tells me that some other person has class, is classy, or is a class act. The last of these being the most arrogant. What these speakers are telling you is that since they are among the few people who recognize class, it is their obligation to point it out to sorry-ass folks like you. If you manage to listen to them just a little longer, you'll find that they're completely full of shit. And this is the same type of person who uses the word tasty when referring to music. The previous reference to class is of the same order of arrogance as the phrases not too shabby, he's no dummy, I give him high marks, he's got his head on straight, and he really showed me something. All of these phrases reek of presumed superiority. And just when I thought all those precious twerps were about to stop saying not to worry, and by the by, along came what say you, and at the end of the day, to deepen my suffering. At the end of the day is probably the most pretentious expression to come along since the moi chow crowd descended on us. And just a tad has a phony ring to it. So does just a skosh. Speak English. And be on the alert for anyone who tells you that something they did was life-affirming. Oh, some celebrity said he quit doing his TV show because it stopped being life-affirming. Hey, Skeezix, when you finish affirming your life, get over here and give my dick a couple of jerks. And can't we figure out something evil to do to these people who call themselves survivors? Such self-regard. I'm a survivor. Good. We'll be sure to tell everyone at your funeral that you're a fucking survivor. And this one is almost too easy. Guys who can't leave a room without saying, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You know what I say to them? Good. Stay the fuck out of here. There are also certain reckless people in this country who are abusing ongoing and early on. Leave these terms alone, please. They mark you as a counterfeit. Early on has faux poetic aspirations, and ongoing has only a very narrow area where it is distinctly appropriate. And some of these ongoing felons are the same ones who have vandalized the phrase, even as we speak. First they shortened it to, as we speak. Then they started using it every 4 minutes or so. Even as I write this, my pissed-offedness is ongoing. And fuck all the asshole people who say, God bless, and then don't bother to complete the sentence. Who are they? I haven't the slightest. But if I were God, I would not honor such a request. Anyway, enjoy. You know, some people talk about reincarnation, and I suppose it would be nice if reincarnation were a reality, but I have problems with the mathematics. At some point, originally, there must have been a time when there were only 2 human beings, don't you think? And they both died, and presumably their souls were reincarnated into 2 other bodies. But that still leaves us with only 2 souls. We now have nearly 6 billion people on the planet. Where are all the extra souls coming from? Is someone printing up souls? Wouldn't that tend to lower their value? I want to tell you a little about myself. I'm 63, that's 17 Celsius, but I've never told you much about my childhood. And listen, I was unusual even before I was born. During pregnancy, my mother carried me very low. In fact, for the last 6 weeks, my feet were sticking out. She was the only woman in the neighborhood who had maternity shoes, but she told me I was a big help when it came to climbing stairs. And I was a healthy baby, except I have one ear that's a little folded and bent. The doctor said it happened because apparently at the precise moment I was being conceived, my mother and father fell off the hood of the car. My parents chose what at that time was the very latest method of childbirth. You've heard of Lamaze? This was La Paz. The mother receives powerful narcotics, the father is sent to Bolivia, and the nurse does all the screaming. Soon as I was born, I noticed babies have it pretty easy. Wake up, cry, piss, roll over, drool, suck, eat, gag, belch, puke, giggle, crap, crawl, stand, fall, cry, scream, bleed, coo, sleep, and dream. I went through the usual stages: imp, rascal, scallywag, whippersnapper. And, of course, after that, it's just a small step to full-blown sociopath. I'm probably the only child who went directly from shenanigans to crimes against nature. I was always a little different. Most kids had a dog named Spot. You know what I called my dog? Stain. Different. Instead of my thumb, I sucked my ring finger. And I had a strange ambition. I just wanted to live longer than Jesus. My mother said it was because I was sensitive. So she washed me in woolite. And I was a hip kid. Oh, when I saw Bambi, it was the midnight show. My cap gun had a silencer. My lemonade stand had dance hostesses. And one night at dinner, when I was about 10, I leaned over to my father and I said, "Hey, man, when am I going to load up on some of that breast milk again?" Still, I was practical. When one of my playmates died in an accident, I asked his mother if I could have his toys. As a boy, I was negatively affected by 2 things. First of all, I grew up on the side of a very steep hill, and I think that can throw you off a little. And here's another thing. When you look at a map lying on a table, north is usually the direction pointing away from you. But my front door faced south, so as you can see, as soon as I left my house, everything was backwards. Things like that have an effect. There's one other thing I should mention. You know how when you're real little, your dad throws you up in the air and catches you? Well, one day my dad threw me up in the air, and I went so high I could see the curvature of the earth. I believe I even caught a glimpse of Sri Lanka. At the time, of course, it was still called Ceylon. Anyway, after he threw me up in the air, he didn't wait around. He walked away. They said after that I was never really the same. They would whisper, "The boy's no longer playing with a full bag of jacks." What happened was I became a loner. I just wanted to be by myself. I had an imaginary friend, but I didn't bother with him. Fuck him. Let him get his own friends. I got no time for people like that. When you're a loner, of course, you have to make up your own games. Tag is difficult. I used to play cop, and instead of hide and seek, I would play a pathetic little game called hide. One time I remained hidden for over a month before I realized that no one was looking for me. It was sad, really, but there are compensations. To this day, I remain unchallenged at musical chair. My mother would say, "Why are you always playing alone?" And I would say, "I'm not playing, Ma, I'm fucking serious." They first noticed I was strange when I insisted on listening to the circus on the radio. I guess I was a bad boy. Besides shitting in my pants, I would also shit in other people's pants. Eventually, she sent me to a child psychologist. It was all the vogue at the time. So I went, and I honestly believe he was crazier than I was. I should have stabbed him many times in the eyes with a railroad spike while I still had the chance. I consider it a lost opportunity. One problem was that my mother was very strict, and on top of that she was a physically imposing woman. Thinking back, the person she most reminds me of is Charles Kuralt. I didn't really like her, you know. I remember staring at the orphanage and feeling envy. Of course, it wasn't all bad. Have some pleasant memories, too. Every Sunday after church, my mother and I would buy the Sunday papers and walk home together, and then she'd get drunk and try to make pancakes. In a way, I take all the blame, though. I was hard to handle, and it wasn't easy on her. As I said, I'm 63 now, and she still isn't over postpartum depression. Yet she's a typical mom. She still thinks I'm going to be tall. And you know something? Her wish is coming true, because she's getting smaller. Soon I will be, too. I guess the thing I miss most about childhood is riding piggyback. And here's something I don't tell too many people. I still like to ride piggyback occasionally. I really do. And I don't mean across the room. I'm talking about long trips. I went to Florida last winter. Piggyback. Fortunately, I have very indulgent friends, and I pay top dollar. Why are there no recreational drugs taken in suppository form? A tree. First you chop it down, then you chop it up. If a painting can be forged well enough to fool experts, why is the original so valuable? Why does it always take longer to go somewhere than it does to come back? If you can't beat them, arrange to have them beaten. No one ever mentions when the swallows leave Capistrano. What, do they just die there? And how do we know it's the same swallows every year? The swallows know that on March 19th, the tourists come back to Capistrano. We have mileage, yardage, and footage. Why don't we have inchage? They say, let's stop underage drinking before it starts. Please explain that to me. Sounds tricky. The news story said someone had overcome a fatal disease. Wow. I put $1 in one of those change machines. Nothing changed. Now that the year 2000 is here, I hope the crime of the century happens real soon, so I get to read about it. They say if you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. Well, shit, those are precisely the people who need them. I once found a throw rug in a catch basin. One of the best expressions in the English language is, "Who says so?" I guarantee if you keep saying, "Who says so?" long enough, sooner or later someone will take you into custody. Beethoven was so hard of hearing he thought he was a painter. I went to the Missing Persons Bureau. No one was there. Meow means woof in cat. When primitive people practice the rain dance, does it rain at the end of the practice? And if it doesn't, how do they know they did the dance correctly? If you live to be 100, your lucky number goes up by 1. Amy Vanderbilt, the foremost authority on etiquette, committed suicide and apparently didn't have the courtesy to leave a note. They keep saying you can't compare apples and oranges. I can. An apple is red and distinctly non-spherical. An orange is orange and nearly spherical. So what's the big problem? After a flood, where do all the rowboats go? When Popeye blows through his pipe, why doesn't he get sprayed with burning ash? George Washington's brother was the uncle of our country. If you fall asleep on the couch in a house where a woman is present, there will be a blanket or a coat covering you when you awaken. When blowing out your birthday candles, suppose you wish for one candle to stay lit. Is it possible for your wish to come true? The day after tomorrow is the third day of the rest of your life. Why must hailstones always be the size of something else? And if it must be that way, why don't they have hailstones the size of testicles? I often think how different the world would have been if Hitler had not been turned down when he applied to art school. So far, the Ku Klux Klan has not produced any really great composers. You know, when you look at some of Picasso's paintings, it makes you wonder what kind of woman he visualized when he masturbated. You know, we use the sun to make electricity, and then we use the electricity to operate sun lamps and tanning machines. Prefix has no suffix, but suffix has a prefix. If a really stupid person becomes senile, how can you tell? I read somewhere that in the last census, 1.6% of the people were not counted. How can they know that? What exactly is viewer discretion? If viewers had discretion, most television shows would not be on the air. Remember, inside every silver lining, there's a dark cloud. Dogs lead a nice life. You never see a dog with a wristwatch. What exactly is mid-air? Is there some other part of air besides the mid part? I'd like to live in a country where the official motto was, "You never know." It would help me relax. The reason they call it the American dream is because you have to be asleep to believe it. It goes without saying that I'm not the only person who has noticed this, but I never got to spell it out my way before. Comedy's nature has two sides. Everybody wants a good time and a couple of laughs, and of course the comic wants to be known as a real funny guy. But the language of comedy is fairly grim and violent. It's filled with punchlines and gags and slapstick. After all, what does a comic worry most about? Dying. He doesn't want to die. Geez, I was dying. It was like death out there, like a morgue. I really bombed. Comics don't want to die, and they don't want to bomb. They want to go over with a bang and be a real smash. And if everything works out, they're successful and they make you laugh, they can say, "I killed them. I slaughtered those people. I knocked them dead." And what phrases do we use when we talk about the comic? He's a riot, a real scream, a rib-splitting knee-slapper. My sides hurt, my cheeks ache. He broke me up, cracked me up, slayed me, fractured me. He had me in stitches. I busted a gut. I get a real kick out of that guy. Laugh? I thought I'd die. I had an interesting morning. I got into an argument with my Rice Krispies. I distinctly heard snap, crackle, fuck you. I'm not sure which one of them said it. I was reaching for the artificial sweetener at the time and not looking directly into the bowl. But I heard it, and I said, "Well, you can all just sit right there in the milk as far as I'm concerned until I find out which one of you said that." Mass punishment. The idea is to turn them against one another. Silly me. Big punishment. That's what Rice Krispies do. Sit in the milk. That's their job. You've seen them. Delicate beige blisters of air floating proudly in the milk. And you can't sink them. They refuse to sink. The Navy ought to use Rice Krispies and life preservers. That's where they're really needed. And do you know how Rice Krispies manage to float for such a long time? By clinging to one another. They buddy up. They gather in little groups of 8, 10, or sometimes 12, but if you've noticed, it's always an even number. That's because the electromagnetic polarity of the Krispies attracts them to one another. It binds them into pairs like subatomic particles. They form little colonies, and you can't sink them, not even with a spoon. They just come bobbing up over the sides of the spoon, laughing at you and reveling in their buoyancy. Hard to sink. That's what the fruit is for. Not for added taste, not for nutrition, it's for sinking the Rice Krispies. Believe me, a good-sized peach hurled at the bowl full force from a stepladder can take down 80 or 90 of the little buggers in one glorious splash. And I have absolutely no mercy. If I'm really pissed off, I'll climb up to the upstairs balcony and drop a watermelon on them. That'll teach them to sass me at breakfast. Most people understand that cats are completely different from dogs, and generally they like them for different reasons. One quality people like in cats is their independence. They appreciate a pet who can take care of himself. I never have to do a thing. He cleans his room, makes his own clothing, and drives himself to work. Unlike dogs who are needy and dependent, and who like you merely because you know where the food is located, cats don't get all hung up on fake affection. They don't go nuts and slobber all over you when you come home the way a dog does. They parcel out a certain limited amount of physical affection from time to time, but it probably has more to do with static electricity than anything else. Cats have another quality I find admirable: blamelessness. When a cat makes a mistake, he doesn't accept responsibility or show embarrassment. If he does something really stupid, like jumping up onto a table and landing in 4 separate coffee cups, somehow he passes the whole thing off as routine. Dogs aren't like that. If a dog knocks over a lamp, you can tell who did it by looking at the dog. He acts guilty and ashamed. Not the cat. When a cat breaks something, he simply moves along to the next activity. What's that? The lamp? Not me. Fuck that. I'm a cat. Something broken? Ask the dog. A cat can make any mistake appear intentional. You ever seen a cat race across a room and crash into a glass door? Doesn't faze him at all. Whoosh! Bam! I meant that. I actually meant that. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Then he limps behind the couch holding his head. Oh, Jesus. Fucking meow. Goddamn fucking meow. Your cat is much too proud to let you see him suffer. But if you look behind the couch, you'll see him recuperating from a domestic mishap. I tried to jump from the sofa to the window. Didn't make it. Tore a ligament. Got milk? Cats are very tactile. They love to rub against your leg. If you own a cat and you have a leg, you got a happy cat. Oh boy, I'm rubbing against his leg. How I love his leg. If you have 2 legs, you got yourself a party. Oh boy, 2 legs. Now I can do the figure 8. They love to do the figure 8. Around one leg, in between, and then around the other. Oh boy, I'm doing the figure 8. He'll rub against your legs even if you're not there yet. You might be 20 feet down the hall. As soon as he sees you coming, he starts walking sideways. He doesn't want to miss a shot at your legs. Oh boy, here he comes. Soon I'll be doing the figure 8. Cats are so tactile, you don't even have to do the petting. All you need is to put your hand somewhere near him, and he'll lean into you and do all the work. They love to push back. Then there's the ass trick. Did you ever stroke a cat who's lying absolutely flat, and before you've run your hand halfway down his back, his ass is sticking way up in the air, as if you pressed an ass button or something? Isn't he a cute little... Oh, holy shit, how did you do that? Or sometimes if he's on the bed with you, he'll climb onto your chest and stick his ass right in your face. Hey, here's my ass. Check my ass, Daddy. Get a nice clean look at my ass. And then while he's showing you his ass, he starts that kneading thing with his paws, like he's playing the piano. God, I hate that. Get him off of me. Jesus, I hate that. I don't even know what it is, and I hate that. It's as if he got a hold of some bad drugs or something. What is that? It's an instinctive nursing behavior, honey. He misses his mommy. You always say that. You said that about the mailman. The story is that if you're condemned to death, they have to give you one last meal of your choice. Now, what is that all about, anyway? I mean, a group of people plans to kill you, so they want you to eat something you like? Is it a joke? Do they think the food part will take your mind off the dying part? Or do they just prefer to kill you when you're coming off a peak experience and you're full of positive energy? I'm not sure what kind of sick game is going on, but what the hell, you might as well play along. Have a little fun. Order a Happy Meal. Tell them you want to go to Hooters and eat on the patio. Inform them you've converted to a religion that embraces cannibalism and you'd like to eat a baby with a small salad. I just think there's some great potential here for fun and mischief. In fact, I'm thinking that if you worked it just right, you might even squeeze a little extra time out of them. Time to file a couple of hundred more frivolous appeals. Because as I understand it, they have to give you any meal you ask for. Not including elephant, of course. You can't expect them to start in a whole new elephant just for one meal. But short of that, they have to give you pretty much what you want. It's part of the humanity involved. Let's kill this fuck, but let's be civil. So I say have a little fun. Buy some time. When they ask you what you want, tell them you can't decide. That's all there is to it. You can't decide. Gee, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want steak or lobster. I mean, I really love them both. Haven't had lobster in quite a while, but on the other hand, I really love chicken. It's my good luck food. And they're both rich in protein. I just can't figure it out. What can they do? Can they kill you under those circumstances? Can they go ahead and kill you if you honestly don't know what you want for dinner? Tell them you're willing to take a lie detector test and truth serum, but you honestly can't decide. Can they kill you? Huh? Can they drag you down the last mile screaming, "Surf! Turf! I'm on the horns of a dilemma"? I think they'd have to give you a little more time. Imagine if you kept it up for 6 months. Think of the headlines. Condemned man still alive, can't decide, leans toward lobster. 3 years go by, 5, 7, and then finally one morning you wake up and it's clear as a bell. All right, I've decided, and I don't know why I didn't think of this a long time ago. I'm going to have the lamb chops. All right, lamb chops it is. And how did you want them cooked? Geez, I hadn't thought of that. Let me see. How do I want them cooked? Listen, guys, can I get back to you on that? Hungry man executed, dragged down last mile, screaming, "Medium!" Ah, to be a bird. To fly the skies, sing your song, and best of all, occasionally peck someone's eyes out. When he got loaded, the human cannonball knew there were not many men of his caliber. I don't like porno movies. They piss me off. First they show a great-looking naked woman who starts playing with herself, and while I'm watching, she sort of becomes my girlfriend. And then suddenly, in walks a guy with a big dick, and he starts fucking my girlfriend. Pisses me off. Most people with low self-esteem have earned it. Haven't we gone far enough with this colored ribbons for different causes? Every cause has its own color. Red for AIDS, blue for child abuse, pink for breast cancer. I got a brown one. Know what it means? Eat shit, motherfucker. I enjoy young people because they're really fucked up and they don't know what they're doing. I like that. I support all fucked up people, regardless of age. In that book, Tuesdays with Maury Schwartz had Lou Gehrig's disease. But what isn't generally known is that because of a mix-up at the hospital, Lou Gehrig had Hodgkin's disease. Hodgkin had Parkinson's disease, and Parkinson had Alzheimer's disease. Unfortunately, Alzheimer couldn't remember whose disease he had. He thinks it might have been Wally Pipp. Whenever you see more than 2 men sitting in a parked car after dark, you can be sure drugs are involved. When I die, I don't want to be buried, but I don't want to be cremated either. I want to be blown up. Put me on a pile of explosives and blow me up. Or throw my body from a helicopter. That would be fun. One stipulation, wherever I land, you have to leave me there. Even if it's on the mayor's lawn. Just let me lie there. But keep the dogs away. Isn't it nice that once your parents are dead, they can't come back and start fucking with you again? The trouble with a sitcom is that every week it's the same group of irritating assholes. People who say they don't care what people think are usually desperate to have people think they don't care what people think. You know what would be great? To be in a coma. You're still alive, but you have no responsibilities. He owes me $6,000. He's in a coma. Oh, okay. Never mind. If I had my choice of how to die, I'd like to be sitting on the crosstown bus and just suddenly burst into flames. Have you noticed that fluorescent lights seem afraid to come on? When you turn on a fluorescent light, it flickers and hesitates, and it's sort of unsure of itself. Then after several seconds, it seems to gain confidence and light up at full strength. What's that all about? Couldn't these lamps be given some sort of counseling? The Christians are coming to get you, and they are not pleasant people. I recently bought a book of free verse for $12. If the police never find it, is it still a clue? You know an odd feeling? Sitting on the toilet eating a chocolate candy bar. You can't argue with a good blowjob. I've thought it over, and I've decided pus is okay. Every 60 seconds, 30 acres of rainforest are destroyed in order to raise beef for fast food restaurants that sell it to people, giving them strokes and heart attacks, which raise the medical costs and insurance rates, providing insurance companies with more money to invest in large corporations that branch out further into the third world so they can destroy more rainforests. When I was a kid, if a guy got killed in a Western movie, I always wondered who got his horse. Advertising lullaby. Quality, value, style, service, selection, convenience, economy, savings, performance, experience, hospitality, low rates, friendly service, name brands, easy terms, affordable prices, money-back guarantee. Free installation, free admission, free appraisal, free alterations, free delivery, free estimates, free home trial, and free parking. No cash, no problem, no kidding, no fuss, no muss, no risk, no obligation, no red tape, no down payment, no entry fee, no hidden charges, no purchase necessary. No one will call on you, no payments or interest till September. Limited time only, though, so act now, order today, send no money, offer good while supplies last. 2 to a customer, each item sold separately, batteries not included, mileage may vary, all sales are final, allow 6 weeks for delivery, some items not available, some assembly required, some restrictions may apply. So come on in for a free demonstration and a free consultation with our friendly professional staff. Our experienced and knowledgeable sales representatives will help you make a selection that's just right for you and just right for your budget. And say, don't forget to pick up your free gift, a classic deluxe custom designer luxury prestige high-quality premium select gourmet pocket pencil sharpener. Yours for the asking, no purchase necessary. It's our way of saying thank you. And if you act now, we'll include an extra added free complimentary bonus gift at no cost to you. A classic deluxe custom designer luxury prestige high-quality premium select gourmet combination key ring, magnifying glass, and garden hose in a genuine imitation leather-style carrying case with authentic vinyl trim. Yours for the asking, no purchase necessary. It's our way of saying thank you. Actually, it's our way of saying, bend over just a little bit farther so we can stick this big advertising dick up your ass a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper, you miserable, no-good, dumbass fucking consumer. Here's something we all have in common: flying on big airplanes and listening to the announcements, and trying to pretend the language they're using is English. Doesn't always sound like it to me. It starts at the gate. We'd like to begin the boarding process. Extra word, process, not necessary. Boarding is sufficient. We'd like to begin the boarding. Simple, tells the story. People add extra words when they want things to sound more important than they really are. Boarding process sounds important. It's not. It's just a group of people getting on an airplane. But to begin their boarding process, the airline announces they will pre-board certain passengers. And I wonder, how can that be? How can people board before they board? This I gotta see. But before anything interesting can happen, I'm told to get on the plane. Sir, you can get on the plane now. And I think for a moment, on the plane. No, my friends, not me. I'm not getting on the plane. I'm getting in the plane. Let Evel Knievel get on the plane. I'll be sitting inside in one of those little chairs. It seems less windy in there. Then they mention that it's a non-stop flight. Well, I must say I don't care for that sort of thing. Call me old-fashioned, but I insist that my flight stop, preferably at an airport. Somehow those sudden cornfield stops interfere with the flow of my day. And just about at this point, they tell me the flight has been delayed because of a change of equipment. And deep down I'm thinking, broken plane. And speaking of potential mishaps, here's a phrase that apparently the airlines simply made up. Near miss. They say that if two planes almost collide, it's a near miss. Bullshit, my friend. It's a near hit. A collision is a near miss. Look, they nearly missed. Yes, but not quite. Back to the flight. As part of all the continuing folderol, I'm asked to put my seat back forward. Well, unfortunately for the others in the cabin, I don't bend that way. If I could put my seat back forward, I'd be in porno movies. There's also a mention of carry-on luggage. First time I heard this term, I thought they said carry-on, and they were going to bring a dead deer on board. And I wondered, well, what the hell would they want with that? Don't they have those little TV dinners anymore? And then I thought, carry on, of course, people are going to be carrying on. It's a party. Well, I don't much care for that. Personally, I prefer a serious attitude on the plane. Especially on the flight deck, which is the latest euphemism for cockpit. Can't imagine why they'd want to avoid a colorful word like cockpit, can you? Especially with all those lovely stewardesses going in and out of it all the time. By the way, there's a word that's changed, stewardess. First it was hostess, then stewardess. Now it's flight attendant. You know what I call her? The lady on the plane. These days, sometimes it's a man on the plane. That's good. Equality. I'm all in favor of that. The flight attendants are also sometimes referred to as uniformed crew members. Oh, good. Uniformed. As opposed to this guy next to me in the Grateful Dead t-shirt and the fuck you hat, who's currently working on his 9th little bottle of Kahlua. As soon as they close the door to the aircraft, they begin the safety lecture. I love the safety lecture. It's my favorite part of the flight. I listen very carefully, especially to the part where they teach us how to use the seatbelt. Imagine that. A plane full of grown humans, many of them partially educated, and someone is actually taking the time to describe the intricate workings of a belt buckle. Place the small metal flap into the buckle. Well, at that point I raise my hand and ask for clarification. Over here, please. Over here. Yes. Thank you very much. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say place the small metal flap into the buckle, or did you say place the buckle over and around the small metal flap? I'm a simple man. I do not possess an engineering degree, nor am I mechanically inclined. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. Please continue with your wonderful safety lecture. Seatbelt. High-tech shit. The lecture continues. The next thing they advise me to do is to locate my nearest emergency exit. Well, I do this immediately. I locate my nearest emergency exit, and I plan my escape route. You have to plan your escape route. It's not always a straight line, is it? No. Sometimes there's a really big fat fuck sitting right in front of you. Well, I know I'll never be able to climb over him, so I look around for women and children, midgets and dwarfs, cripples, elderly widows, paralyzed veterans, and people with broken legs. Anyone who looks like they don't move too well. The emotionally disturbed come in very handy at a time like this. It's true I may have to go out of my way to find some of these people, but I'll get out of the plane a whole lot quicker, believe you me. My strategy is clear. I'll go around the fat fuck, step on the widow's head, push those children aside, knock down the paralyzed midget, and escape from the plane, in order, of course, to assist the other passengers who are still trapped inside the burning wreckage. After all, I can be of no help to anyone if I'm lying in the aisle unconscious with some big cocksucker standing on my neck. I must get out of the plane, make my way to a nearby farmhouse, have a Dr. Pepper, and call the police. The safety lecture continues. In the unlikely event... This is a very suspect phrase, especially coming as it does from an industry that is willing to lie about arrival and departure times. In the unlikely event of a sudden change in cabin pressure, roof flies off. An oxygen mask will drop down in front of you. Place the mask over your face and breathe normally. Well, no problem there. I always breathe normally when I'm in an uncontrolled 600-mile-an-hour vertical dive. I also shit normally, directly into my pants. Then they tell me to adjust my oxygen mask before helping my child with his. Well, that's one thing I didn't need to be told. In fact, I'm probably going to be too busy screaming to help my child at all. This will be a good time for him to learn self-reliance. If he can surf the fucking internet, he can goddamn jolly well learn to adjust an oxygen mask. It's a fairly simple thing, just a little elastic band in the back. Not nearly as complicated as, say, a seat belt. The safety lecture continues. In the unlikely event of a water landing... A water landing? Am I mistaken, or does this sound somewhat similar to crashing into the ocean? Your seat cushion can be used as a flotation device. Well, imagine that. My seat cushion, just what I need, to float around the North Atlantic for several days, clinging to a pillow full of beer farts. The announcements suddenly cease. We're about to take off. Time for me to drift off to sleep, so the captain can later awaken me repeatedly with the many valuable sightseeing announcements he will be making along the way. I'm always amazed at the broad knowledge these men have of the United States, and some of them apparently have really good eyesight. A few folks seated on the left side of the plane, that's old Ben Hubbard's place down there. And what do you know, there's Ben coming out onto his porch right now. What's he doing? By God, he's picking his nose. Wow, look at that one. That is one prize booger. And look, he's throwing it into a bush. Ain't that just like old Ben? Over on the right... Suddenly I'm awake. The flight is almost over, and somehow along the way the captain has become politicized. His latest offering. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just begun our gradual descent into the Los Angeles area, similar in many ways to the gradual descent of this once great nation from a proud paragon of God-fearing virtue to a third-rate power awash in violence, sexual excess, and personal greed. I drift off again and awaken just as the end-of-flight announcements are being made. The captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Here we go again. Who gives a shit who turned on the sign? What does that have to do with anything? It's on, isn't it? And by the way, isn't it about time we found out who made this man a captain? Did I sleep through some sort of armed forces swearing-in ceremony? Captain my ass. The man is a fucking pilot, and he should be happy with that. If those sightseeing announcements are any mark of his intelligence, the man's lucky to be working at all. Having endured enough nonsense from this so-called captain, I finally raise my voice. Tell the captain Air Marshal Carlin says he should go fuck himself. The next sentence I hear is filled with language that pisses me off. Before leaving the aircraft, please check around your immediate seating area for any personal belongings you might have brought on board. Well, let's start with immediate seating area. Seat. It's a goddamn seat. For any personal belongings. Well, what other kinds of belongings do they think I have? Public belongings? Do they honestly think I brought along a fountain I stole from the park? You might have brought on board. Well, I might have brought my Shoshone arrowhead collection. I didn't, so I'm not going to look for it. Then they say we'll be landing shortly. Doesn't that sound like we're going to miss the runway? Final approach is not too promising either. Final is not a good word to be using on an airplane. Sometimes the pilot will speak up and say, "We'll be on the ground in 15 minutes. Well, that seems a little vague. On the ground could mean any number of things. Most of them not very good. By this time we're taxiing in and the flight attendant is saying, "Welcome to Los Angeles International Airport." Well, how can someone who is just arriving herself possibly welcome me to a place she hasn't gotten to yet? Doesn't this violate some law of physics? We've been on the ground barely 4 seconds, and she's coming on like the mayor's wife. We're the local time. Well, of course it's the local time. What did they think I was expecting, the time in Norway? Enjoy your stay in Los Angeles, or wherever your final destination might be. Someone should really tell these airline people that all destinations are final. That's what destination means. Destiny. It's final. Think of it this way. If you haven't gotten where you're going, you probably aren't there yet. The captain has asked. More shit from the bogus captain. You know, for someone who's supposed to be flying an airplane, he's taking a mighty big interest in what I'm doing back here. That you remain seated until he has brought the aircraft to a complete stop. A complete stop. Not a partial stop. No, because during a partial stop, I partially get up, partially get my bags, and partially leave the plane. Please continue to observe the no smoking sign until well inside the terminal. Folks, I've tried this. Let me tell you, it is physically impossible to observe the no smoking sign even from just outside the airplane, much less from well inside the terminal. In fact, you can't even see the airplanes from well inside the terminal. Which brings us to terminal, another unfortunate word to be using in association with air travel, and they use it all over the airport. Somehow I can't get hungry at a place called the Terminal Restaurant. Then again, if you've ever eaten there, you know the name is quite appropriate. When you make a sandwich at home, do you reach down past the first few slices of bread to get the really good bread? It's sort of a survival thing. Let my family eat the rotten bread. I'll take care of numero uno. And sometimes the issue isn't the freshness, but it's the size of the slice you're after. Everyone knows the wider slices are somewhere down near the middle. So down you go, past about 6 inferior slices to reach the ones you want. And then as you pull them up, you have to be careful they don't tear. And then just before you get them out, the top 6 slices shift position and fall perpendicular to the rest of the loaf. I leave 'em that way. Let the family think a burglar made a sandwich. Cars and driving. You want to go for a ride? Okay, let's go for a ride. Actually, you'll go for a ride. I'll go for a drive. The one who drives the car goes for a drive. The other person goes for a ride. Most folks aren't aware of that. Tell them when they're getting into your car. Say, you assholes are going for a ride. I'm going for a drive, 'cause I'm the one who's making the payments on this shit box. Now, for purposes of description, you'll have to picture my car, an old, poorly maintained, dangerous collection of faulty parts from that wonderful time before safety became such a big goddamn deal in this country. My car's like any other small car, real hard to get into. That's important, because after all, you gotta get into the car first. Otherwise, way I look at it, you ain't going nowhere. And let's not forget, with any kind of car, just opening the driver's door and getting in involves a certain amount of risk. Have you noticed that? The terrific way they designed cars so the driver's door opens right out into the middle of goddamn traffic? Jesus, about the only intelligent thing the British ever did was putting that driver's seat right over there near the curb where it belongs. Of course, then they went and moved the curb to the wrong side of the street. Anyway, like I said, no small car is easy to get into, but especially if you park the way I do. Illegally, 2 feet out from the curb on a busy high-speed thoroughfare right in the middle of rush hour. And that sort of car entry is even riskier if you got a 2-door and you're trying to stuff a couple of shopping bags full of groceries into the back seat while everyone else is zipping past you close enough to smell your breath. Holy shit, look out, here comes a drunken bus driver. Quick, abandon groceries. Stand up straight, squeeze against the car and pull that door as close to your body as you can, taking care, of course, not to cut off circulation to your feet. Holy shit, that was close. Good thing you went into emergency mode. And be honest, you didn't really need them groceries, did you? God damn, look at how flat that bus made everything. Imagine a flank steak with tread marks. And might that just possibly be potato juice on the ground? One more thing about car entry. My car has got one of them tricky kind of door handles, the kind that are recessed a little bit into the door itself. You know the ones I mean, where your fingers actually go in a little bit past the surface of the car till you grab a hold of the handle. Don't you like them? I do. That's why they don't make them anymore. They found out I like them. That's the way it is with everything. They find out I like it, they stop making it. Anyway, back to my car. I also got me one of them doors that when you open it, it swings all the way open. You know the kind I mean? All the way open, perpendicular to the car. I ain't got one of them fancy doors that hangs out there halfway and stays where you want it to. With my door, we got 2 things, open and shut. Pick one. And if I should be trying to do something really tricky, like get into the car, well, in a case like that, I gotta prop that door open with a broom handle, 'cause otherwise, sure as hell, soon as I'm halfway in, that door's gonna swing back hard as it can and sever my leg just below the knee. God, that shit hurts. Hurts for about 1.5 years, don't it? And them huge purple blotches, seems like they never go away. Now, I want to mention one additional problem I have when I'm getting into my car. Like I told you, it's kind of old and upkeep has been minimal, so there's another thing I got to deal with. A long time ago, my driver's seat got pushed way up forward on the runners, about as far as it can go, and apparently it ain't never coming back. You see, what happened was, years ago, about 30 or 40 of them little pop-top beer can rings got wedged into the seat tracks, and now they're all fused into one solid piece of metal, and that fucking seat ain't never gonna move again. Unless, of course, there's an atomic attack, in which case it probably ain't gonna budge more than an inch or two. So, because of all this unintentional seat redesign, when I get into full driving mode, I'm pretty much hanging out right behind the radiator. In fact, if I want to check my speedo, I gotta look straight down into my crotch. But hey, at least I'm in the car. But maybe you're not. Maybe I ought to mention one more common car re-entry problem. I know that some of you faint-hearted folks like to play it safe by parking right in the mall parking lot, and of course when you park the car, you do so in such a manner that leaves you full access to the door. But while you're in the mall charging all that worthless merchandise, some asshole parks right next to you, leaves about 6 inches between cars, and now you can't get your door open more than 3 or 4 degrees at best. So, in order to gain access, you gotta try to wedge yourself through a tiny little crack while balancing 6 gift-wrapped packages, all the time maintaining the integrity of a lit cigarette hanging off your lip. Besides which, your own particular lumbar spine is not the best one God ever put together, and everybody knows that even a proper back is not made for getting into a car under circumstances such as these. And by the way, as most men know, trying to squeeze into a car in that manner also creates a potential for serious ball injury from the steering wheel. Many's the family planning program that's gone out the window due to poor parking. Solution? Always park way down at the far end of the parking lot where the homeless people live. Your back and your balls will thank you, and the walk will do you good. Anyway, at this point I think we're all in the car, so now I'll just reach over here, and I'll just reach over here. Oh shit, goddamn door is still wide open. Well, maybe if I lean way out and stretch my arm as far as it'll go, maybe without actually getting up, I can actually reach out and... fuck it. It appears, folks, that today we're going to be driving with the door wide open. What the heck, it's a lovely day, and they say an open driver's door actually helps a little bit on left-hand turns. Acts like a rudder, increasing the drag factor on the port side. Okay, now we're going to be taking our little drive in just a minute or two here, but first a philosophical question. Have you ever noticed that when you're driving, anyone going slower than you is an idiot, and anyone going faster than you is a maniac? Will you look at this idiot? Look at him, just creeping along. Whoa, holy shit, look at that maniac go. Well, I tell you folks, it's a wonder we ever get anywhere at all with all the idiots and maniacs out there, 'cause no one ever drives at my speed. Actually, I don't let people drive at my speed. If I see some guy in the next lane keeping pace with me, I slow down. I let that asshole get a little bit ahead so I can keep an eye on him. I like to know who I'm driving near. In fact, quite often at a red light, I'll ask for personal references. You can never be too careful. Okay, now, a few basic points about driving. One of the first things they teach you in driver's ed is where to put your hands on the steering wheel. They tell you to put them at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Never mind that shit. I put mine at 9:45 and 2:17. Gives me an extra half hour to get where I'm going. Now, most drivers know that some things that happen in the car can cause great embarrassment. I've never done any of these things myself, of course, but I'm sure you'll recognize a few of them. Here's a good example. You ever been driving someone else's car, and for some reason they're in the car too? You know what I mean? Let's say they got pushed off the balcony of a crack house and broke both their ankles, and they can't drive, so you're taking them out to buy some crack. You're driving their car, but you're used to driving your car, and their gear shift handle is mounted on the opposite side from where yours is, and suddenly you go to shift gears and break their fucking turn signal off. Just break it clean off the steering column. Holy shit, came right off, didn't it? God damn, you'll have to get a new one of them. Here, throw this old sucker out the window. It ain't no good to you now. Shit, that broke easy, didn't it? Some things break easy. Just break right off. Like radio dials, the old kind, the knob kind. Damn, those things were fragile. You'd be driving along just trying to tune in something on the radio, trying to find some kind of music you could actually tolerate, and you just keep turning and turning and turning that dial until finally you got way over onto the right-hand side of the dashboard and ran clean out of radio stations, and then Holy shit, came right off, didn't it? God damn, gotta throw that mother away. Give me a fresh one out of that little bag, will you? I got about 50 of those motherfuckers. Damn, they break easy. So you stick a new knob onto the radio and keep turning and turning and turning until finally you wind up past the glove compartment listening to some radio station located over near the right-hand mirror. Damn, some things break easy. I'm a great believer in using every piece of equipment on the car, every feature, every option, even if you don't need it. Fuck it, you paid for the car, use everything. Use the sun visor, even on a cloudy day. Flip it up, flip it down. Flip it over to the side like the French people do. Lower the passenger's visor, even if no one is sitting there. Open the ashtray, push in the lighter. Who cares if you don't smoke? Turn all the knobs, press all the buttons. Have a lot of fun. Change the mirrors all around. Press the trunk release, pop the hood open. Put your seat in a ridiculous position. Lower all the windows. Stick out your hand. Tell the other drivers to slow down. You have power. Use hand signals. Tell them to slow down, and then tell them to stop. Stop, stop. Then let one guy go. Only one. Okay, you can go. Go, go, go. No, not you. Just him. Okay, now you. Go, go, go. You have power. Use it. Fuck it. You're making the car payments. Have a little fun. Ladies and gentlemen, we're privileged to have with us a man known around the world as the Prince of Peace, Jesus Christ. How are you, Jesus? Fine, thanks. And let me say it's great to be back. Why, after all this time, have you come back? Mostly nostalgia. Could you tell us a little about the first time you were here? Well, there's not much to tell. I think everybody knows the story by now. I was born on Christmas, and actually that always bothered me, because I only got one present. You know, if I was born a couple of months earlier, I would have got 2 presents. But look, I'm not complaining. After all, it's only material goods. There's a story that there were 3 wise men. Well, there were 3 kings who showed up. I don't know how wise they were. They didn't look very wise. They said they followed a star. That don't sound wise to me. Didn't they bring gifts? Yeah, that's right. Gold, frankincense, and I believe myrrh, which I never did find out what that was. You don't happen to know what myrrh is, do you? Well, I believe it's a reddish-brown bitter gum resin. Oh, great. Just what I need. What am I going to do with a gum resin? I'd rather have the money. That way I could buy something I need. You know, something I wouldn't normally buy for myself. Well, what would that be? I don't know. A bathing suit? I never had a bathing suit. Maybe a Devo hat? Possibly a bicycle. I really could have used a bicycle. Do you realize all the walking I did? I must have crossed Canaan 6 or 8 times, up and down, north and south, walking and talking, doing miracles, telling stories. Tell us about the miracles, Jesus. How many miracles did you perform? Well, leaving out the loaves and the fishes, I would say a total of 107 miracles. Well, why not the loaves and fishes? Well, technically, that one wasn't a miracle. It wasn't? No. Turns out a lot of people were putting them back. They were several days old. And besides, not all those miracles were pure miracles anyway. Well, what do you mean? If they weren't miracles, what were they? Well, some of them were parlor tricks, optical illusions, mass hypnosis. Sometimes people were just hallucinating. I even used acupressure. That's how I cured most of the blind people, acupressure. So not all of the New Testament is true? Nah, some of the gospel stuff never happened at all. It was just made up. Luke and Mark used a lot of drugs. Luke was a physician and he had access to drugs. Matthew and John were okay, but Luke and Mark would write anything. Well, what about raising Lazarus from the dead? First of all, he wasn't dead, okay? He was hung over. I've told people that. But in the Bible, you said he was dead. No, I said he looked dead. I says, geez, Peter, this guy looks dead. You see, Lazarus was a very heavy sleeper. Plus, the day before, we had been to a wedding feast, and he had put away a lot of wine. Oh, was that the wedding feast at Cana, where you changed the water into wine? I don't know. We went to an awful lot of wedding feasts in those days. But did you ever really turn water into wine? Not that I know of. One time I turned apple juice into milk, but I don't recall the water and wine. All right, speaking of water, let me ask you about another miracle. What about walking on water? Did that really happen? Oh, yeah, that was one that really happened. You see, the problem was I could do it and the other guys couldn't. They were jealous. Peter got so mad at me, he had these special shoes made. Special big shoes that if you started out walking real fast, you could stay on top of the water for a while. Then, of course, after a few yards, bada boom, down he goes right into the water. He sinks like a rock. That's why I called him Peter. Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I shall build my church. Well, that brings up the apostles. What can you tell us about the apostles? They smelled like bait, but they were a good bunch of guys. 13 of them we had. 13? The Bible says there were only 12. Well, that was according to Luke. I told you about Luke. Actually, we had 13. We had Peter, James, John, Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, that's a different James, Thaddeus. How many is that now? That's 10. Okay, Simon, Judas, and Red. Red? Yeah, Red the Apostle. Red the Apostle doesn't appear in the Bible. Nah, Red kept pretty much to himself. He never came to any of the wedding feasts. He was a little strange. He thought the Red Sea was named after him. And what about Judas? Don't get me started on Judas, a completely unpleasant person, okay? Well, what about the other apostles? Say, for instance, Thomas. Was he really a doubter? Believe me, this guy Thomas, you couldn't tell him nothing. He's always asking me for ID. Soon as I would see him, he would go, "You got any ID?" To this day, he doesn't believe I'm God. And are you God? Well, partly. I'm a member of the Trinity. Yes, in fact, you're writing a book about the Trinity. That's right. It's called Three's a Crowd. As I understand it, it's nothing more than a thinly veiled attack on the Holy Ghost. Listen, it's not an attack, okay? It happens I don't get along with the Holy Ghost, so I leave him alone. That's it. What he does is his business. Well, what's the reason? Well, first of all, he's a wise guy. Every time he shows up, he's something different. One day he's a dove, another day he's a tongue of fire, always fooling around. I don't bother with the guy. I don't want to know about him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to talk to him. Well, then let me change the subject. Is there really a place called hell? Oh, yeah, there's a hell, all right. There's also a heck. It's not as severe as hell, but we've got a heck and a hell. What about purgatory? No, I don't know about no purgatory. We got heaven, hell, heck, and limbo. Well, what is limbo like? I don't know. No one's allowed in there. If anybody was in there, it wouldn't be limbo. It would just be another place. Oh, I see. Well, getting back to your previous visit, what can you tell us about the Last Supper? Well, first of all, if I'd have known I was going to be crucified, I would have had a bigger meal. You never want to be crucified on an empty stomach. As it was, I had a little salad and some veal. The crucifixion must have been terrible. Ah, yeah, it was awful. Unless you went through it yourself, you could never really know how painful it was. And tiring. It was very, very tiring. But I think more than anything else, it was embarrassing. You know, in front of all those people to be crucified like that. But I guess it redeemed a lot of people. I hope so. It would be a shame to do it for no reason. Were you scared? Oh, yeah. I was afraid it was going to rain. I thought for sure I would get hit by lightning. One good thing, though, while I was up there, I had a really great view. I could actually see my house. There's always a bright side. And then 3 days later, you rose from the dead? Huh? On Easter Sunday, you rose from the dead, didn't you? Not that I know of. I think I would remember something like that. I do remember sleeping a long time after the crucifixion. Like I said, it was very tiring. I think what might have happened was I passed out and they thought I was dead. We didn't have such good medical people in those days. You know, it was mostly volunteers. And according to the Bible, 40 days later you ascended into heaven. Pulleys. Ropes, pulleys, and a harness. I think it was Simon who came up with this great harness thing that went under my toga. You couldn't see it at all. Since that day, I've been in heaven, and all in all, I would have to say that while I was down here, I had a really good time, except for the suffering. And what do you think about Christianity today? Well, I'm a little embarrassed by it, you know. Geez, I wish they would take my name off of it. If I had the whole thing to do over, I would probably start one of those Eastern religions like Buddha. Buddha was smart. That's how come he's laughing. So you wouldn't want to be a Christian? Nah, I wouldn't want to be a member of any group whose symbol is a man nailed onto some wood, especially if it's me. Buddha's laughing. Meanwhile, I'm on the cross. I have a few more questions. Do you mind? Hey, be my guest. How often do I get here? Are there really angels? Well, not as many as we used to have. Years ago, we had millions of them. Today, you can't get the young people to join. It got too dangerous with all the radar and the heat-seeking missiles. Well, what about guardian angels? Are there such things? Yes, we still have guardian angels, but now, with the population explosion, it's one angel for every 6 people. Years ago, everybody had his own angel. But changing the subject, do you really answer prayers? No. First of all, what with the sunspots and radio interference, a lot of prayers don't even get through. And between you and me, we just don't have the staff to handle the workload anymore. In the old days, we took pride in answering every single prayer. But like I said, there were less people then. And in those days, people prayed for something simple, to light a fire, to catch a yak, something like that. But today, you got people praying for hockey teams, for longer fingernails, to lose weight. We just can't keep up. Well, I think we're about out of time. I certainly want to thank you for visiting with us. Hey, no sweat. Do you have any words of advice? You mean like how to remove chewing gum from a suede garment, something like that? No, I mean spiritual advice. Well, I don't know how spiritual it is, but I'd say one thing is, don't give your money to the church. They should be giving their money to you. Well, thank you, Jesus, and good night. Well, good night. Thanks for having me on here today. And by the way, in case anyone is interested, Bell Bottoms will be coming back in the year 2015. Ciao! The American Businessman's 10 Steps to Product Development. Can I cut corners in the design? Can it be shoddily built? Can I use cheap materials? Will it create hazards for my workers? Will it harm the environment? Can I evade the safety laws? Will children die from it? Can I overprice it? Can it be falsely advertised? Will it force smaller competitors out of business? Excellent. Let's get busy, men. In the expression topsy-turvy, what exactly is meant by turvy? I'm curious, what precisely is Zsa Zsa Gabor's job title? If free trade can really turn all these third-world countries into thriving economies full of entrepreneurs and investors, who's going to clean the fucking toilets around here? If it requires a uniform, it's a worthless endeavor. True stuff. There's actually a TV commercial in Las Vegas that advertises a service called Discount Bankruptcy. There is now a Starbucks in my pants. Here's an odd fact. When 2 women with different colored hair walk together on the sidewalk, the one with the darker hair will always be positioned closest to the curb. Tennis tip. You get a better return of serve if you let the ball bounce twice before hitting it. I think people on a diet should have a salad dressing called 250 Islands. Can anyone explain to me the need for 1-hour photo finishing? You just saw the fucking thing. How can you possibly be nostalgic about a concept like a little while ago? When I was a boy, on Good Friday in my parish, in order to dramatize the extent of Jesus' suffering, a group of the priests used to get together and crucify one of the children. By and large, language is a tool for concealing the truth. What is all this shit about Dick Clark not looking his age? Take a closer look. You know my favorite play in baseball? The beanball. It's great, isn't it? It's dramatic, especially if the guy is really hurt. Sometimes the ball hits the helmet and you feel kind of disappointed, even though it makes a good loud noise. Do you ever open the dictionary right to the page you want? Doesn't that feel good? Here's my idea for another one of those reality-based TV shows. No survivors. One by one, a psychopathic serial killer tracks down and kills all of the survivors. Think of it as a public service. As far as I'm concerned, humans have not yet come up with a belief worth believing. People get all upset about torture, but when you get right down to it, it's really a pretty good way of finding out something a person doesn't want you to know. How soon can we begin to execute these yuppie half-wits who name their golden retrievers Jake and put red bandanas around their necks? Apparently this is viewed as amusing or ironic or some other quality yuppies value highly. It isn't amusing. It's precious half-wit bullshit. They say only 10% of the brain's function is known. Apparently, the function of the remaining 90% is to keep us from discovering its function. Ethnic-wise, I'll tell you this. If I hadn't turned out to be Irish, I would have really liked to be a Guinea. You know the good part about all those executions in Texas? Fewer Texans. I'm tired of hearing about innocent victims. It's fiction. If you live on this planet, you're guilty, period, fuck you, next case, end of report. Your birth certificate is proof of guilt. Did you ever get that strange feeling of vujade? Not déjà vu, vujade. It's the distinct sense that somehow something that just happened has never happened before. Nothing seems familiar. And then suddenly the feeling is gone. Vujade. Spirituality, the last refuge of a failed human. Just another way of distracting yourself from who you really are. I have a problem with these married yuppies who carry their babies in backpacks or front packs or slings or whatever these devices are called, these baby-carrying devices that seem designed to leave the parents' hands free to sort through merchandise. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Natural Fibers, is it too much trouble to ask you to hold the fucking kid? Are you so busy picking out consumer goods and reaching for your credit card that you can't hold the baby? It's not an accessory. It's not a small appliance. It's a baby. Most of the time, people feel okay. It's probably because at that moment they're not actually dying. You know what I like about the American form of government? They've worked things out so that you're never far from a 7-Eleven. I just realized I haven't eaten an ice cream sandwich in 47 years. I've never been quarantined, but the more I look around, the more I think it might not be such a bad thing. Here's some fun. Run into a bakery and ask if they can bake a cake in the shape of a penis. They're never quite sure. They always have to have a meeting. Well, I don't know. Wait, just a moment. Well, while they're talking, pull out your schwanz and wave it all around. Good Lord, Helen, quick, order more flour. I don't think we should be governing ourselves. What we need is a king, and every now and then, if the king's not doing a good job, we kill him. So far, this is the oldest I've ever been. You know, I think someone could make a lot of money if they set up a little stand at the Grand Canyon and sold yo-yos with 500-foot strings. Road rage, air rage. Why should I be forced to divide my rage into separate categories? To me, it's just one big all-around everyday rage. I don't have time for fine distinctions. I'm busy screaming at people. There's something I like about the clitoris, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Driving is fun, isn't it? Did you ever run over a guy, huh? And then you panic, so you back up and run over him again? Did you ever notice the second crunch is not as loud as the first? I think it's because the guy already has tread marks on him. But there he is, lying right in front of your car. Hey, might as well run over him again. What are you going to do this time, drive around him? When Ronald Reagan got Alzheimer's disease, how could they tell? Sometimes they say the winds are calm. Well, if they're calm, they're not really winds, are they? I think a good title for a travel book would be Doorway to Norway. Next time they give you all that civic bullshit about voting, keep in mind that Hitler was elected in a full, free democratic election. Murder investigators say that in most cases, husbands kill wives, wives kill husbands, children kill parents, and parents kill children. Thank God for a little sanity in the world. Regarding the Boy Scouts, I'm very suspicious of any organization that has a handbook. If there really are multiple universes, what do they call the thing they're all a part of? Instead of warning pregnant women not to drink, I think female alcoholics ought to be told not to fuck. When I was a kid, I was a fussy eater. That's what they called it at our house. He's a fussy eater. Fussy eater is a euphemism for big pain in the ass. They'd trot out some food and I'd say, "I don't like that." "Why?" "I don't know. I know I don't like it, and I know that if I ate it, I would like it even less." "Well, I like it. Yum, yum." "Hey, Ma, you like it? You eat it." Sometimes they would try to corner me with logic. "Well, how do you know you don't like it if you've never even tried it?" "It came to me in a dream." Big pain in the ass. Some things I didn't like because of the way they sounded. "Don't sound right to me, Ma. Say that again." "Asparagus." "Nah, I don't like that." Imagine, I got away with that shit for 8 or 9 years. To this day, there are still some things I won't eat because of how they sound. Yogurt sounds disgusting. Yogurt. I can't eat anything that has both a Y and a G in it. Squash is also badly named. "You want some squash?" Sounds like someone sat on dinner. "How would you like a nice tongue sandwich? It's made from slices of a cow's tongue." "Hey, Ma, are you fucking trying to make me sick?" There are also some foods that sound too funny to eat, like guacamole. Sounds like something you yell when you're on fire. "Holy guacamole, my ass is burning." Or when you can't remember the name of something. "Ed, where's that little guacamole that plugs into the lamp?" Another food too funny to eat, garbanzo beans. Sounds like acrobats. "Ladies and gentlemen, from Corsica, the fabulous garbanzos." On the other hand, there were some foods I didn't like because of how they looked. That seems a bit more rational. "I don't like that. Don't look right to me. Did you make that, Ma? Is there a picture of it in the cookbook? I'll bet it don't look like that." Of course, some people will eat anything, no matter how it looks. I saw guys like that on the chow line in the Army. "Hi, boys, what do you got? I'll eat anything. What's that called? Never mind, give me a whole bunch of it." "That's rat's asshole, Don." "Well, it sure makes a hell of a fondue." Not me. I don't eat anything I don't recognize immediately. If I have to ask questions, I pass. I'm not at dinner to make inquiries. Give me something I can recognize, like a carrot. I know I can trust a carrot. Now, there are some foods that even though I know what they are, I still don't like their looks. Tomatoes, for instance. My main problem with tomatoes is that they don't look as though they're fully developed. They look like they're still in the larval stage. Thousands of tiny seeds and a whole lot of jelly-looking slime. Get it off my plate! It's slimy! It's like that stuff at the end of an egg. Of course, I know it's not the end of an egg. It's the beginning of a chicken. It's hen cum! Ah! Get it off my plate! Oh, I'm fun in the coffee shop. Lobsters and crabs don't look like food to me either. Anything with big pinchers crawling toward me sideways doesn't make me hungry. In fact, my instinct is step on that fuck. Step on him before he gets to the children. And I definitely cannot eat oysters. Not for the usual reason, their similarity to snot, but because when I look at the whole oyster, I think, hey, that's a little house. Somebody lives in there. I'm not going to break in on a guy just to have a meal. He might be making a pearl. Maybe he just brought home a do-it-yourself pearl kit and cleared off the dining room table. Who am I to interfere with the plans of an oyster? What wine goes with Captain Crunch? I have trouble selecting a wine in the morning. Sometimes I give up, smoke a bong full of Fruit Loops, and just go back to bed. Try that sometime. Smoke a bong full of Fruit Loops, go back to bed, and watch the mid-morning movie. Call your boss. Tell him you smoked some Fruit Loops, you're watching a movie, and you'll be in around 2:30. That is, if you feel like it. That's the way you handle a boss, you know. You can't take shit from someone just 'cause you work for him. Let him know who the real boss is. Tell him it's your job and you'll do it your way. That's what bosses like, people with spunk. Act the same way when you go in for a job interview. Let 'em know what kind of a person you are. Have a beer opener and some swizzle sticks sticking out of your breast pocket. Put a little confetti in your hair. Tell 'em your primary career is partying and work is kind of a sideline. Tell the interviewer you'll need an office near the front door so you can leave in a hurry at 5 o'clock. I ain't sticking around this fucking place after hours, I'll tell you that right now. Let 'em know what's happening. Tell 'em you hope it's not one of those chicken shit places where they dock your pay just for taking off Mondays and Fridays. Then, if you still don't have the job, point to the picture on his desk and say, "Who's the cunt?" That'll clinch it. You'll probably have a nice long career with that firm, once all your medical procedures have been completed. The butter warmer in the refrigerator is a strange invention. Originally, humans were cold, so they built a warm enclosure, a house. Cold outside, warm inside the house. Everything was fine until they realized that inside the warm enclosure, the meat tended to spoil. So they built a cold enclosure, a refrigerator, inside the warm enclosure. Warm in the house, cold in the refrigerator. Everything was fine until they realized that inside the cold enclosure, the butter got too hard to spread. So they built an even smaller warm enclosure, a butter warmer, inside the cold enclosure, which was already inside the larger warm enclosure. Strange. Have you ever been in one of those serious social situations when you suddenly realize you have to pull the underwear out of the crack in your ass? Do you, Enrique, take this woman, Blanca, to be your lawful wedded wife? Huh? Hold on, Rev. I got it. Jesus, that was in deep. Yes, I do, of course. Excuse me, Rev. Sometimes my shorts get sucked up way inside my asshole. Ain't love grand? Have you ever been at a really loud party where the music is deafening, and in order to be heard, you have to scream at the top of your lungs, even if you're talking to the person right next to you? But then often the music stops suddenly, and everyone quiets down at the same time, and only your voice can be heard ringing across the room. "Charlie, I'm going to have my testicles laminated." And everyone turns to look at Charlie's interesting friend. Have you ever been talking to a bunch of guys and you laugh through your nose and blow a snot on your shirt? And then you have to just kind of keep talking and hope they think it's part of the design? Works all right if you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt, but otherwise they're going to notice. "Hey, Ed, check it out. Dave's got a big snot on his shirt. Howie, look, Phil, come here. Dave just blew a big snot all over himself." Guys are such fun. Do you ever meet a guy, and as you're shaking his hand, you realize he doesn't have a complete hand? It feels like something's missing, and you're standing there holding a handful of deformed, knob-like flesh? It's unnerving, isn't it? But you can't react. You can't even look down at his hand. You have to make believe it feels great. You can't go, "Ew, how creepy, where's your other fingers?" You can't say that. It's not even an option. You have to hang in, smile big, and say, "Hey, swell hand, give me 3, okay, a high 3, yo, okay." Have you ever been talking to yourself when someone suddenly comes in the room and you have to make believe you were actually singing? And you hope to God the other person really believes there's a song called "Fuck Her"? Most vitamin pills don't have names or trademarks on them. They're just plain-looking unmarked pills. And if you're traveling with a lot of vitamins, and in order to save space you've put them all in one big jar, you have no way of proving what they are. If, for instance, the police should search your suitcase, all they're going to know is that you have a big jar of unmarked pills. And should they be in the mood to break your balls, they can hold you for 24 hours while they send these little things down to the lab and see what we've got here. And you wind up in jail overnight for no reason at all. That's why I always travel with Flintstone vitamins. Not only do Flintstone vitamins contain all the vital nutrients kids need each day, they also keep grown-ups out of jail. Honest, officer, they're Flintstone vitamins. Look, there's Wilma and Barney. By God, Ben, he's right. Look at this. It's Dino. It's a little purple Dino. Suddenly you're a free man. And a healthy one, too. Concerning the news coverage at the National Zoo, do you care if the pandas fuck? I don't. Why don't they stop telling us the pandas didn't fuck again this year? I'm not concerned. I have no emotional stake in panda fucking. If they want to, they will. If not, they'll watch The Price is Right. Probably the only reason the pandas aren't fucking on schedule is because some environmental jack-off has moved into the cage with them. Could you get a hard-on if some loser in a green T-shirt was taking your girlfriend's rectal temperature? Leave these creatures alone. And please, God, save the planet from environmentalists. Here's something else I'm getting tired of in this country. All this ignorant bullshit you have to listen to about children. It's all you hear anymore. Children, help the children, save the children, protect the children. You know what I say? Fuck the children. Fuck them. Fuck kids. They're getting entirely too much attention. And I know what some of you are thinking. You're saying, Jesus, he's not going to attack children, is he? Yes, he is. He's going to attack children. And remember, this is Mr. Conductor talking. I know what I'm talking about. And I also know that all of you boring single dads and working moms who think you're such fucking heroes aren't going to like this, but somebody's got to tell you for your own good. Your children are overrated and overvalued, and you've turned them into little cult objects. You have a child fetish, and it's not healthy. And I don't want to hear all that weak shit. Well, I love my children. Fuck you. Everybody loves their children. Doesn't make you special. John Wayne Gacy loved his children. Yes, he did. Kept them all right out in the yard near the garage. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this constant mindless yammering in the media, this neurotic fixation, because that's all it is, that suggests somehow everything has to revolve around the lives of children. It's completely out of balance. Listen, there are a couple of things about kids you have to remember. Fine. First of all, they're not all cute. Okay? In fact, if you look at them real close, most of them are rather unpleasant looking. And a lot of them don't smell too good either. Have you noticed the little ones in particular seem to have a kind of a sour milk and urine combination? I don't care for that at all. Stay with me on this, folks. The sooner you face it, the better off you're going to be. Second premise, not all children are smart and clever. Got that? Kids are like any other group of people. A few winners, a whole lot of losers. This country is filled with loser kids who simply aren't going anywhere. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You can't save them all. You can't do it, folks. You got to let them go. You got to cut them loose. You got to stop overprotecting them because you're making them too soft. Today's kids are way too soft. For one thing, there's too much emphasis on safety and safety equipment. Child-proof medicine bottles and fireproof pajamas and child restraints and car seats and helmets. Bicycle, baseball, skateboard helmets. Kids have to wear helmets now for everything but jerking off. Grown-ups have taken all the fun out of being a kid just to save a few thousand lives. It's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic. What's happened is, these baby boomers, these soft, fruity baby boomers, have raised an entire generation of soft, fruity kids who aren't even allowed to have hazardous toys, for Christ's sakes. Hazardous toys, shit. Whatever happened to natural selection? Survival of the fittest. The kid who swallows too many marbles doesn't grow up to have kids of his own. Simple stuff. Nature knows best. We're saving entirely too many lives in this country, of all ages. Nature should be permitted to do its job of weeding out and killing off the weak and sickly and ignorant people without interference from airbags and batting helmets. You're lowering the human gene pool. Just think of these ideas as passive eugenics. And here's another example of overprotection for these kids, and you've seen this on the news. Do you ever notice every time some guy with an AK-47 wanders into the schoolyard and kills 3 or 4 of these fucking kids and a couple of teachers, the next day the school is overrun with psychologists and psychiatrists and grief counselors and trauma therapists trying to help the children cope? Shit, when I was a kid, some guy came into our school and killed 3 or 4 of us. We went right on with our arithmetic. 35 classmates minus 4 equals 31. We were tough. I say if a kid can handle the violence at home, he ought to be able to handle the violence at school. Here's another bunch of ignorant bullshit about your children. School uniforms. Bad theory. The idea that if kids wear uniforms to school, it helps keep order. Hey, don't these schools do enough damage making all these children think alike? Now they're going to get them to look alike too? And it's not even a new idea. I first saw it in old newsreels from the 1930s, but it was hard to understand because the narration was in German. But the uniforms looked beautiful, and the children did everything they were told in Germany, and they never questioned authority. Gee, I wonder why someone would want to put our children in uniforms. Can't imagine. And one more item about children, and that is this superstitious nonsense that blames tobacco companies for kids who smoke. Listen, kids don't smoke because a camel in sunglasses tells them to. They smoke for the same reasons you do, because it's an enjoyable activity that relieves anxiety and depression. And you'd be anxious and depressed, too, if you had to put up with these pathetic, insecure, striving, anal, yuppie parents who enroll you in college before you're old enough to know which side of the playpen smells the worst, and then they fill you full of Ritalin, fill you full of drugs to get you in a mood they approve of, and drag you all over town in search of empty, meaningless structure. Little League, Cub Scouts, swimming, soccer, karate, piano, bagpipes, dildo practice, I don't know what they're doing. They even have play dates, for Christ's sakes. Playing is now done by appointment. Whatever happened to you show me your wee-wee and I'll show you mine? You never hear that anymore. But a lot of these parents are burning their kids out on structure. I say what every child needs and ought to have every day is 2 hours of daydreaming. Just daydreaming. Turn off the computer games, the CD-ROMs, and the internet, and just let them stare at a tree for a couple hours. It's good for them. And every now and then they actually come up with one of their own ideas. You want to know how you can help your children? Leave them the fuck alone. Did you ever eat a whole box of cookies right in a row? Did you ever do that? I don't mean take them into your bedroom or something. I mean open them right up in the kitchen as soon as you get home from the store and eat them while you're standing there. Just stare at the toaster while you're eating a whole goddamn box of cookies. Did you ever do that? Isn't it great? And did you ever notice that printed right on the cookie box it says open here? Well, what did they think I was going to do? Move to Hong Kong to open up their fucking cookies? Of course I'm going to open them here. I'm going to eat them here. I'd almost have to open them here. Thank God it doesn't say open somewhere else. I'd be up all night trying to figure out an appropriate location. Here's an embarrassing driving situation. The kind of thing that can haunt you for several hundred miles. One of those incidents you can't just shake off. Like the time you almost got killed by the big tractor trailer and had to pull off the road for about 20 minutes and listen to your heart slamming up against your rib cage. Bam, 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 bam. Well, this next thing is just like that, but this is one you do all by yourself. Do you ever pull up to a red light and you go a little bit too far into the intersection, just a few extra feet? So you put the car in reverse and you back up just a little bit, and then you forget the car is in reverse. So you sit there, innocently, waiting for the light to change, looking around, eager to get moving again. Don't want to keep the proctologist waiting. At this point, folks, you are truly an accident waiting to happen. An insurance claim in progress. So you sit some more, and you sit some more, and you wait, and you wait, and you wait, and you stare at the red light, and you look over at the woman on the right adjusting her tits, and you look at the guy on the left picking his nose, and then finally, the light changes, and off you go. Crash, crumple, tinkle, crunch, directly backward into the grill of what was formerly a cute little red Yugo. Holy shit, how'd I get back here? This is where I was a couple of minutes ago. Apparently you have to pay attention even at the red lights. I thought surely they were for resting. You know, drive a little, rest a little, drive a little, rest a little. Seemed that way to me. Guess not. Here's a little red light story that somebody told me a long time ago. This guy's driving along and he's got someone sitting right next to him in the passenger seat, and he goes straight through a red light. Zoom! Passenger says, "What are you doing?" Driver says, "Never mind, my brother drives like this." They go a little farther, they come to another red light. Zoom! Guy goes right through it. "What are you doing?" "Will you stop? I told you my brother drives like this." Keeps on going, and now he comes to a green light and he slams on the brakes. "What are you doing?" "Well, you never know. My brother might be coming the other way." Now, a couple of things to remember when you're out in traffic. First of all, never get behind anybody weird. You ever get behind a guy whose turn signal has been on for about 80 miles, and you're thinking to yourself, well, maybe he's just a really cautious man. I'm not going to pass him now. He may turn at any moment. And later you discover he was driving around the world to the left. Another pain in the ass you don't want to get behind is anyone who's driving real slow. Boy, that's good for your arteries, isn't it? Someone who's really, really slow. There are two classes of driver in this category. The first is any 4-foot woman in a Cadillac whose head you cannot see. This is certain death. At first you think, well, maybe it's a remote-controlled experimental robot car. No, I can see tiny knuckles on the wheel and a small patch of blue hair. At this point, folks, I take no chances. I pull over immediately and take public transportation. I'm not about to fuck with a ghost car. Let someone else flag down the Flying Dutchman. It's not my job. Another driver you don't want to get behind is any man over 70 wearing a flannel cap with ear laps in August. Keep your distance, because, folks, you know how pissed you can get. Even though you think you're a mighty cool customer, you do get mighty pissed out there. Don't you occasionally wish that instead of having headlights, you had a couple of 50 caliber machine guns on the front of your car, so you could send several hundred rounds of burning lead into that slow-moving gas guzzler up ahead, just incinerate the motherfucker and get his ass off the road permanently? Well, don't you wish you were driving a rental car so you could bash the asshole in the rear end, pay the deductible, and be done with the whole goddamn thing? Bam! 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 Don't mind me, folks. I'm just trying to ease him up into second gear. Bam! God, it would do my heart good. Or if the offender is directly behind you, wouldn't it be nice to have an electronic message board that would rise up out of the trunk of your car and let you type in any message you like? Attention, asshole. You drive like old people fuck. Slow and sloppy. Speaking of behind you, don't you just love it when there's one of those guys on your tail whose brights are on? Isn't that a treat? Some shit stain who just had his headlights aimed and wants you to see what a wonderful job his mechanic did. You know how you handle a guy like that? Slam on your brakes and let him plow right into you. Might cost you a little money, but it sure puts them fucking lights out in a hurry. Let him find his way home in the dark. Does this ever happen to you? You're driving through heavy downtown traffic, block to block, street to street, busy area, people hurrying home at 5 o'clock. Maybe it's winter and it's already dark, raining a little bit. You got the window open and you can hear the rain and the traffic noise, people honking at each other, got the radio on, got the windshield wipers going. Everything's happening at once. Radio, rain, wipers, horns, traffic, lots of noise. And you're just trying to get across town to run an errand. And then, after all kinds of hassles, you get over there and you park the car, turn off the key, go inside and take care of business. And then when you come back out to the car and you turn on the key, the goddamn radio is this loud! And you sit there stunned, thinking to yourself, could I possibly have been listening to that? Here's one of those things you have to do every time you drive, especially if you're in a hurry. It happens as you approach a red light and find several lanes of cars ahead of you. As you roll up to the pack, you have to decide which lane to get into. You have to guess which car looks like a good bet to take off quickly so you can move out fast when the light turns green. With a half a block to go, you have to decide who's the really fast asshole in this group up ahead. Forget the Volvo. She's listening to public radio and drives the way she lives, with fear and caution. You'll also want to avoid that Toyota with the fish symbol. Christians drive as though Jesus himself was a traffic cop. And by all means, ignore the Lexus with the heavily made-up, bejeweled pig woman. She has the reflexes of an aging panda. Ah, here's the correct machine to get behind. A Camaro with 4 different shades of primer paint and a bumper sticker that says, "I date my sister." This guy's a real risk-taker, full of crank and on his way to an AC/DC concert. You'll be home before you know it. Now, one last reminder before I tow this trusty little shitbox of mine into the shop for its bi-monthly overhaul, and this should go without saying. That's why I'm going to say it. Drinking and driving don't mix. Do your drinking early in the morning and get it out of the way, then go out driving while the visibility is still good. Here's some fun. Stand on line at the bank for a really long time. Then when you finally get up to the window, just ask for change of a nickel. It's fun. They actually call other tellers over to look at you. Regarding Pokemon and Beanie Babies and Cabbage Patch Dolls and such, something is really wrong when a major news story concerns how hard it is to buy a toy. I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty sick of these church people. You know what they ought to do with churches? Tax them. Tax them! If holy people are so interested in politics, government, and public policy, let them pay the price of admission like everybody else. The Catholic Church alone could wipe out the national debt if all you did was tax their real estate. Whenever I see a large crowd of people, I always wonder how many of them will eventually require autopsies. Laptop. How can this be? A lap has no top. It has only 2 dimensions, length and width. It's not like a desk. A desk has a bottom, a top, and sides. You place your desktop on the top of your desk. A lap has only 1 plane. When you stand up, your lap disappears, and your computer becomes a floor top. Everything beeps now. I think there ought to be a feminine hygiene spray called Sprunt. Think of how strange we'd look if all the cuts, burns, scrapes, bruises, scratches, bumps, gashes, and scabs we've ever had suddenly reappeared on our bodies at the same time. Regarding jam sessions, jazz musicians are the only workers I can think of who are willing to put in a full shift for pay and then go somewhere else and continue working for free. When someone asks you what time it is, glance at your watch and say, "Well, it's either 6:15 or Mickey has a hard-on." Guaranteed they'll ask someone else. Griddle cakes, pancakes, hot cakes, flapjacks. Why are there 4 names for grilled batter and only 1 word for love? I noticed that unlike on other holidays, the police don't seem to make a big deal about drunk driving on Good Friday. Why is that? You know what I never liked? The high five. I consider it lame white boy shit. When a guy raises his arm to give me a high five, you know what I do? Stab him in the arm. I'm tired of that shit. Sometimes I watch an old sports film on ESPN Classic and I see a whole game without a single high five. It's great. When you think about it, 12:15 p.m. is actually 11:75 a.m. At one time there existed a race of people whose knowledge consisted entirely of gossip. A crazy person doesn't really lose his mind. It just becomes something more entertaining. Instead of having truck scales on the highway, I think they ought to get one of those guys from the carnival and let him guess the weights. An art thief is a man who takes pictures. You know a phrase I never understood? King size. It's used to denote something larger, but most of the kings you see are short. You ever notice that? Usually a king is a short little fat guy. You never see a tall king. When's the last gangly king you can remember? Everywhere you look, there are families with too many vehicles. You see them on the highways in their RVs, but apparently the RVs aren't enough, because behind them they're towing motorboats, go-karts, dune buggies, dirt bikes, jet skis, snowmobiles, parasails, hang gliders, hot air balloons, and small 2-man deep-sea diving bells. The only thing these people lack is lunar excursion modules. Doesn't anybody take a fucking walk anymore? The older a person gets, the less they care what they wear. Old people come up with some of the strangest clothing combinations you'll ever see. I think of it as cancer of the clothing. We're not supposed to mention fucking in mixed company, but that's exactly where it takes place. The other day I was thinking of how many peanuts elephants owe us. Personally, I'm down about 23 or 24 bags. If it's true that our species is alone in the universe, then I'd have to say the universe aimed rather low and settled for very little. I'm getting tired of all this security at the airport. There's too much of it. I'm tired of some fat chick with a double-digit IQ and a triple-digit income rooting around inside of my bag for no reason and never finding anything. They haven't found anything yet in anybody's bag. Haven't found one bomb in one bag. And don't tell me, well, the terrorists know their bags are going to be searched, so now they're leaving their bombs at home. There are no bombs. The whole thing is fucking pointless. And it's completely without logic. There's no logic at all. They'll take away a gun, but let you keep a knife. Well, what the fuck is that? In fact, there's a whole list of lethal objects they will allow you to take on board. Theoretically, you could take a knife, an ice pick, a hatchet, a straight razor, a pair of scissors, a chainsaw, 6 knitting needles, and a broken whiskey bottle, and the only thing they'd say to you is, that bag has to fit all the way under the seat in front of you. And if you didn't take a weapon on board, relax. After you've been flying for about an hour, they're going to bring you a knife and fork. They actually give you a fucking knife. It's only a table knife, but you could kill a pilot with a table knife. Might take you a couple of minutes, you know, especially if he's hefty. But you could get the job done if you really wanted to kill a prick. Shit, there's a lot of things you could use to kill a guy with. You could probably beat a guy to death with the Sunday New York Times. Or suppose you just had really big hands. Couldn't you strangle a flight attendant? Shit, you could probably strangle 2 of them, one with each hand. You know, if you were lucky enough to catch them in that little kitchen area, just before they break out the fucking peanuts. But you could get the job done, if you really cared enough. So why is it they allow a man with big, powerful hands to get on board an airplane? I'll tell you why. They know he's not a security risk because he's already answered the 3 big questions. Question number 1, did you pack your bags yourself? No, Carrot Top packed my bags. He and Martha Stewart and Florence Henderson came over to the house last night, fixed me a lovely lobster Newburg, gave me a full body massage with sacred oils from India, performed a 4-way around the world, and then they packed my bags. Next question. Have your bags been in your possession the whole time? No. Usually the night before I travel, just as the moon is rising, I place my suitcases out on the street corner and leave them there unattended for several hours, just for good luck. Next question. Has any unknown person asked you to take anything on board? Well, what exactly is an unknown person? Surely everyone is known to someone. In fact, just this morning, Karim and Yusuf Ali Ben Gaba seemed to know each other quite well. They kept joking about which one of my suitcases was the heaviest. And that's another thing they don't like at the airport, jokes. You know, yeah, you can't joke about a bomb. Well, why is it just jokes? What about a riddle? How about a limerick? How about a bomb anecdote? You know, no punchline, just a really cute story. Or suppose you intended the remark not as a joke, but as an ironic musing. Are they prepared to make that distinction? Why, I think not. And besides, who's to say what's funny? Airport security is a stupid idea, it's a waste of money, and it's only there for one reason, to make white people feel safe. That's all, to provide the feeling, the illusion of safety, in order to placate the middle class. Because the authorities know they can't make airplanes safe. Too many people have access. You'll notice the drug smugglers don't seem to have a lot of trouble getting their little packages on board, do they? No, and God bless them too. And by the way, an airplane flight shouldn't be completely safe. You need a little danger in your life. Take a fucking chance once in a while, will you? What are you going to do, play with your prick for another 30 years? Huh? What, are you going to read People magazine and eat at Wendy's till the end of time? Take a fucking chance. Besides, even if they made all of the airplanes completely safe, the terrorists would simply start bombing other places that are crowded. Porn shops, crack houses, titty bars, and gangbangs. You know, entertainment venues. The odds of you being killed by a terrorist are practically 0. So I say relax and enjoy the show. You have to be realistic about terrorism. You gotta be a realist. Certain groups of people, Muslim fundamentalists, Christian fundamentalists, Jewish fundamentalists, and just plain guys from Montana, are going to continue to make life in this country very interesting for a long, long time. That's the reality. Angry men in combat fatigues talking to God on a two-way radio and muttering incoherent slogans about freedom are eventually going to provide us with a great deal of entertainment. Especially after your stupid fucking economy collapses all around you and the terrorists come out of the woodwork and you'll have anthrax in the water supply, there'll be sarin gas in the air conditioners, there'll be chemical and biological suitcase bombs in every city, and I say relax, enjoy the show, take a fucking chance, put a little fun into your life. To me, terrorism is exciting. I think the very idea that you can set off a bomb in Macy's and kill 800 people is exciting and stimulating, and I see it as a form of entertainment. I also know that most Americans are soft and frightened and unimaginative people who have no idea there's such a thing as dangerous fun, and they certainly don't recognize a good show when they see one. I have always been willing to put myself at great personal risk for the sake of entertainment, and have always been willing to put you at great personal risk for the same reason. As far as I'm concerned, all of this airport security, the questions, the cameras, the screenings, the searches, it's just one more way of reducing your liberty and reminding you that they can fuck with you anytime they want, as long as you're willing to put up with it, which means, of course, anytime they want. Because that's the way Americans are now. They're always willing to trade away a little of their freedom in exchange for the feeling, the illusion of security. What we have now is a completely neurotic population obsessed with security and safety, and crime and drugs and cleanliness and hygiene and germs. There's another thing, the fear of germs. Where did this sudden fear of germs come from in this country? Have you noticed this? The media constantly doing stories about all the latest infections. Salmonella, E. coli, hantavirus, bird flu, now they have West Nile fever. And Americans panic easily, so now everybody's running around scrubbing this and spraying that and overcooking their food and repeatedly washing their hands, trying to avoid all contact with germs. It's ridiculous, and it goes to ridiculous lengths. In prisons, and this is true, in prisons, before they give you a lethal injection, they swab your arm with alcohol. It's true. Well, they don't want you to get an infection. And you can see their point. Wouldn't want some guy to go to hell and be sick. It would take a lot of the sport out of the whole execution. Fear of germs. What a bunch of pussies. You can't even get a decent hamburger anymore. They cook the shit out of everything now because everybody's afraid of food poisoning. Hey, where's your sense of adventure? Take a fucking chance. You know how many people die from food poisoning in this country every year? 9,000, that's all. It's a minor risk. Take a fucking chance. Bunch of goddamn pussies. Besides, what do you think you have an immune system for? It's for killing germs. But it needs practice. It needs germs to practice on. So if you kill all the germs around you and live a completely sterile life, then when germs do come along, you're not going to be prepared. And never mind ordinary germs. What are you going to do when some super virus comes along that turns your vital organs into liquid shit? I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get sick, you're going to die, and you're going to deserve it because you're fucking weak and you got a fucking weak immune system. Now, I'm going to tell you a true story about immunization. When I was a little boy in New York City in the 1940s, we swam in the Hudson River, and it was filled with raw sewage. Okay? We swam in raw sewage. You know, to cool off. And at that time, the big fear was polio. Thousands of kids died from polio every year. But you know something? In my neighborhood, no one ever got polio. No one, ever. You know why? 'Cause we swam in raw sewage. It strengthened our immune systems. The polio never had a prayer. We were tempered in raw shit. So personally, I never take any special precautions against germs. I don't shy away from people who sneeze and cough. I don't wipe off the telephone. I don't cover the toilet seat. And if I drop food on the floor, I pick it up and eat it. I eat it, even if I'm at a sidewalk cafe. In Calcutta, the poor section, on New Year's morning during a soccer riot. And you know something? In spite of all of that so-called risky behavior, I never get infections, folks. I just don't get them. I don't get colds, I don't get flu, I don't get food poisoning, and I don't get headaches or upset stomachs. And you know why? Because I got a good, strong immune system, and it gets a lot of practice. My immune system is equipped with the biological equivalent of fully automatic military assault rifles with night vision and laser scopes. And we have recently acquired phosphorus grenades, cluster bombs, and anti-personnel fragmentation mines. So, when my white blood cells are on patrol, reconnoitering my bloodstream, seeking out strangers and other undesirables, if they see any suspicious-looking germs of any kind, they don't fuck around. They whip out the weapons, wax the motherfucker, and deposit the unlucky fellow directly into my colon. Directly into my colon. There's no nonsense. There's no Miranda warning. There's none of that 3 strikes and you're out shit. First offense, bam, into the colon you go. And speaking of my colon, I want you to know I don't automatically wash my hands every time I go to the bathroom. Can you deal with that? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. You know when I wash my hands? When I shit on them. That's the only time. And you know how often that happens? Tops. 2-3 times a week. Tops. Maybe a little more frequently over the holidays. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you something else, my well-scrubbed friends. You don't always need a shower every day. Did you know that? It's overkill. Unless you work out, or work outdoors, or for some reason come in intimate contact with huge amounts of filth and garbage every day, you don't always need a shower. All you really need to do is to wash the 4 key areas: armpits, asshole, crotch, and teeth. Got that? The hooker's bath. Armpits, asshole, crotch, and teeth. In fact, you can save yourself a whole lot of time if you simply use the same brush on all 4 areas. Do you ever wonder who empties the wishing wells? That's our money. I've never received an accounting. It's just gone. Someone apparently is emptying the wishing wells and keeping the money. And I'm wondering whether or not that cancels out the wishes. I mean, suppose it's a wish that takes time to come true. Like if you wish some friend of yours would develop cancer. That takes time. How can it come true if your nickel has already been rolled in a wrapper and deposited in a bank? And by the way, when does this coin retrieval take place? I'm sure they don't do it on Sunday afternoon, as some little girl is tossing in a penny wishing for her daddy to come back from heaven. No, they probably do it at 3 a.m, wearing black T-shirts and ski masks. I think this has gone far enough. I want to know what's going on. My friend is still perfectly healthy, and I'm concerned. You know, they use sex to sell things on TV commercials. Why can't they use violence and bad language, too? Not all families are as functional as the ones they show you on TV. Eat your fucking cornflakes, you cocksucker! Fuck you, Ma! Why, you little creep! Slam, smack, pow! Here, son, try this. It's new from Kellogg's. Holy shit, Dad! Raisins! Hey, asshole! What are you trying to do? Spoil the kid? Listen, cunt, I'm tired of your meddling. Blam, pow, crack! Hey, Dad, when you get finished punching Mom, give me some more of that shit with the raisins in it, would ya? Dogs have no priorities or schedules. You rarely see a dog with a wristwatch. Most things they do they will do anywhere at any time, except for the things you teach them not to do. Laszlo, don't ever do that again. If you do, I'll beat the shit out of you. They do catch on to suggestions like that. But basically, a dog doesn't care what he does. He'll simply do whatever's next. He doesn't really know what's next, but he'll think of something. He might even do 2 things in a row that don't go together. Do you ever see a dog trotting through a room, apparently headed somewhere, and suddenly he stops and chews his back for about 8 minutes, as if the whole thing were scheduled for that exact moment? And then finally, when he's finished chewing, he forgets where he was going in the first place and just sort of looks around, confused. Let's see, where was I going? Oh, shit, I forget. Seemed important at the time. Well, I guess I'll just lie down here under this chair. Hey, it's nice under here. I must do this more often. He doesn't know, and he doesn't care. Like I say, he'll do anything at any time. He might even embarrass you when you have company. You might have some folks over to the house, folks you don't know that well, people you're trying to impress. Hell, you might even be trying to borrow money from one of these assholes. And all these people are sitting around the living room, and you've put out some chips and a little dip, carrot sticks, maybe a little light buffet, and everybody's eating nicely and chatting politely, and the dog is lying there on the floor in full view. And suddenly you glance over and realize that the dog is licking his balls, vigorously, big, long, loving licks in full view of everyone, and no one is saying a word. Remember, a spectacular thing is taking place. A naked living creature is administering a modified form of autofellatio in the presence of strangers. Not only is it a spectacular act, it's difficult to do. If I could do that, I'd never leave the house. And yet it goes unremarked. And if someone does say something, it's usually innocuous. Look, isn't he cute? He's taking a bath. No, Carla, that's not a bath. That's called licking your balls. If that's a bath, I'd have to say it's a mighty selective bath. He's been on that one spot for over an hour now. Then the dog trots over and starts to lick your face. No, Bruno. No, down, Bruno. Nice doggy. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't you know they have the cleanest mouth of any animal? Well, I'm not a chemist, Velma. I'm just basing my judgment on his most recent activity, which, as you'll recall, was licking his balls. Here are some things you can do just for fun. When writing a letter of reference for a friend, give them a glowing recommendation, but just for fun, conclude by saying, "Don't let Dave's legal history trouble you. There's reason to believe the little girl was lying." Just for fun, knock on the door of any stall in a public restroom and say, "Sir, please, try to control the smell in there. Don't force us to bring in the hoses." Call one of those How Am I Driving 800 numbers and just for fun, complain about a particular driver. Tell them he was driving on the sidewalk, vomiting, giving the finger to old women, and dangling a baby out the window. Next time you're at a baseball game, sing the national anthem in a loud voice, but just for fun, alternate each line between English and complete gibberish. Oh, say, can you see Floggy Bloom Skeldo Prunk? What so proudly we hailed Clogga Drunk Slern Clam Dong Blench. See if that doesn't get the fans talking among themselves. While strolling past a sidewalk cafe, just for fun, squeeze off several truly repulsive farts, silent or noisy. If silent, stand to one side and watch the results. If noisy, tip your hat and say, "Bon appetito." Walk through a crowded amusement park carrying a small tape recorder that plays the sound of a little girl's voice screaming, "Help, Mommy! The man is touching me like Daddy does at home!" Just for fun. Camcorders are a good example of technology gone berserk. Everywhere you go now, you see some goofy fuck with a camcorder. Everyone's taping everything. Doesn't anybody stop and look at things anymore? Take them in? Maybe even remember them? Is that such a strange idea? Does experience really have to be documented, brought home, and saved on a shelf? And do people really watch this shit? Are people's lives so bankrupt they sit at home watching things they already did? And these guys are so intense. And by the way, it's always guys. They won't let women touch the cameras. It's a highly technical skill. Look through a hole, push on a button. Big fucking skill. And they all think they're Federico Fellini. Did you ever see them at the soccer games with the low angles and the zooms and the pans? And it's the same three ugly children in every shot. Same kids. Believe me, all the George Lucas magic in Hollywood is not going to change the unfortunate genetic configurations on the faces of these children. Do the world a favor. Keep these unfortunate youngsters indoors, out of public view. To my way of thinking, there are really only three sports: baseball, basketball, and football. Everything else is either a game or an activity. Hockey comes to mind. People think hockey is a sport. It's not. Hockey is three activities taking place at the same time: ice skating, fooling around with a puck, and beating the shit out of somebody. If these guys had more brains than teeth, they'd do these things one at a time. First you go ice skating, then you fool around with a puck, then you go to the bar and beat the shit out of somebody. The day would last longer, and these guys would have a whole lot more fun. Another reason hockey is not a sport is that it's not played with a ball. Anything not played with a ball can't be a sport. These are my rules. I make 'em up. Soccer's not a sport because you can't use your arms. Anything where you can't use your arms can't be a sport. Tap dancing isn't a sport. I rest my case. Running. People think running is a sport. Running isn't a sport because anybody can do it. Anything we can all do can't be a sport. I can run. You could run. For Christ's sakes, my mother can run. You don't see her on the cover of Sports Illustrated, do you? And swimming isn't a sport. Swimming is a way to keep from drowning. That's just common sense. Sailing isn't a sport. Sailing is a way to get somewhere. Riding the bus isn't a sport. Why the fuck should sailing be a sport? And boxing is not a sport either. Boxing is a way to beat the shit out of somebody. In that respect, boxing is actually a more sophisticated form of hockey. In spite of what the police tell you, beating the shit out of somebody is not a sport. When police brutality becomes an Olympic event, fine, then boxing can be a sport. Bowling isn't a sport because you have to rent the shoes. Don't forget, these are my rules. I make 'em up. Billiards. Some people think billiards is a sport, but it can't be because there's no chance for serious injury. Unless, of course, you welch on a bet in a tough neighborhood. Then, if you wind up with a pool cue sticking out of your ass, you know you just might be the victim of a sports-related injury. But that ain't billiards, that's pool, and that starts with a P, and that rhymes with D, and that brings me to darts. Darts could have been a sport because at least there's a chance to put someone's eye out. But alas, darts will never be a sport because the whole object of the game is to reach zero, which goes against all sports logic. Lacrosse is not a sport. Lacrosse is a faggoty college activity. I don't care how rough it is, any time you're running around a field waving a stick with a little net on the end of it, you're engaged in a faggoty college activity. Period. Same thing for field hockey and fencing. Faggoty college shit. Also, these activities aren't sports because you can't gamble on them. Anything you can't gamble on can't be a sport. When was the last time you made a fucking fencing bet? And gymnastics is not a sport because Romanians are good at it. It took me a long time to come up with that rule, but God damn it, I did it. Polo isn't a sport. Polo is golf on horseback, without the holes. It's a great concept, but it's not a sport. And as far as water polo is concerned, I hesitate to even mention it because it's extremely cruel to the horses. Which brings me to hunting. You think hunting is a sport? Ask the deer. The only good thing about hunting is the many fatal accidents on the weekends. And of course, the permanently disfigured hunters who survive such accidents. Then you have tennis. Tennis is very trendy and very fruity, but it's not a sport. It's just a way to meet other trendy fruits. Technically, tennis is an advanced form of ping pong. In fact, tennis is ping pong played while standing on the table. Great concept, not a sport. In fact, all racket games are nothing more than derivatives of ping pong. Even volleyball is technically racketless team ping pong played with an inflated ball and a raised net while standing on the table. And finally, we come to golf. For my full take on golf, I refer you elsewhere in this recording. But let it just be said, golf is a game that might possibly be fun if it could be played alone. But it's the vacuous, striving, superficial, male-bonding joiners one has to associate with that makes it such a repulsive pastime. And it is decidedly not a sport. Period. Here's a word you don't see anymore. Foodstuffs. I wish it would make a comeback. I like that. Foodstuffs. Let's give credit where credit is due and admit that Scotch tape was a really great idea. You live 80 years, and at best, you get about 6 minutes of pure magic. True fact. There are 11 teams in the Big Ten. You know, sometimes when you're burying a guy alive, for a moment or two you start feeling sorry for him, and then it passes and you keep on shoveling. I think everyone should treat one another in a Christian manner. I will not, however, be responsible for the consequences. I wonder if an Elvis impersonator could ever get famous enough so that someone who looked like him could become a celebrity look-alike. Do you think there's room in this culture for an Elvis impersonator look-alike? Probably. One objection to cloning human beings is that there's a chance for abnormal offspring. Yeah? So, you ever take a look at some of those families in the South? Why do they bother saying raw sewage? Do some people actually cook that stuff? You rarely run into a damsel anymore. Whenever I hear someone referred to as a spiritual leader, I wonder why the spirit world needs leaders. Here's more bullshit middlebrow philosophy. That which doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I got something a little more realistic for you. That which doesn't kill me still may sever my spinal cord, crush my rib cage, cave in my skull, and leave me helpless and paralyzed, soaking in a puddle of my own waste. Put that on your t-shirt, touchy-feely New Age asshole. These days, many politicians are demanding change, just like the homeless people. Live and let live, that's what I always say. Anyone who can't understand that should be killed. It's a simple philosophy, but it's always worked well in our family. Hey, isn't it time we stopped wasting valuable land on cemeteries? Talk about an idea whose time has passed. Let's put all the dead people in boxes and keep them in one part of town. What kind of medieval bullshit is that? I say plow these motherfuckers up and throw them away, or melt them down. We need that phosphorus for farming. If we're going to recycle, let's get serious. Did you notice Joan Rivers has turned into one of those people she used to make fun of? Something I really don't like is that claymation, that stop-action animation junk. Why don't they can that shit? It's fake-looking, and it detracts from the story. Every time you're exposed to advertising in America, you're reminded that this country's most profitable business is still the manufacture, packaging, distribution, and marketing of bullshit. High-quality, grade A, prime-cut, pure American bullshit. And the sad part is that most people seem to believe bullshit only comes from certain predictable sources. Advertising, politics, salesmen, lawyers. Not true. Bullshit is everywhere. Bullshit is rampant. Parents are full of shit, teachers are full of shit, clergymen are full of shit, and law enforcement is full of shit. This entire country is completely full of shit and always has been. From the Declaration of Independence to the Constitution to the Star-Spangled Banner, it's really nothing more than one big steaming pile of red, white, and blue all-American bullshit. Think of how it started. America was founded by slave owners who told us all men are created equal. All men except Indians, niggers, and women. Remember, the founders were a small group of unelected white male landholding slave owners who also, by the way, suggested their class be the only one allowed to vote. To my mind, that is what's known as being stunningly and embarrassingly full of shit. And everybody bought it. All Americans bought it. And those same Americans continue to show their ignorance with all this nonsense about wanting their politicians to be honest. What are these cretins thinking? Do they realize what they're wishing for? If honesty were suddenly introduced into American life, everything would collapse. It would destroy this country because our system is based on an intricate and delicately balanced system of lies. And I think that somehow, deep down, Americans understand this. That's why they elected and re-elected Bill Clinton. Because given a choice, Americans prefer their bullshit right out front where they can get a good, strong whiff of it. Clinton may have been full of shit, but at least he let you know it. And people like that. In '96, Dole tried to hide his bullshit, and he lost. He kept saying, "I'm a plain and honest man." People don't believe that. What did Clinton say? He said, "Hi, folks, I'm completely full of shit, and how do you like that?" And the people said, "You know what? At least he's honest. At least he's honest about being completely full of shit." It's the same in the business world. Everyone knows by now all businessmen are completely full of shit. Just the worst kind of low-life criminal cocksuckers you can expect to meet. And the proof is, they don't even trust each other. When a businessman sits down to negotiate with another businessman, the first thing he does is to assume the other guy is a complete lying prick who's trying to fuck him out of his money. So he does everything he can to fuck the other guy a little bit faster and a little bit harder. And he does it with a big smile on his face. That big bullshit businessman smile. And if you're a customer, that's when you get the really big smile. Customer always gets that really big smile as the businessman carefully positions himself directly behind the customer, unzips his pants, and proceeds to service the account. I'm servicing this account. Now you know what they mean when they say, we specialize in customer service. Whoever first said, let the buyer beware, was probably bleeding from the asshole. But that's business, and business is okay. But folks, I have to tell you, in the bullshit department, a businessman can't hold a candle to a clergyman. Because when it comes to bullshit, big-time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. No contest. Religion easily has the greatest bullshit story ever told. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people, many of them adults, that there's an invisible man who lives in the sky and watches everything they do every minute of every day and has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to remain and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all-powerful, all-perfect, all-knowing, and all-wise. Somehow, he just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions of dollars, pays no taxes, and somehow they always need a little more. Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit. You're all going to die. I hate to remind you, but it is on your schedule. It probably won't happen when you'd like. Generally, it's an inconvenience. For instance, you might have your stamp collection spread out on the dining room table. Now? Now. May I at least put away my commemoratives? No. Inconvenient. Nobody wants to die. Nobody. Well, maybe Evel Knievel. But most other people don't like the idea. Doesn't seem like an enjoyable thing. People figure if being sick is no fun, dying must really be a bother. After all, part of the pleasure of being alive is the knowledge that you're not dead yet. And when you get right down to it, people don't mind being dead. It's getting dead that bothers them. No one wants to get dead, but we're all going to do it. Death is one of the few things that is really, truly democratic. Everybody gets it once, but only once. That's what makes us nervous. No rehearsals. And actually, I think people should look forward to death. After all, it's our next big adventure. At last, we're going to find out where we go. Isn't that what we've all been wondering? Where we go? Where do we go? I don't know. We must go somewhere. True. Phil says he knows. I know he does, but take my word, Phil doesn't know. Where do we go? Maybe it's nowhere. That would be interesting. On the one hand, you'd be nowhere, but on the other hand, you wouldn't know it. So at least you'd have something to think about. Or not. Personally, I think we go wherever we think we're going to go. What you think is what you get. Have you ever heard one of those guys who says, don't even bother praying for me, I'm going straight to hell. I'm going to hell and be with all my friends. Well, he is. He's going to hell, and he'll probably be with all his friends. What you think is what you get. If you keep saying you're going to heaven, chances are you'll get there. But don't look for any of your friends. In my own case, I expect I'll be going to a public toilet in Honduras. And by the way, should you be interested, I can tell you on good authority that when Monty Hall dies, he'll be spending a lot of time behind door number 3. I often wonder why there's no blue food. Every other color is well represented in the food kingdom. Corn is yellow, spinach is green, raspberries are red, carrots are orange, grapes are purple, and mushrooms are brown. So where's the blue food? And don't bother me with blueberries, they're purple. The same is true of blue corn and blue potatoes. They're purple. Blue cheese? Nice try. It's actually white cheese with blue mold. Occasionally, you might run across some blue Jell-O in a cafeteria. Don't eat it. It wasn't supposed to be blue. Something went wrong. When the United States is not invading some sovereign nation or setting it on fire from the air, which is more fun for our simple-minded pilots, we're usually busy declaring war on something here at home. Anything we don't like about ourselves, we declare war on it. We don't do anything about it. We just declare war. Declaring war is our only public metaphor for problem solving. We have a war on crime, a war on poverty, a war on hate, a war on litter, a war on cancer, a war on violence, and Ronald Reagan's ultimate joke, the war on drugs. More accurately, the war on the Constitution. But there's no war on homelessness. You notice that? It's because there's no money in it. If someone could end homelessness and in the process let the corporate swine steal a couple of $1 billion, you'd see the streets of America clear up pretty goddamn quickly. But if you think it's going to be solved through human decency, relax. It's not going to happen. You know what I think they ought to do about homelessness? Change the name. It's not homelessness, it's houselessness. It's houses these people need. Home is an abstract idea. It's a setting, a state of mind. These people need houses, physical, tangible structures. They need low-cost housing. But there's no place to put it. People don't want low-cost housing built anywhere near them. We have a thing in this country called NIMBY, not in my backyard. People don't want social assistance of any kind located anywhere near them. Just try to open a halfway house, a rehab center, a shelter for the homeless, or a home for retarded people who want to work their way into the community. Forget it. People won't allow it. Not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, especially if there's a chance it might help somebody. It's part of that great, generous American spirit we hear so much about. You can ask the Indians about that, if you manage to find one. We've made Indians just a little hard to find. Should you need more current data, select any black family at random. Ask them how generous America has been to them. People don't want anything near them, even if it's something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody says, build more prisons, but don't build them here. Well, why not? What's wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? Seems to me it would make for a fairly crime-free area. You think a lot of crackheads and thieves and hookers are going to be hanging around in front of a fucking prison? Bullshit, they ain't going anywhere near it. What could be safer than a prison? All of the criminals are locked inside, and if a couple of them do manage to escape, what do you think they're going to do? Hang around? Check real estate prices? Bullshit, they're fucking gone. That's the whole idea of breaking out of prison, to get as far away as you possibly can. Not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, except military bases. They like that, don't they? Give them an army or a navy base. That makes them happy. Why? Jobs. Self-interest. Even if the base is loaded with nuclear weapons, they don't give a shit. They'll say, well, I don't mind a few mutations in the family if I can get a decent job. Working people have been fucked over so long, that's the kind of decision they make now. But getting back to low-cost housing, I think I might have solved this problem. I know just the place to build housing for the homeless. Golf courses. It's perfect. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods, land that is currently being squandered on a mindless activity engaged in by white, well-to-do business criminals who use the game to get together so they can make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. It's time for real people to reclaim the golf courses from the wealthy and turn them over to the homeless. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game that takes up entirely too much space in this country. The arrogant nature of golf is evident in the design and scale of the game. Think of how big a golf course is. It's huge. You can't see one end of it from the other. But the ball is only 1.5 inches in diameter. So will someone please explain to me what these pin-headed pricks need with all that land? America has over 17,000 golf courses. They average over 150 acres apiece. That's 3 million plus acres, 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware's worth of housing for the homeless on the land currently wasted on this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, racist game. And that's another thing, race. The only blacks you'll find in country clubs are carrying trays. And don't give me that Tiger Woods bullshit. Fuck Tiger Woods. He ain't black. He acts, talks, and lives like a white boy. Skin alone doesn't make you black. And let's not forget how boring golf is. Have you ever watched it on television? It's like watching flies fuck. A completely mindless game. I should think it takes a fairly low intellect to draw pleasure from the following activity: hitting a ball with a crooked stick, and then walking after it, and then hitting it again. I say pick it up, asshole. You're lucky you found the fucking thing in the first place. Put it in your pocket and go the fuck home. But no, Dorco in the plaid knickers is going to hit the ball again, and then he's going to walk some more. I say let these rich cocksuckers play miniature golf. Let them fuck with a windmill for an hour and a half. I want to see if there's any real skill among these people. And yeah, I know there are plenty of golfers who don't consider themselves rich. People who play on badly maintained public courses. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em and shame on them. Shame for engaging in an arrogant, elitist, racist activity. Here's a great idea. I think Texas should save up 500 condemned people and execute them all at once in electric chairs. 500 electric chairs in a big gymnasium. Wouldn't that be fun? I realize Texas prefers lethal injection, but maybe they could make an exception just this once. Or how about executing people 5 at a time on electric couches? That would be interesting. Put a coffee table in front of them with magazines and some chips and dip. It'd be fun. Here's another good idea. If a married couple kills their kid, they should be executed in an electric love seat. Force them to hug as you pull the switch. I don't understand why prostitution is illegal. Selling is legal. Fucking is legal. So why isn't it legal to sell fucking? Why should it be illegal to sell something that's legal to give away? I can't follow the logic. Of all the things you can do to a person, giving them an orgasm is hardly the worst. In the Army, they give you a medal for killing people. In civilian life, you go to jail for giving them orgasms. Am I missing something? Hey, wouldn't it be great if you could make a guy's head explode just by looking at him? Guys don't seem to be called lefty anymore. The reason I talk to myself is that I'm the only one whose answers I accept. To my great disgust, the trend of naming children with what until recently had been considered surnames continues unabated. The latest abominations, Walker, Parker, Kendall, Flynn, and McKenna. God help us. I was thinking the other day that they ought to make those handicapped ramps a little steeper, and put a few curves in them, too. I could use some laughs. I think we ought to just go ahead and make zillion a real number. Gazillion, too. A zillion could be 10 million trillions, and a gazillion could be a trillion zillions. It seems to me it's time to do this. A long time ago in England, a guy named Thomas Culpeper was hanged, beheaded, quartered, and disemboweled. Why do I have the impression women were not involved in these activities? I read somewhere that in Mexico City, 300 tons of fecal matter are deposited in the air every day. So I guess you could say that not only does shit happen, it also falls on your head. In Maine, in order to save energy, there are several lighthouses that are closed at night. Sometime when you're watching a street musician, walk over in the middle of a song and whisper to him that you don't like his music. Then take $1 out of his cup and walk away. If a group of people stand around in a circle long enough, eventually they will begin to dance. Jesus doesn't really love you, but he does think you have a great personality. Have some fun. Walk into a gift shop and tell them you came in to get your gift. How can it be a spy satellite if they announce on television that it's a spy satellite? Why is it every time some celebrity gets cancer, the National Enquirer says he's vowed to lick this thing? Just once I'd like to hear a guy say, "I've got cancer, and this is it. I'll be dead in a few months." Why don't they have a light bulb that only shines on things worth looking at? Even though men are complete assholes, you know what makes me sad about feminism? Somewhere along the way we lost, "Hey, toots." Have you ever selected an item in the supermarket and put it in someone else's cart? Then you realize what you're doing and you get sort of an alien feeling. Wait, this is not my cart. Look at this, brown flour and sheep entrails. God, I almost put my capers in this cart. Where's mine? Oh, there it is, the one with the tapioca cupcakes and the mango popsicles. Thank God. Or have you ever started to walk off with someone else's cart? Hey, that's my stuff! You have to think fast. Not yet, it isn't. It's not paid for. Technically, these things still belong to all of us. And if I feel like shopping out of your cart, that's what I'll do. Let's see. Any organic scallions in there? What's this? Elk milk? That'll be just fine. You may leave now. I've found the best way to shop for food is to work up a really big appetite. Fast for several days, smoke a couple of joints, take $700, and go to the supermarket. It's great. You buy everything. Wow, canned bread, just what I need. And all the good things, the things you really love and can't do without, well, you got to buy 2 of them because you know you're going to eat one of them on the way home at a red light. Shopping hungry is great. You just keep loading things into your cart. But then, after several aisles, you realize you may have overdone it. You find yourself pushing a motorcade of 3 carts, all tied together with long loops of string cheese. Once again, you've lost control. And so, as you realize you don't have enough money to pay for everything, you begin to put back some of the more expensive items, like meat. $27, bullshit. I'll put back these steaks and grab a few more pound cakes. The kids shouldn't be eating meat anyway. The nicest thing about putting things back in the supermarket is that you can put them anywhere you want. No one cares. You can leave the Robitussin next to the ham hocks. You can stick the marshmallows in with the bacon bits. They don't care. They have people who come around at midnight to straighten that stuff out. And in the morning, everything is back where it belongs. By the way, next time you shop at a supermarket in a neighborhood that has higher than average marijuana use, take a look at the cookie section. Combat zone. Half the packages have been opened, and all the really good cookies are gone. Where the hell are the Malamars? Oh, we can't get Malamars into the store. Folks line up at the loading dock for Malamars. There are always plenty of crappy cookies. You ever notice that? Shitty, low-priced local cookies, like Jim's home-style cookies. 26 varieties. I say, damn, Jim, if you can't make cookies in 25 tries, leave me out. Time to head home, folks. So let's get on the checkout line here and read People magazine. By the way, I must admit I'm a real sucker on the checkout line. I'm an impulse buyer. Anything that's on display, I want it. I even buy things other people leave behind. Wow! Extra spicy diet fudge raisin tartar sauce. Must be a sale. Great, I got the last one. One final thought. Have you ever been on the express line and tried to convince the tough-looking Hispanic girl with the tattoos that 27 packages of hot dogs are really just one item? I'm always grateful when she finally gives in. Go ahead, mister. It's quicker than beating the shit out of you. I don't know about you folks, but I think O.J. got screwed. Double jeopardy is just plain wrong. Civil trial, my ass. Not fair. O.J. beat the system, and he should be allowed to enjoy it. Geraldo and Charles Grodin don't like O.J. Simpson. Geraldo and Charles Grodin deal in certitude, you know. Guys like that almost always impress me. But I'm really glad O.J. beat the rap. Personally, I'd like to see him on TV again doing commercials. Must be something he could do. Roach Motel. They checks in, but they don't checks out. It'd be fun. We need more fun. People get upset with all the wrong things. Like these guys Jeffrey Dahmer and Timothy McVeigh. Right away, everybody wants to kill them. Let me tell you something. You don't kill guys like that. That's exactly what they want. You know what you do? You let them off with a warning. Just like a speeding ticket. Sometimes all a guy like that needs is a good talking to. You sit him down and you say, "Listen, Jeff, nobody thinks you're funny, okay? No one is amused. So calm down and knock off the shit. Stop trying to draw attention to yourself. You eat one more person and you're in big trouble." A lot of these guys never hear that sort of thing. I think it would make them think twice before they cooked another person's head and ate it. Don't you? Now, as to Timothy McVeigh, you've got a slightly different situation here. After all, the guy's a veteran, so you have to show him a little consideration. And don't forget, it's his first offense. So I say let him off with a warning. Throw a good scare into him. "Tim, one more trick like that and it's going to mean a hefty fine." A dog doesn't understand time. Like a young child, he doesn't know the difference between 8 o'clock and a week ago Tuesday. The only period of time a dog understands is forever. And that's how long he thinks everything's going to last. You ever scratch your dog behind the ears? They really love that, don't they? "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Daddy's scratching me behind the ears. My favorite thing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is great." And you're scratching, and he's loving it and looking up at you adoringly, his eyes rolling back in his head, and then suddenly you stop, and he looks at you like you're some kind of diseased criminal pervert. He's disappointed. He thought the scratching was going to last forever. He can't help it. He just doesn't know what time it is. It's especially bad when you go out and leave him alone. He thinks you're never coming back. Never. That must be what he thinks, or else why would he act the way he does when you finally get home? All hyper and excited and revved up, like you just ate 1.5 pounds of methamphetamine. "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I thought you were never going to come home. I thought you were never going to come home. I thought you were never going to come home. I thought you were never going to come home. I was so scared. I was lonely, scared and lonely. I didn't know what to do. I was all alone. I thought I would never eat again. I don't know how to prepare food. I'm a dog. I can't cook. I can't do anything. I don't even know how to operate a can opener. How do you do that? What do? Push down the little handle? Couldn't figure it out. Give me some food. Give me a kiss. Shake hands. Here's my paw. You want me to roll over? I'll do it. Just don't leave me. Don't go. Don't go. I swear I'll never pee in the house again. I'll never pee anywhere again. Just don't leave me alone." And it doesn't matter how long you've been gone. They go into this speed freak mode even if all you did was forget your hat and come back a few seconds later. "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I thought you were never going to come home. I thought you were never going to come home," etc., etc. Is that how you say that? Etc. Anyway, I got hungry. Again, the minute you left, I was going to eat the cat. Couldn't find him. Where the fuck's the cat? What did you do? Hide the cat? "Lester, will you stop it? Calm down. I was just here a few seconds ago." They really miss you. And they have no idea what time it is. At some point in every stage show I do, I take a sip of water and I ask the audience, "How's the water here?" I haven't gotten a positive response yet. Not one. Last year, I was in about 100 different cities. Not one audience was able to give me a positive answer. Nobody trusts their water supply. Nobody. And that amuses me, because it means the system is beginning to collapse, beginning to break down. I enjoy chaos and disorder, not just because they help me professionally, but they're also my hobby. I'm an entropy buff. In high school, when I first heard of entropy, I was attracted to it immediately. They said that in nature, all systems are breaking down. And I thought, what a wonderful thing. Perhaps I can make some small contribution to this process myself. And of course, it's not just true of nature, it's true of society as well. If you look carefully, you can see that the social structure is just beginning to break down, just beginning to come apart at the seams. And what I like about that is that it makes the news on television more exciting. I watch the news for only one thing, entertainment. That's all I want. You know my favorite thing on television? Bad news. Accidents, disasters, catastrophes, explosions, fires. I want to see shit being destroyed and bodies flying around. I'm not interested in the budget. I don't care about tax negotiations. I don't want to know what country the Pope is in. But show me a burning hospital with people on crutches jumping off the roof and I'm a happy guy. I want to see a paint factory blowing up, an oil refinery explode, and a tornado hit a church on Sunday. I want to be told there's a guy running through the Kmart shooting at customers with an automatic weapon. I want to see thousands of people in the street killing policemen, hear about a nuclear meltdown in a big city, find out the stock market dropped 4,000 points in one day. I want to see people under pressure. Sirens, flames, smoke, bodies, graves being filled, parents weeping, my kind of TV. Exciting shit. I just want to see some entertainment. That's the kind of guy I am. You know what I like most? Big chunks of steel, concrete, and fiery wood falling out of the sky, and people running around trying to get out of the way. Exciting shit. And at least I admit it, folks, you know? Most people won't admit these feelings. Most people see something like that, they say, "Oh, isn't that awful?" Bullshit, lying asshole. You love it and you know it. Explosions are fun, and the closer the explosion is to your house, the more fun it is. Have you ever noticed that? Sometimes an announcer comes on television and says, 6,000 people were killed in an explosion today. And you say, where? Where? He says, in Pakistan. You say, fuck Pakistan. Too far away to be fun. But if he says it happened in your hometown, you say, whoa, hot shit, Dave. Come on, let's go down and look at the bodies. I love bad news. Doesn't bother me. The more bad news there is, the faster this system collapses. I'm glad the water sucks. You know what I do about it? I drink it. I fucking drink it. You see, I'm not one of those people who worries about everything. Do you have people around you like that? The country's full of them now. People walking around all day worried about everything. Worried about the air, the water, the soil, pesticides, food additives, carcinogens, radon, asbestos. Worried about saving endangered species. Let me tell you about endangered species. Saving endangered species is just one more arrogant human attempt to control nature. That's what got us in trouble in the first place. Interfering with nature. Meddling. Doesn't anybody understand that? And as far as endangered species are concerned, it's a phony issue. Over 90% of all the species that ever lived on this planet are gone. They're extinct. We didn't kill them. They just disappeared. That's what species do. They appear and they disappear. It's nature's way. Irrespective of our behavior, species vanish at the rate of 25 a day. Let them go gracefully. Stop interfering. Leave nature alone. Haven't we done enough damage? We're so self-important, so arrogant. Everybody's going to save something now. Save the trees, save the bees, save the whales, save the snails. And the supreme arrogance, save the planet. Are these people kidding? Save the planet? We don't even know how to take care of ourselves. We haven't learned how to care for one another. We're going to save the fucking planet? I'm getting tired of that shit. I'm tired of fucking Earth Day. And I'm tired of these self-righteous environmentalist white bourgeois liberals who think the only thing wrong with this country is that there aren't enough bike paths, trying to make the world safe for their repulsive Volvos. Besides, environmentalists don't give a shit about the planet anyway. Not really. Not in the abstract. You know what they're interested in? A clean place to live. Their own habitat. That's all. They're worried that sometime in the future they might be personally inconvenienced. Narrow, unenlightened self-interest doesn't impress me. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with the planet in the first place. The planet is fine. The people are fucked. Compared with the people, the planet is doing great. It's been here over 4 billion years. Did you ever think about that? The planet has been here 4.5 billion years. And we've been here for what, 100,000? And we've only been engaged in heavy industry for a little over 200 years. 200 versus 4.5 billion. And we have the nerve, the conceit to think that somehow we're a threat? That somehow we're going to put this beautiful little blue-green ball in jeopardy? Believe me, the planet has put up with much worse than us. It's been through earthquakes, volcanoes, plate tectonics, solar flares, sunspots, magnetic storms, pole reversals, planetary floods, worldwide fires, tidal waves, wind and water erosion, cosmic rays, ice ages, and hundreds of thousands of years of bombardment by comets, asteroids, and meteors. And people think a few plastic bags and aluminum cans are going to make a difference? The planet isn't going anywhere, folks. We are. We're going away. Pack your shit. We're going away. And we won't leave much of a trace. Thank God for that. Nothing left. Maybe a little styrofoam. The planet will be here and we'll be gone. Another failed mutation. Another closed-end biological mistake. The planet will shake us off like a bad case of fleas, and it will heal itself, because that's what the planet does. It's a self-correcting system. The air and water and earth will recover and be renewed, and if plastic is really not degradable, well, most likely the planet will incorporate it into a new paradigm. The Earth plus plastic. Earth doesn't share our prejudice against plastic. Plastic came out of the Earth. She probably sees it as one of her many children. In fact, it could be the reason the Earth allowed us to be spawned in the first place. It wanted plastic and didn't know how to make it. It needed us. That could be the answer to our age-old question. Why are we here? Plastic, assholes. And so our job is done. The plastic is here. We can now be phased out. And I think that's already begun, don't you? I mean, to be fair, the planet probably sees us as a mild threat, something to be dealt with. And I'm sure it can defend itself in the manner of a large organism, the way a beehive or an ant colony would muster a defense. I'm sure the planet will think of something. What would you be thinking if you were the planet, trying to defend yourself against this pesky, troublesome species? Let's see, what might I try? Viruses might be good. These humans seem vulnerable to viruses, and viruses are tricky, always mutating and developing new strains when new medicines or vaccines are introduced. And perhaps the first virus I try could be one that compromises their immune systems, a human immunodeficiency virus that makes them vulnerable to other infections that come along. And perhaps this virus could be spread sexually, making them reluctant to engage in the act of reproduction, further reducing their numbers. Well, I guess it's a poetic notion, but it's a start, and I can dream, can't I? No, folks, I don't worry about the little things, bees, trees, whales, snails. I don't worry about them. I think we're part of a much greater wisdom, greater than we will ever understand, a higher order. Call it what you like. I call it the big electron. The big electron. It doesn't punish, it doesn't reward, and it doesn't judge. It just is. And so are we, for a little while. See ya. Have you noticed that quite often when you leave someone, they ask you to relay an affectionate message to someone else? You know, they'll say, "Give my love to Klaus. Tell Klaus Rebecca sends her love." Do you mind that? Do you mind being used that way? The awesome responsibility of carrying Rebecca's love to Klaus? Suppose you don't see Klaus. What do you do with Rebecca's love? Carry it around? Give it to someone else? "Wilhelm, I can't find Klaus. Here's some of Rebecca's love." Suppose Wilhelm doesn't know Rebecca. Can he legally accept her love? Especially when it was originally intended for Klaus. Or suppose you give Wilhelm Rebecca's love for Klaus, and then you run into Klaus. What do you give him? All you had was Rebecca's love, and you've already gone and given that to Wilhelm. Can you reasonably ask Wilhelm to give back Rebecca's love? Maybe he's gotten used to it by now. Can Klaus sue Wilhelm? Can Wilhelm be arrested? Can you be arrested for transporting love across a state line? All right, back to reality. Just for the sake of argument, let's leave Wilhelm out of this altogether. Suppose Rebecca gives you her love to give to Klaus, and you do see Klaus. What form should the love take? Can you risk giving Klaus a tongue kiss? Which brings up another possibility. Maybe Klaus is gay. Klaus doesn't want Rebecca's love. Klaus wants Wilhelm's love. If Klaus tells you to give his love to Wilhelm, just tell him, "Bullshit, Klaus. You give your own love to Wilhelm. I'm going to find Rebecca." Now, sometimes people don't want you to give their love to someone else. They only want to give their regards. That's all they're sending that day, regards. That's not as important as love, is it? No. By the way, do you always relay the type of affection the sender intends? I don't. Generally, I wait till the last minute and then decide what the other person deserves. For instance, Susan might say to me, "Give my love to Dave." Well, I might not feel Dave is deserving of Susan's love. Dave might be one of those people who piss me off. I'll probably just give him a few regards. Keep him in his place. I feel it's my decision. After all, I'm the one who's doing all the work. And if I really don't like the recipient, I might reduce the level of affection by an even greater degree. Susan might say, "Give all my love to Dave and tell him I can't wait to see him again so I can hold him in my arms, kiss his sweet soft lips, and make love to him all night." And I'll say, "Dave, Susan said hello." Screw Dave. That's what he gets for pissing me off. Then there are the recipients who try to anticipate what degree of affection they're going to receive. Did Susan send her love? No, Dave, she only sent her regards. That's funny. Usually she sends her love. Well, not this time. In fact, she specifically told me, don't give Dave any of my love. It seems she's running short of love and has to be careful whom she gives it to. However, she did say she's overstocked with regards and wants you to have a whole bunch of them. So be satisfied, Dave. Take your regards and get the fuck out of my life. Well, he should damn well be satisfied with regards. It's a lot better than simply being sent someone's best. There are some people who just send you their best. Give my best to Dave. Your best what, Susan? If this is your best, perhaps you'd better keep it to yourself. And yet, receiving someone's best is better than simply being remembered to someone. That's the lowest of all. It's hardly even worth telling the poor person. Remember me to Dave. Okay. Dave, you remember Susan? Yes. Well, she remembers you too. That's it. My job is done. I'm off now to find Tex, so I can tell him Billy Bob said howdy. One final thing. There are times when someone wants you to convey more than simply love. They want you to give someone a big hug and kiss. Now they've got you trafficking in sex. Give Joaquin a big hug and a kiss for me. Usually it's women. I find that women are a bit more expressive at times like these. And sometimes they're really explicit. Bye-bye, Elena. Drive carefully. Give Flocko a nice blowjob for me. And don't forget to lick his asshole. Okay, Belinda, but next time, let's get Klaus to take care of that. You know what bothers me? People who want to know the time. The ones who come up and say to me, "What time is it?" As if I personally were responsible for keeping track of such things. Sometimes they'll phrase it a little differently. They'll say, "Do you have the time?" And I say, "No, I don't believe I do. I certainly didn't have it this morning when I left the house. Could you possibly have left it somewhere?" You know, now that you mention it, I believe the Navy has the time. In Washington. They keep it in an observatory or something, and they just let a little of it out each day. Not too much, of course. Just enough. They wouldn't want to give us too much time. We might not use it wisely. Sometimes in a playful mood, when asked if I have the time, I'll say yes, and simply walk away. I do that because I hate to disappoint people. You see, there is no time. There's just no time. I don't mean we're late, there's no time. I mean there is no time. After all, when is it? Do you know? No one really knows when it is. We made the whole thing up. It's a human invention. There are no numbers in the sky. Believe me, I've looked. They're not there. We made the whole thing up. So when are we? Sometimes we think we know where we are, but we really don't know when we are. For all we know, it could be the middle of last week. And the time zones are no help. They're all different. In fact, in parts of India, the time zones actually operate on the half hour instead of the hour. What is that all about? Does anyone really know what time it is? And never mind a piddly little half-hour difference in India. How about thousands of years? The major calendars disagree by thousands of years. To the Chinese, this is, 4699. The Hebrews think it's 5762. The Muslims swear it's 1422. No telling what the Mayans and Aztecs would say if they were still around. I guess their time ran out. Remember, folks, these are calendars we're talking about. Instruments specifically designed to keep track of time. And they're all different. And they're not just off by a couple of weeks. This is thousands of goddamn years we're talking about. How did that happen? Our current Gregorian calendar is such an amateur show that every 4 years we have to cram in an extra day just to make the whole thing work. We call it February 29th. Personally, I don't believe it. Deep down, I know it's really March 1st. I mean, it just feels like March 1st, doesn't it? But even that simple quadrennial adjustment doesn't fix things, so every 100 years we suspend that rule and dispense with the extra day. Unless, of course, the year is divisible by 400, in which case we suspend the suspension and add the extra day. But that's still not quite enough, so every 4,000 years we suspend that rule too, and back comes February 29th. Here's how we got to this sorry state. The Julian calendar was introduced in 46 BC, the Roman year 709. But it was off by 11 minutes a year. So by 1582 there was an accumulated error of 10 days. Accordingly, that year, Pope Gregory XIII decided that the day following October 4th would be called October 15th. They just skipped 10 days. Threw them out. Officially, in 1582, no one was born in France, Italy, Spain, or Portugal during the period October 5th through October 14th. Weird, eh? But even weirder, Britain didn't adopt the Gregorian calendar till 1752 when they dropped 11 days out of September. Since this also applied to the American colonies, officially no one was born here from September 3rd through September 13th, 1752, except Indians. By the way, that was the same year New Year's Day was moved from March 25th to January 1st. The way it had been handled before, for example, was that March 24th, 1750, would be followed by March 25th, 1751. Pretty fucked up, huh? And you thought that big millennium party you went to was being held right on time. We try hard to keep track of time, but it's futile. You can't pin it down. For example, there's a moment coming. It's not here yet. It's still in the future. It's on the way. It hasn't arrived. It's getting closer. Here it is. Shit, it's gone. We use words like now, but it's a useless word because every time you say it, it means something different. Can you tell me the time? Well, which time did you want, now? Or the time you asked me? Or how about now? Is this the time you want? Speak up. This stuff isn't standing still. And think of the phrase just now. Did you hear that? What? Just now. You mean just then? Yes, just then. Wait, there it is again. When? Just now. Everything we think of as now is either the very recent past or the very near future. There's no present. Welcome to the present. Shoom! Gone again. It's all so imprecise that people sometimes don't bother with minutes and hours at all. They keep things purposely vague. What time you got? I got just after. Just after? Geez, my watch is slow. I got going on. It's amazing how something as precisely calibrated as time can be described so loosely, especially where short periods of time are concerned. We say at once, immediately, right away, just like that, no time at all, nothing flat, at a moment's notice. And one that I never understood, before you can say Jack Robinson. You don't hear that much anymore, do you? Maybe Jack ran out of time. Maybe he was an Aztec. And let's not forget a jiffy or a flash. Do you know which is quicker? Well, I looked it up. In fact, there are 2 jiffies in a flash, and there are 6 flashes in the twinkling of an eye. No one seems to know how many twinklings of an eye there are in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. And by the way, why is it 2 shakes of a lamb's tail? Wouldn't the basic unit of measurement be 1 shake of a lamb's tail? Another vague word is soon. For me, soon has an emotional quality. It has great potential for sadness. Is Daddy ever coming to visit us again? Yes, dear. When? Soon. Here's a spooky one. Sooner than you think. Wow, sooner than I think. That's like before you know it. I'll be back before you know it. Zoom! Holy shit, he did it. Sooner or later, one of these days, any day now, from time to time, every now and then, a little while. A little while is nice. So gentle. I'll be home in a little while. That wouldn't bother you, would it? I think anyone could wait a little while. It doesn't sound too threatening. Your father is sick, but he still has a little while. That's different from a short time, isn't it? A short time sounds terminal. Your father has only a short time. If I were about to be executed, I'd much rather have a little while than a short time. By the way, do you have a favorite period of time? It isn't easy to select a favorite period of time. There are so many appealing ones. I have a few. To me, the most useful period of time is 5 minutes. That seems to be the one most people choose when they're pressed. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, will you? What, are you kidding? I could fix that thing in 5 minutes. That's all most people want. 5 minutes. A good, solid, respectable period of time. And it goes by fast. I think I could do just about anything for 5 minutes, even the most distasteful task. Let's go talk to George Bush. Are you kidding? He's an asshole. Look, just 5 minutes, okay? Okay, 5 minutes. But no more. After that, I'm going to puke. 15 minutes is a popular period of time, but it has an institutional ring to it, a regulatory quality. Sounds like it's associated with something either compulsory or forbidden. The exchange window will only be open for 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes to fill out the forms. In 15 minutes we will be coming around, and I like 20 minutes better. 20 minutes sounds kind of free and sporty. I'll be back to pick up those test papers in 15 minutes. Then you'll have a 20-minute break. Hey guys, cover me with the boss, will you? I'll be back in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Just enough time to get laid. Have a good time. What exactly is wrong with the inmates running the asylum? It seems to me they're in an ideal position to know just what's needed. When it comes to my organs, I've decided to donate only my prostate and testicles, with the stipulation that they go to one of those lovely feminists. Here's something no one ever said before. Big bats down to 1-5, 5 over cross up the thingo, nose, baseball, hieroglyphics, hopscotch, pouch. Inevitably, 2, 4, 8, 4, 8, 4, 8, 4, 8. I with the 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down here, mother, we're all home now. So long, Jill. Beep, beep. Hungry, hungry. Are you? I couldn't stand it. Not in my house. Up yours too, Don. He's packing them in. We'll all try it. 50-50? Okay, but not me. No one ever said that before. No one ever wrote that. Not even Shakespeare. I'm proud of that. Civilization began its downhill path the day some guy first uttered the words, "A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do." They say that if you live to be 100, your lucky number goes up by 1. As near as I can tell, jack shit and diddly squat are roughly the same amount. What do you think about some guy who hears a voice in his head that tells him to kill his entire family, and he does it? Is that the only thing these voices ever tell paranoid guys to do, kill people? Doesn't a voice ever say, "Go take a shit on the salad bar at Wendy's"? Doesn't a voice tell a guy to take out his dick on the merry-go-round? Actually, some guys do take out their dicks on the merry-go-round, but usually it's their own idea. In the old days, white people used to put black grease paint on their faces and perform minstrel shows. Boy, that must have been really interesting. When I first heard the song "Don't Worry, Be Happy," I realized it was exactly the kind of mindless philosophy that Americans would respond to. It would make a great national motto, right along with "Me First." Here's a little-known fact. When the stock exchange closes, the guy who comes out on the balcony with that big hammer slams it on the head of the person who lost the most money that day. America has too many fake Irish pubs. Giving your bar an Irish name doesn't make it a pub. The word pub is earned the hard way. Tons and tons of puke and thousands of shattered cheekbones. McDonald's breakfast for under $1 is actually more expensive than that. You have to factor in the cost of bypass surgery. May I make it clear once and for all that I don't care what country the Pope is in? I'm really not interested. All the Pope ever does is go around to places where people make $6 a year and tell them to have more children. Isn't that bright and responsible and compassionate? Such a bright, responsible, compassionate man. If the Pope wants to travel around flaunting his wealth and encouraging poor people to have children, let him do it privately. And for God's sakes, keep it off television. The Pope is not news. No one who has had taps played for them has ever been able to hear it. Although it's true blondes have more fun, it's important to remember they also have more VD. If you watch a sitcom carefully, you can see that it's really nothing more than a series of doors opening and closing with a series of jack-offs entering and exiting. They have a new roach spray. doesn't kill the roaches, but it fills them with self-doubt as to whether or not they're in the right house. I'm sure looters don't call it looting. They probably think of it as extreme shopping. One good reason for maintaining only a small circle of friends is that 3 out of 4 murders are committed by people who knew the victim. If you live on the wrong side of the tracks, but get up on the right side of the bed, do those things cancel each other out? Probably not. Professional soldiers are people who die for a living. Here's some fun you can have. Go into a photography shop and ask the man if you can buy the pictures of the other people in the window. Say, "How much for that heavy-set couple?" I guarantee they'll stare at you a long time. In fact, they might even back up several feet. Whenever they say someone got hit by a stray bullet, I wonder about the choice of words. It seems to me that the bullet isn't stray at all. It's doing exactly what physics predicts, traveling in a straight line. What's so stray about that? Everyone knows by now sports is big business, but the major sports have grown kind of boring and predictable, and the public has become jaded. So I'm suggesting a few changes that would add excitement to the games and increase their entertainment value. Baseball has one major problem: not enough serious injuries. A lot of baseball's so-called injuries are just a strained this or a sore whatchamacallit. In today's culture, that's not good enough. Fans are crying out for someone to really be hurt badly. So, to raise the injury level, what I would do is place 30 to 40 landmines in the outfield, the kind of mines that spray thousands of tiny nails when they explode. Not only would this add excitement, it would also provide a refreshing element of surprise. There's a high, lazy fly ball to right field. O'Neill drifts over, pats his glove. Bam! Holy fucking shit! Oh, good Lord! Oh, precious, precious Lord! Baseball is also accused of being too slow. Here's something would not only speed up the game, but also provide a welcome opportunity for serious injuries. Like most good ideas, it's uncomplicated. If the pitcher hits the batter with a ball, the batter is out. That's it. A simple idea, but it could make quite a difference. And maybe if the ball hits the batter in the head, it could be a double play. I don't know, I'm not an expert on rules, but it's certainly worth a try. And just think, a good control pitcher could have a perfect game just by hitting 27 guys in a row. In fact, if you had 2 quality pitchers out there, the fans could be out of that ballpark in half an hour, on their way home to watch football on TV, where they could see some serious goddamn injuries. Now, football. For many of you fans, football is already a perfect game. Its particular combination of speed, strategy, and brute force seems just right for the American psyche. But even a well-thought-out game like football can use a little help from a fun-loving guy like me. I would start by improving the coin toss, by making it a full-contact event. While the coin is in the air, the team captains should be allowed to kick the officials. It would get things going on a positive note. Remember, this is a sport that owes its origin to the practice of English soldiers playfully kicking around the head of a Dane during the lulls in combat. Now, to the game itself. I think football should limit itself to only one rule. Each down begins in an orderly manner. That's it. After that, the players should be allowed to do whatever they want. If there's a fight, you move it off to one side of the field. Let it run its course, no restrictions. If several 300-pound linemen are crippling a place kicker, fine. Let them continue. We shouldn't be trying to suppress the natural exuberance of athletes. Keep in mind, these men are physical freaks, full of drugs and anger, and they're here to entertain us. They enjoy being injured. Let them go about their business. So much for upgrading the violence. Here's my suggestion for adding excitement. Currently, each team is allowed 45 players on the squad, but most of them stand around watching the game from the sidelines. If I were in charge, this would not be happening. Instead, I would have all 90 men out on the field at all times. Offense, defense, special teams, everyone. What football really needs is 90 steroid monstrosities geeked on amphetamines racing around the field trying to hurt one another. Here's another way to spice up the game. Leave the injured players on the field. Let them lie there. These men are supposed to be tough. You can't coddle them just because they break something. Let the other guys play around them. If they get stepped on, tough titty. These macho pinheads are always talking about how it's a big war going on out there. Fine. Let the Red Cross come around and pick them up. And regarding this taunting behavior that so many people find offensive, I don't see the problem. In fact, I don't think taunting goes nearly far enough. In my opinion, and I'm certainly no professional athlete, after a good hard tackle, the defensive player should be allowed to pull down his pants and masturbate on the man he tackled. It seems like a simple thing, but it would change the whole tempo of the game. And if he can't ejaculate because 60,000 people are watching, you hit him with a 15-yard penalty for delay of game. I end my suggestions for improving football by taking a look at one of those game-end rituals, the pouring of Gatorade on the winning coach. To my mind, this is far too fruity for football. It's barely appropriate for a 6th-grade dodgeball team. What ought to happen is the winning team should be allowed to come across the field and spike the losing coach. Just spike him. 4 linebackers turn him upside down and pile drive him head first into the ground. Give him an incentive to work a little harder on next week's game plan. And now the evening news. Police in Maine announced today they have broken up a ring of amphetamine users. 6 of the speed freaks were arrested on the spot. Another 4 got away by running completely across Canada. It has been disclosed that several years ago, when Mother Teresa won the Nobel Peace Prize, she returned the money, claiming it had germs on it. A man who was attempting to walk around the world drowned today on the first leg of his journey, which would have taken him from San Francisco to Honolulu. The owner of a Florida massage parlor has been arrested by police. Quote, "There weren't any serious violations," said the officers. "She just rubbed us the wrong way." Unquote. Doctors treating a 90-year-old pregnant woman claim that because of her advanced age, she will have a grown-up. A Boston man who last year shot and killed all 12 members of a jury that convicted him of murder goes on trial again today. Courtroom insiders say jury selection is expected to take quite some time. Silent film star Mark Dunbar died today in Hollywood. He had no last words. However, he did wiggle his eyebrows and make several exaggerated gestures with his arms. A Cincinnati man has revealed that last month a local hospital, instead of giving him a vasectomy, castrated him. A hospital spokesman explained, "It all started as a joke. The doctors pretended they were going to castrate him, but he got real snotty, so they went ahead and did it to teach him a lesson." The patient, though upset, seemed philosophical. He said, "The way I look at it, it's that much less to wash." A New Hampshire inventor has developed a machine he claims will grant him any wish. Reporters were greeted at his home by hundreds of naked women who said they had been blowing him for the past 6 months. A 65-year-old fitness expert trotting backward from Winnipeg to Chile in an effort to promote backward trotting was killed today when she was hit by a truck head-on from the rear. And finally, on the lighter side, here's a human interest story about man's best friend. It seems 65-year-old James Driscoll was asleep in his downtown hotel room last week when he was awakened by the sound of a dog barking. When he awoke, the room was filled with smoke and he could not see to get out. The dog led him out of the room, down the hall, and into an elevator shaft where he plunged 8 stories to his death. Seems it wasn't his dog. Around our house, I'm known as Icebox Man. One of my duties is to keep people from standing too long with the door of the icebox open while they decide what to eat. You know, someone smokes 3 joints and decides to inventory the refrigerator. Drives me crazy. Close the fucking door, will you? You're letting out all the cold. Look, here's $20. Go down to Burger King, why don't you? I'll save that much on electricity. Close the goddamn door. If you can't decide what you want, take a Polaroid picture. Go figure it out, come back later. You kids are lucky. We didn't have Polaroids. We had to make an oil painting. I try not to let them get me down, though, 'cause Icebox Man has an even bigger job. Picking through the refrigerator periodically, deciding which items to throw away. Most people won't take that responsibility. They grab what they want and they leave the rest. They figure someone is saving that. Sooner or later it'll be eaten. Meanwhile, the thing, whatever it is growing smaller and denser and has become permanently fused to the refrigerator shelf. Well, folks, Icebox Man is willing to make the tough decisions. And I never act alone. I always include the family. I noticed some egg salad here that's been in the icebox for a while. Are we engaged in medical research I haven't been told about? May I assume from the color of this meatloaf that it's being saved for St. Patrick's Day? Someone call a museum and have this onion dip carbon dated. And how about this multicolored Jell-O from Christmas? It's July now. If no one wants this, I'm going to throw it away. Did your mother ever pull that stuff on you? Offer you some food that if you didn't eat it, she was going to just throw it away? Well, doesn't that make you feel dandy? Here's something to eat, Petey. Hurry up, it's spoiling. Bobby, eat this quickly. The green part is spreading. If you don't eat it, I'm going to give it to the dog. It's so nice to be ahead of the dog in the food chain. Icebox Man has had some interesting experiences. Have you ever been looking through the refrigerator and you come across a completely empty plate? Nothing on it but a couple of food stains? It's unnerving, isn't it? I think to myself, could something have eaten something else? Maybe the Spam ate the olives. Maybe that half-eaten chicken isn't really dead. He's living on our food. Sometimes I picture a little mouse in a parka, hiding behind the mustard, waiting for the refrigerator light to go off so he can resume his cold-weather foraging. Probably the worst experience is reaching into the refrigerator and finding something you simply cannot identify at all. You literally do not know what it is. It could be meat. It could be cake. At times like these, I try to bluff. Honey, is this good? What is it? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. It looks like meat cake. Smell it. It has no smell whatsoever. It's good. Put it back. Someone is saving it for something. That's what frightens me. That someone will consider it a challenge and use it in soup. Simply because it's there. It's a leftover. What a sad word. Leftover. But think about this. Leftovers make you feel good twice. First, when you put them away, you feel thrifty and intelligent. I'm saving food. Then a month later, when blue hair is growing out of the ham and you throw it away, you feel really intelligent. I'm saving my life. There are many expressions that we just take for granted. We use them all the time, yet we never examine them carefully. We just say them as if they really made sense. Like, legally drunk. Well, if it's legal, what's the fucking problem? Leave me alone, officer. I'm legally drunk. You know where you can stick it. Well, why do we always assume everyone knows where they can stick it? Suppose you don't know. Suppose you're a new guy and you have absolutely no idea where you can stick it. I think there ought to be a government booklet entitled Where to Stick It. Now that I think of it, I believe there is a government booklet like that. They send it to you on April 15th. Undisputed heavyweight champion. Well, if it's undisputed, what's all the fighting about? To me, undisputed means we all agree. Here you have two men beating the shit out of one another over something they apparently agree on. Makes no sense. Here's another one. It's the quiet ones you gotta watch. Every time I see a news story about a mass murderer, the guy's neighbor is always saying, well, he was very quiet. And someone I'm sitting with says, it's the quiet ones you gotta watch. This sounds like a very dangerous assumption. I'll bet you anything that while you're busy watching a quiet one, a noisy one will fucking kill you. Suppose you're in a bar and one guy is sitting over on the side reading a book, not bothering anybody, and another guy is standing up at the front banging a machete on the bar screaming, I'm gonna kill the next motherfucker who pisses me off. Who are you gonna watch? Lock 'em up and throw away the key. This is one you hear a lot from men. Men like to talk that way. Makes them feel tough. Guy sees a rapist on the TV news. He says, "You see that guy? They ought to lock him up and throw away the key." This is really stupid. First of all, every time the guy's got to take a shit, you're going to have to call a locksmith. If he's in prison 30 years, even if he's eating government cheese, it's going to cost you a fortune. Second, where do you throw the key? Right out in front of the jail? His friends will find it. How far can you throw a key? 50, 60 feet the most. Even if you hold it flat on its side and scale it, what do you get? An extra 10 feet tops. This is a stupid idea that needs to be completely rethought. Down the tubes. That's one you hear a lot, People say, the country is going down the tubes. What tubes? Have you seen any tubes? Where are these tubes? And where do they go? And how come there's more than one tube? It would seem to me, one country, one tube. What, does every state all of a sudden have to have its own tube now? One tube is all you need. But a tube that big? Somebody would have seen it by now. Somebody would have said, "Hey, Joey, look at the fucking tube. Big-ass fucking tube over here." You never hear that. You know why? No tubes. We don't have tube one. We are, sorry to say, tubeless. Takes the cake. Boy, he really takes the cake. Where? Where do you take a cake? To the movies? You know where I would take a cake? Down to the bakery to see the other cakes. And how come he takes the cake? How come he don't take the pie? A pie is easier to carry than a cake. Easy as pie. A cake is not too hard to carry either. Piece of cake. The greatest thing since sliced bread. So this is it? A couple of 100,000 years? Sliced bread? What about the pyramids? The Panama Canal? The Great Wall of China? Even a lava lamp, to me, is greater than sliced bread. What's so great about sliced bread? You got a knife, you got a loaf of bread, slice the fucking thing, and get on with your life. Out walking the streets. There's another one you hear from men. Some guy sees a rapist on the news. Same rapist as before, only this time he's being released. Guy says, "You see that? You see that guy? They're letting that guy go. Now, instead of being in prison, he's out walking the streets." How do we know? How do we know he's out walking the streets? Maybe he's home banging the babysitter. Not everyone gets a parole is out walking the fucking streets. A lot of times they steal a car. We ought to be glad. Thank God he stole a car. At least he's not out walking the streets. Fine and dandy. That's an old-fashioned one, isn't it? Yeah. You say to a guy, "How are you?" He says, "Fine and dandy." Not me. I never say that. You know why? Because I'm never both of those things at the same time. Sometimes I'm fine, not dandy. Close to dandy, approaching dandy. In the vicinity of dandyhood, not quite fully dandy. Other times I might be indeed highly dandy. However, not fine. One time, 1978, August, for about an hour, I was both fine and dandy at the same time. But nobody asked me how I was. I could have told them, fine and dandy. I consider it a lost opportunity. Walking papers. Some guy gets fired. They say, "Well, they give him his walking papers today." Let me ask you something. Did you ever get any walking papers? Seriously? Believe me, in my life, I got fired a lot of times. Never got any walking papers. Never got a pink slip either. You know what I would get? A guy would come around to my desk and say, "Get the fuck out of here!" You don't need paper for that. The Riot Act. They keep saying they're going to read that to you. Tell the truth. Have you ever heard this thing at all, this Riot Act, ever? It's a bigger problem when you're a kid. They like to threaten you with that. You wait till your father comes home. He's going to read you the Riot Act. Oh, yeah? Well, tell him I already read it myself, and I didn't like it either. I consider it wordy and poorly thought out. If he wants to read me something, how about the Gentleman's Guide to the Golden Age of Tongue Kissing? More than happy. I bet you say that sometimes, don't you? I bet you say, "Oh, I'd be more than happy to do that." How can you be more than happy? To me, this sounds like a dangerous mental condition. We had to put Laszlo under physical restraint. He was more than happy. One more of these expressions, in your own words. You hear that in classrooms a lot, or courtrooms. They'll say, "Tell us in your own words." Do you have your own words? Personally, I'm using the ones everybody else has been using. Next time they tell you to say something in your own words, say, "Nick flat blorny quando floon." Dogs come in all sizes. There are a lot of little dogs, and there are a lot of big dogs. And when I say big dogs, I don't mean just big dogs. I mean big, fucking huge goddamn dogs. Some people have dogs that look more like livestock. Dogs that ought to be wearing commercial license plates. "What the hell is that?" "That's my dog." "Jesus, man, he blocked out the sun." "That's Tiny. He's a great Alaskan horse moose dog. Say hello, Tiny." No, Tiny. Put the man down. Put him down. Bad dog." Little dogs are different. Little dogs jump all around and their legs move real quick. They got those teeny little legs. They got legs that if you feel around under the fur, it's like a pepperoni stick under there. Sometimes they jump up high. Some of them can jump clear up onto a real high bed. Boom! Holy shit, what a jump. Let me see you do that again. And then I put them back on the floor. Boing! God, I can't believe it. Come on, one more time. Back onto the floor. Boing! And I make him keep doing it, and doing it, and doing it over and over until he gets all tired out and can't quite reach the bed anymore. Then I let him fall short a few times and crash back onto the floor. Then, and only then, if I decide I want him on the bed, I put him up there myself. It's my decision. I buy the dog food. Besides, if you do allow him on the bed, sooner or later he'll create an incident. Before the evening is over, he will force one of the humans to turn to the other and say, "Honey, did you fart?" "Not me. I thought you farted." "Not me. That's not even one of my farts. I told you I've got 4 farts. My Heineken's fart, my broccoli fart, my rice pudding fart, and my non-dairy creamer fart. And the fart I'm smelling right now is definitely not one of mine." Wait a minute, I know. The dog farted. Fleeky farted. Fleeky, why did you fart? Look at him. Look how guilty he looks. He knows he farted. I seen his asshole open up. I seen it. Huh? Well, I just happened to be looking at his asshole by chance, that's all. What kind of a question is that? I was simply glancing at his asshole, and I saw it open up. I thought he was doing some kind of deep breathing exercise. I had no idea he was into chemical warfare. Have you noticed that most people who are against abortion are people you wouldn't want to fuck in the first place? Conservatives are physically unattractive and morally inconsistent. They're obsessed with fetuses from conception to 9 months, but after that they have no interest in you. None. No daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked. Once you leave the womb, conservatives don't care about you until you reach military age. Then you're just what they're looking for. Conservatives want live babies so they can raise them to be dead soldiers. Pro-life. How can they be pro-life when they're killing doctors? What sort of moral philosophy is that? We'll do anything to save a fetus, but we might have to kill it later on if it grows up to be a doctor. They're not pro-life. They're anti-woman. Simple. They're afraid of women and they don't like them. They believe a woman's primary role is to function as a broodmare for the state. If they think a fetus is more important than a woman, they should try getting a fetus to wash the shit stains out of their underwear. For no pay. Pro-life. You don't see many white anti-abortion women volunteering to have black fetuses transplanted into their uteruses, do you? No. You don't see them adopting any crack babies, do you? No. That's something Jesus would do. And you won't see many pro-lifers dousing themselves with kerosene and lighting themselves on fire. Remember the Buddhist monks in Vietnam? Morally committed religious people in Southeast Asia knew how to stage a protest. Light yourself on fire. Come on, you Christian crusaders, let's see a little smoke. Let's see if you can match that fire in your bellies. Separate thought here. Why is it when it's a human being it's called an abortion, and when it's a chicken it's called an omelet? Are we so much better than chickens? When did that happen? Name 6 ways we're better than chickens. See? No one can do it. You know why? 'Cause chickens are decent people. You don't see chickens hanging around in drug gangs, do you? No. You don't see chickens strapping someone to a chair and hooking up their nuts to a car battery. Huh? No. And when's the last time you heard about a chicken who came home from work and beat the shit out of his hen? Huh? Doesn't happen. You know why? 'Cause chickens are decent people. Back to abortion. The central question seems to be, are fetuses human beings? Well, if fetuses are human beings, why aren't they counted by the census? If fetuses are human beings, why is it there's no funeral following a miscarriage? If fetuses are human beings, why do people say, we have 2 children and 1 on the way, instead of saying, we have 3 children? Some people say life begins at conception. I say life began 1 billion years ago, and it's a continuous process. And actually, it goes back farther than that. What about the carbon atoms? Human life could not exist without carbon. So is it possible that maybe we shouldn't be burning all this coal? I don't mean to be picky here. I'm just looking for a little consistency. The hardcore pro-lifers tell us that life begins at fertilization when the sperm fertilizes the egg, which usually occurs a few minutes after the man says, "Sorry, honey, I was going to pull out, but the phone rang and it startled me." But even after fertilization, it's still 6 or 7 days before the egg reaches the uterus and pregnancy begins. And not every egg makes it. 80% of a woman's fertilized eggs are rinsed out of her body once a month during those delightful few days she has. They end up on sanitary napkins, and yet they are fertilized eggs. So what these anti-abortion people are actually telling us is that any woman who's had more than 1 period is a serial killer. I don't mean to be picky here. I'm just looking for a little consistency. And speaking of consistency, Catholics, which I was until I reached the age of reason, Catholics and other Christians are against abortions, and they're against homosexuals. Well, who has less abortions than homosexuals? Here's an entire class of citizens guaranteed never to have an abortion, and the Catholics and Christians are just tossing them aside. You'd think they'd be natural allies. And regarding the Catholics, when I hear that the Pope and some of his holy friends have experienced their first pregnancies and labor pains and raised a couple of children on minimum wage, I'll be glad to hear what they have to say about abortion. In the meantime, what they ought to do is tell these priests who took a vow of chastity to keep their hands off the altar boys. When Jesus said, "Suffer the little children come unto me," pedophilia is not what he was talking about. He had something else in mind. One phrase that comes up quite a bit in abortion discussions is sanctity of life. What about that? Do you think there's such a thing as sanctity of life? Personally, I think it's a bunch of shit. Who says life is sacred? God? Great. But if you read your history, you know that God is one of the leading causes of death, and has been for thousands of years. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Jews, all taking turns killing one another because God told them it was a good idea. The sword of God, the blood of the Lamb, vengeance is mine. Millions of dead people, all because they gave the wrong answer to the God question. Do you believe in God? No. Bam! Dead. How about you? Do you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe in my God? No. Bam! Dead. My God has a bigger dick than your God. For thousands of years, all the bloodiest and most brutal wars have been based on religious hatred, which of course is fine with me. Anytime holy people are killing one another, I'm a happy guy. But please, don't kill each other and then give me that shit about sanctity of life. Even if there were such an absurd thing, I don't think you can blame it on God. You know where the sanctity of life comes from? We made it up. You know why? Because we're alive. Self-interest. Living people have a strong incentive to promote the idea that somehow life is sacred. You don't see Bing Crosby running around talking about this shit, do you? You don't hear much from Mussolini on the subject. And what's the latest from JFK? Not a goddamn thing. You know why? Because JFK, Mussolini, and Bing Crosby are all fucking dead. They're fucking dead, and dead people give less than a shit about the sanctity of life. The only people who care about it are the living. So the whole thing grows out of a biased point of view. It's a self-serving, man-made bullshit story. One of those things we tell ourselves in order to feel noble. Life is sacred. Makes us feel good. But let me ask you this. If everything that ever lived is dead, and everything alive is going to die, where does the sacred part come in? Can you help me on that? Because even with all we preach about the sanctity of life, we don't practice it. Look at what we kill. Mosquitoes and flies because they're pests. Lions and tigers because it's fun. Chickens and pigs because we're hungry. And people. We kill people because they're pests. And because it's fun. And here's something else I noticed. Apparently the sanctity of life doesn't apply to cancer cells, does it? You rarely see a bumper sticker that says, "Save the tumors," or "I break for advanced melanoma." No. Viruses, molds, mildew, maggots, fungus, weed, intestinal worms, E. coli, the crabs, nothing sacred about those things. Just us. So at best, the sanctity of life is a selective thing. We choose which forms of life we feel are sacred, and we get to kill the rest. Pretty neat deal. You know how we got it? We made the whole thing up. Same way we made up the death penalty. The sanctity of life and the death penalty. We're such a versatile species. People often say, "That's a fine how do you do," when deep in their hearts they know it's really only a fairly good how do you do. There's actually such a thing as disposable douche, and I wonder, why would you want to keep it in the first place? When I was a little boy, I used to read about the decline of Western civilization, and I decided it was something I'd like to make a contribution to. Have you noticed when you look in the top drawer of someone else's desk, there are always a few pennies in the pencil tray? I take them. In a package of bacon, underneath the neat horizontal strips, there's always one oddly folded piece that seems to have been thrown in at the last minute. You rarely see one oat all by itself. The best thing about living at the seashore is that you only have assholes on 3 sides of you, and if they come at you from the water, you can hear them splash. Although it's untrue that rubbing a toad causes warts, it does give the toad a hard-on. We'll never be an advanced civilization as long as rain showers can delay the launching of a space rocket. I never worry that all hell will break loose. My concern is that only part of hell will break loose and be a lot harder to detect. What is all this dinner and a movie shit? Why can't people just go somewhere and fuck for 3 or 4 hours? In a restaurant where they serve frogs' legs, what do they do with the rest of the frog? Do they just throw it away? You never see frog torsos on the menu. Is there actually a garbage can full of frog bodies in the alley? I wouldn't want to be a homeless guy looking for an unfinished cheeseburger and open the lid on that. Boy, I hope no one asks me to show them the ropes. I have no idea where they are. Maybe I could pull some strings and find out. If you practice throwing the discus alone, you have to go get it yourself. You know what's a lot of fun? Go in the hospital room of a terminal patient and whisper to him, "Hang on, we're working on a miracle drug. It'll be ready in about 5 years." One thing nice about being dead is that you immediately become eligible to appear on stamps and money. Cats thought, "I sure could do with a nice rat." Oxen can be trained to genuflect and whistle softly in the moonlight. Have you ever noticed that the escalator handrail and the part you're standing on don't move at the same speed? You know what you rarely see? A 93-year-old guy working on his resume. I don't mind government regulation, but requiring people to wear helmets during intercourse is a bit much. Who does a male ladybug dance with? Did you ever notice that apparently the Lone Ranger and Tonto never got their laundry done? Believe it or not, someone has actually gone to the trouble of determining that Columbus, Ohio has the best-dressed police force. This is a sign of having very little to do. You know how you get rid of counterfeit money? Put it in the collection plate at church. They don't care. They give it to blind people. I don't understand the problem some people have with paroling Charles Manson. I say let him loose and let him get on with his work. I have a long list of celebrities I'd be glad to share with him. When people say clean as a whistle, they forget that a whistle is full of spit. Airlines disappoint me. Why can't they have a flight attendant whose job it is to hand out drugs? They're certainly aggressive enough when it comes to alcohol. Even before the meal begins, they're in the aisles. Champagne, red wine, white wine. Can't they spare one person to wander around muttering coke, smoke, chance to get high, crank, acid, smack? You're high in the plane, now get high on the plane. For me, on a long flight, it used to be that getting high was half the fun. Hell, even a short flight, locking myself in the bathroom, firing up a joint. That's what flying was all about. Now you can't smoke anything at all, not even a good old-fashioned ready roll. They have smoke detectors. Jesus, the people in this country have really become a pack of fearful, ignorant sheep. Everybody's a God-fearing, law-abiding asshole now. Fair warning, my friend. If you're going to smoke a joint on the airplane these days, you better be an old pro. In the old days, I always did my pot smoking in the forward lavatory because I fantasized that the mirror was two-way and the crew could see me. I can't help it, I just like an audience, you know. But I knew my manners. I always offered the crew a hit or two. I'd make little gestures with the joint toward the mirror. Come on, boys, lighten up. Life isn't all azimuth indicators. Never any takers. Real straight folks up there. Now, I'm sure all of you high-minded, non-chance takers out there are thinking, what about the smell? Doesn't the bathroom fill up with pot smoke? Well, folks, this is where a little background in physics comes in handy. Follow me closely on this. Before the airlines introduced these fancy new toilets, the ones that tear your genitals off when they flush, the old toilets, in order to control odors, had a slow, steady stream of air that flowed from the lavatory itself down into the bowl, and you could increase the speed of that airflow by simply sitting on the toilet, thereby reducing the size of the air passage down to that little wedge-shaped space between your thighs. Narrower channel, stronger flow, and your cheeks acted as a gasket, sealing off the rest of the opening. Then, if you carefully pointed a lit cigarette down into the toilet between your thighs, by the way, I cannot overemphasize the importance of the word carefully in the above sentence. Of course, not all planes had equally strong airflow, so a system test was always in order. A good physicist never proceeds without checking conditions. In this case, we use a common match. A lit match, quickly extinguished, produces a small visible wisp of smoke. If the match is held deep in the bowl, one can observe whether that smoke is sucked straight downward or rises gently back into the lavatory. In the former case, all systems are go. In the latter case, the no smoking sign is wisely observed. Unless, of course, we decide to go to Plan B. One must always have a backup. And so we turn our attention to the sink. The sink is a magnificent device. It fills with water, holds it a while, and then when the drain is released, it empties. And on an airplane, when it empties, it is helped along by what? Why, it's helped along by our old friend, Mr. Air Pressure. And what do you know, just by pressing down on the drain release plunger, we can produce an even stronger flow of air than we can with the toilet because the sink drain is so much smaller. A quick test with a lit match confirms this. But remember, the drain release lever is spring-loaded, and therefore if the airflow is to remain constant, the plunger must remain depressed and open during the entire period the joint is lit. And that means we have to prop the drain cap open by wedging some object underneath it. A matchbook cover, or perhaps one of those little bars of soap the airlines used to leave near the sink. Isn't science fun? All right, gang, we're almost ready to light up and get wasted, but there is still one further consideration. If you're going to smoke a joint while seated on the toilet, as opposed to standing up leaning down into the sink, at some point you have to decide whether or not you should pretend to be taking a shit. In other words, whether or not to pull your pants down. If you really have to take a shit at the time, that's great. You're all set. But if you don't, you have a decision to make. Because although ethically there's nothing wrong with taking a fake shit, in a practical sense, if the crew thinks you've been in there too long and they decide to break down the door, you want to be sure that when they arrive, you appear to be taking a genuine shit. Don't forget, they're going to check. And nobody wants to be arrested for shitting with his pants on. Am I right? Although personally, I can tell you I don't care what the charge is as long as I get rid of the joint. Besides, shitting with your pants on is only a misdemeanor, and in my case, it would be a first offense. Which brings us back to my own personal airline bathroom experience. One problem I always had was that after I got high, I would wind up staying in the bathroom way too long. Pot brought out the super organizer in me, so once I'd had a few good deep hits and was securely locked in, I tended to go to work. First thing I did was open up all those little compartments under the sink and rearrange the supplies stored inside. I'd restack all the sanitary napkins according to strength, regular, super, jumbo, teeny bopper. I'd remove the outer wrappers from the spare toilet paper, making it readily available in the event some nasty bacterium found its way into the first-class entrees. And then I'd refill the paper towel dispenser, being careful to pack it so tightly that the towels would not come out without shredding. And, again, the old days, I'd make sure there were plenty of those little bars of soap lying out for people to steal. In the occasional instance when cologne, aftershave, and other amenities were made available, I would be sure to take them home for further quality control testing. Ford is not the only place where quality is job one. Then, my chores done, I would relax somewhat and reflect on the environment around me. I'd become fascinated by the little slot they had for used razor blades, and I wondered whether or not the blades actually dropped out of the airplane and fell on people's houses, or if they just rusted and rotted somewhere behind the wall. I'd read the various signs posted in 3 languages and try to translate precisely the corresponding words in each language. Then, finally, a long, lingering look in the mirror, usually resulting in the discovery of some hideous facial flaw previously undetected. And then, suddenly, the little lighted sign would flash on telling me to return to cabin. Return to cabin. Return to cabin. I'd think, oh shit, trouble in the cabin. They need me. I should never have left them alone. I'd better see what's up. And then on my way out, I'd spot one last sign. Please leave lavatory clean for the next passenger. Well, that's all I needed to hear. And because I'm really into detail now, and even though I didn't make a mess of my own, I'm experiencing felon's guilt, and I decide to clean up for the next person. I rinse and dry and thoroughly polish the entire sink area, scouring all the burst pimple residue off the mirror, and I even wash off the dried gray dirt bubbles left on the soap by the previous person. Now I'm really getting into it. Pretty soon I find myself washing the walls and ceiling, throwing open the door and yelling, "You people got some spick and span and a hard bristle brush out there? I think I can get these blue stains off the toilet." And suddenly I realize my fantasy world has collapsed. The real world is watching. Adjusting quickly and relying on my identity as a comedian, I chuckle weakly and say, "Well, you got to clean up for the next person." Then, as the fat woman waiting to take a shit passes me on her way into the john, I hiss at her, "Don't fuck it up, lady. I worked my ass off in there." And back to my seat I go, secure in the knowledge that once again, thanks to my highly developed work ethic, along with some great Humboldt weed, I've managed to make the skies a little friendlier. The 20th Century World Hostility Scoreboard. The following is a list of hostilities that took place in the 20th century among the civilized peoples of the world. The uncivilized were unable to provide reliable statistics. 2 World Wars, 250 Civil Wars, 311 Holy Wars, 1 Cold War, 516 Wars of Liberation, 331 Wars of Containment, 691 Wars of Honor, 296 Declared Wars, 856 Undeclared Wars, 4 Brushfire Wars, 2 Vest Pocket Wars, 413 Limited Wars, 1,987 Acts of War, 7,756 Warlike Acts, 88 Police Actions, 2 Nuclear Attacks, 6,578 Government Massacres, 4 Holocausts, 943 Jihads, 693 pogroms, 614 long-term persecutions, 12,111 acts of treachery, 575 betrayals of the masses, 958 grabs for power, 400 putsches, 50 total enslavements, 837 partial enslavements, 4 total genocides, 461 partial genocides, 13,658 ceasefire violations, 3,115 boundary disputes, 1,432 border clashes, 3,047 social conflicts, 798 sectarian rivalries, 13,678 civil disturbances, 946 carpet bombings, 4,288 threats to security, 286 popular uprisings, 1,877 areas of unrest, 622 strife-torn regions, 165 internal upheavals, 745 political repressions, 12,194 acts of sabotage, 1,633 swift reprisals, 818 armed resistances, 639 repressive measures, 1,126 violent outbursts, 9,876 mass detentions, 11,904 guerrilla operations, 3,466 suicide missions, 823 slaughters, 1,200 bloodbaths, 43,096 atrocities, 106 reigns of terror, 715 rebellions, 28 revolutions, 21 counter-revolutions, 746 coups, 745 counter-coups, 457 insurgencies, 458 counter-insurgencies, 4,622 covert operations, 3,422 direct interventions, 617 enemy incursions, 13 measured responses, 295 commando strikes, 694 retaliatory raids, 844 surprise attacks, 236 protective reactions, 2,155 frontal assaults, 213 responses in kind, 17,876 hostile incidents, 4,756 belligerent moves, 938 naked aggressions, 849 foreign adventures, 601 overseas entanglements, 307 arms races, 98 international powder kegs, 515 regional tinderboxes, 818 military flashpoints, 2,415 heated exchanges, 911 shows of force, 668 heightenings of tension, 735 deliberate provocations, 921 military confrontations, 639 dangerous escalations, 3,721 terrorist bombings, 438 preemptive strikes, 630 outside aggressions, 8,571 violent disturbances, 646 surgical strikes, 4,392 diplomatic deadlocks, 82,879 ultimatums, 788,969,747 heated arguments, 823,275,571 shoving matches, 917,704,296 fistfights, 942,759,050 snotty phone calls. That's how we did, folks. All in all, not a bad record, considering the number of fools in our ranks. I remember when they tried to teach me to tell time as a little boy. What they didn't know, of course, was that you don't tell time. Time tells you. Still, they tried. Now, George, the big hand is on. I don't have a big hand. Both my hands are little. Never mind, just look at the clock. And I did. And it was wonderful. I love the face of a clock. To me, there is great emotion attached to the face of a clock, a conventional analog clock. Digital clocks are all right in their place, I suppose, but they lack the friendly spatial relationships that exist between the hands and the numerals on an analog clock. There's a psychological component. To me, the first half of any hour, as the minute hand falls from 12 to 6, passes a lot more quickly than the second half, when it has to struggle upward, fighting gravity all the way. I'll say this much. If I only had half an hour to live, I'd want it to be the second half. I just know it would last a little longer. Life is full of little moments that we never seem to mention to each other. Do you ever look at your watch and immediately forget the time, so you have to look again, and still it doesn't register, so you have to look a third time? And then someone asks you what time it is, and you actually have to look at your watch for the fourth time in 3 minutes? Don't you feel stupid? Do you ever find yourself standing in a room and you can't remember why you went in there? And you think to yourself, maybe if I go back where I was, I'll see something that reminds me of it. Or maybe it would be quicker if I just stand here and hope it comes back to me. Usually as you're weighing those two options, 2 words float across your mind. Alzheimer's disease. Do you ever have to sneeze while taking a piss? It's frightening, isn't it? Deep down you're afraid you'll release all sorts of bodily fluids into your pants. What people don't realize is that it's physically impossible to sneeze while pissing. Your brain won't allow it. Because your brain knows you might blow your asshole out and wind up having to repaint the entire apartment. Have you ever noticed how sometimes all day Wednesday you keep thinking it's Thursday? Then the next day when you're back to normal, you wonder why you don't think it's Friday. Have you ever been sitting on a railroad train in the station and another train is parked right next to you and one of them begins moving, but you can't tell which one, and then it becomes obvious and all the magic is gone? Wouldn't it be nice if we could spend our whole lives not knowing which train is moving? Actually, we do. Do you ever fall asleep in the late afternoon and wake up after dark and you can't figure out which day it is? You actually find yourself thinking, could this be yesterday? You ever try to tell someone they have a little bit of dirt on their face? They never rub the right spot, do they? They always assume the mirror image and they rub the wrong side. Don't you just want to slap the bastard? Have you noticed that when your head is on the pillow, if you close one eye, the pillow is in one position, but when you switch eyes, the pillow seems to move? Sometimes I lie awake for hours doing that. You ever reach the top of a staircase and you think there's one more step? So you take one of those big awkward steps that doesn't accomplish anything, and then you have to do it a few more times so people will think it's something you do all the time? I do this all the time, folks. It's the 3rd stage of syphilis. When they show a dog on TV, do you try to get your dog to look at him? Don't you want your dog to see the dog on TV? I do. Look at the doggy. Look at the dog. Over there, on TV. Look. They don't look. They won't look. Even if you try to twist their head around and point it toward the TV, he ain't gonna look. Over there. Turn your head. Look, on TV. Look at the dog. God damn it, you asshole. Look at the fucking dog. They never look where you want. If you point at something, they just stare at your hand. You try to show them something interesting, they think you're showing them your hand. There he goes again, showing me his hand. Why does he do that? I guess he's really proud of it. Uh-oh, now he's twisting my head around. Oh, Jesus, what did I do now? Well, for one thing, you completely missed the dog on TV. I don't have nice days anymore. I don't bother with that. I'm beyond the nice day. I feel I've outgrown the whole idea. Besides, I've already had my share of nice days. Why should I be hogging them all? Let someone else have a few. Naturally, everyone still wants me to have one. Every person I meet wants me to have a nice day. Especially clerks. Have a nice day. Yeah. You want to give me my fucking change, please? I'm triple parked. Some of them are really insistent. I said have a nice day. Do it. All right. I'll give it a shot. That's the trouble with have a nice day. It puts all the pressure on you. Now you have to go out and somehow arrange to have a positive experience, all because of some loose-lipped clerk. Have a nice day indeed. Maybe I don't feel like having a nice day. Maybe, just maybe, I've had 27 nice days in a row and I'm ready for a crappy day. You never hear that, do you? Have a crappy day? Why, thank you. Right back at you. And to your wonderful family as well. Crappy day. That would be easy, wouldn't it? No trouble at all. No planning involved. Just get out of bed and start moving around. I think what bothers me the most about the whole nice day thing is that word nice. It's a weak word. Doesn't have a lot of character. Nice. Isn't he nice? He is so nice. And she's nice too. Isn't that nice? How nice they are. I don't care for that. It's like fine. Another weak word. How are you? Fine? Bullshit. Nobody's fine. Hair is fine. How's your hair? Fine. That makes more sense to me. Some guys are great. You ever meet those guys? This is great. Isn't this great? God damn, this is great. Look, they're going to kill that guy. Isn't that great? Not me. I'm not nice, I'm not fine, I'm not great. People ask me how I am. I don't give them any superlatives, nothing to gossip about. I tell them I'm fairly decent, or relatively okay. I might say I'm moderately neato. And if I'm in a particularly jaunty mood, I'll tell them, I'm not unwell, thank you. That one always pisses them off, because they have to figure that one out for themselves. When I think of the rain dance the American Indians used to do, I often wonder if they had to practice first. Wouldn't you want to have rain dance practice just to go over things again? To make sure everyone was doing the correct steps in the correct order? Maybe there were some new guys. Maybe the dance master had some new things he wanted to try out. There are all sorts of reasons why the Indians might want to play it safe and practice first. My question is, if they did hold practice, and the rain didn't come, how would they know they had done it right? If the dance is done correctly, shouldn't it rain? Or did the Indians figure the rain god knew it was only practice and he was waiting for the real thing? Then again, if it did rain right after practice, why not just cancel the dance and figure the next time you need rain, all you have to do is practice? These are the kind of thoughts that made it necessary to separate me from the other kids in school. You don't hear much of that elevator music anymore, do you? What's going on? I'll bet there were a lot of singers with great voices who never got famous because they were too ugly to stand up and be seen in public. Why do women wear evening gowns to nightclubs? Why don't they wear nightgowns? I think many years ago an advanced civilization intervened with us genetically and gave us just enough intelligence to develop dangerous technology, but not enough intelligence to use it wisely. Then they sat back to watch the fun, kind of like a human zoo. And you know what? They're getting their money's worth. After you die, your stuff becomes your personal effects. I think people should be allowed to do anything they want. We haven't tried this for a while. Maybe this time it'll work. People ask me if I have an email address, and I say www.fuckyou.com at blowme/up-your-ass. And they seem to understand. Capitalism tries for a delicate balance. It attempts to work things out so that everyone gets just enough stuff to keep them from getting violent and trying to take other people's stuff. Baseball bats are now the preferred weapon for many drug gangs and others who have a business need to administer behavioral reminders. They're cheap, they're lethal, legal, untraceable, and hey, it's the national pastime. Dying must have survival value, or else it wouldn't be part of the biological process. Why is it that when making reference to something in the past, people often think they have to say, I hope I'm not dating myself? Listen, if you're so embarrassed by your age, there's a simple solution. Open a vein. I don't have hobbies. I have interests. Hobbies cost money. Interests are free. With all the presidential administrations we've had, I'm sure that by now, there must have been at least one secretary of something or other who, besides being in the cabinet, was also in the closet. I don't like it when I'm in an audience and the MC tells us to give someone a welcome specific to that city. Let's all get together and give this little lady a nice Toledo welcome. I've often thought if I were from Toledo, it would be fun now and then to give someone a nice Baltimore welcome, just to break the MC's balls. Or maybe slip in an exotic Budapest welcome when no one's expecting it. One thing I would never do is give someone a Dallas welcome. That's what JFK got. Dallas welcomes don't last that long. You rarely see an elderly midget. Apparently, their lifespans are shorter, too. You keep hearing that society's greatest tasks are educating people and getting them jobs. That's great. Two things people hate to do: go to school and go to work. You know, we busy ourselves with these meaningless gestures such as Take Our Daughters to Work Day, which applies primarily to white middle-class daughters. More help for the wrong people. Some people seem to think that if there's a problem in the country that makes them unhappy, all they have to do is stage a big march and everything will change. When are they going to learn? I don't know about you, but I really have no problem with atrocities. What's the big deal? Lighten up. Can placebos cause side effects? And if so, are the side effects real? When hundreds of people are killed in an airplane crash, I always wonder if maybe there wasn't one guy who was a little behind schedule that day, and he had to run down the last few hundred yards of the airport concourse to make the plane on time. And when he finally sat down in his seat, all out of breath, he was really glad he made it. And then an hour later, the plane goes down. What goes through his mind? Do you think maybe in those last few moments, as he plunges to the earth, he wishes he'd had a heart attack running through the airport? Why do they bother with a suicide watch when someone is on death row? Keep an eye on this guy. We're going to kill him, and we don't want him to hurt himself first. I notice at Jewish weddings they break a glass. You ever been to an Irish wedding? Glasses, bottles, mirrors, tables, chairs, arms, legs, the band instruments, and the groom's neck. We don't fuck around. Mazel tov. I recently attended an avant-garde play. It was called An Anteater, a Tire Iron, and a Blue Hat by Zal Fenchley. Here's what it said in the program. Act 1, Scene 1. Laura's living room several weeks later. Scene 2. Easter, aboard a Turkish woman's thigh. Scene 3. Deep within the colon of a woolly mammoth, 16,376 B.C. Scene 4. Inside a sailor's shorts during the attack on Pearl Harbor. Act 2, Scene 1. On a French sidewalk, 6 feet from some escargot vomit. Scene 2. Inside a condom in Haifa, Jewish New Year. Scene 3. At your aunt's house. Soon. Act 3, Scene 1. In a Shriner's hat band, following oral sex. Scene 2. Down where Arturo used to live, not that long ago. Act 4, Scene 1. John Lennon sings 2 songs. Not tonight. I love my dog. I love all my dogs. Every dog I ever had, I still love 'em. And in my life, believe me, I have had me a bunch of goddamn dogs. 'Cause you keep on getting a new one, don't you? It's true. As life goes on, you keep getting one new dog after another. That's the whole secret of life. Life is a series of dogs. Sometimes you can get a dog that looks exactly like the one you had before. It's true. If you shop around a little, you can find a dog identical to your former dog. You just bring the dead one into the pet shop, throw him up on the counter and say, "Give me another one of these." And by God, they'll give you a carbon copy of your ex-goddamn dog. And that's real handy, 'cause then you don't have to go around the house changing all the pictures. That's the nice thing about dogs. They don't live too long, and you can go and get a new one. Most people know the best-sized dog to have is a knee-high, mid-sized dog. It's the ideal pet Because whenever some nice lady comes to visit you, the first thing that dog does is put his nose right in her crotch. Hi, Mrs. Effington. Hi, Stuart. How's the... Ooh, what a friendly dog. Ooh, I'll bet he smells my dog. I'm not sure, Mrs. Effington. Judging by where he's putting his nose, I'd say he's got a completely different animal in mind. You don't by any chance own a pussy, do you? No, no. Some people get embarrassed, by that nose-crotch behavior. The dog owner will often fall all over himself trying to save face. Stop that, Bungo. Stop it. I'm awfully sorry, Marzell. He's usually so polite. You must have not bathed. Not me, folks. I never apologize. I'm a fun-loving guy. I say, get in there, Bongo. Get yourself some of that. Sniff it out. Listen, Marzell, would you mind spreading your legs a little bit so he can get some sniffing room? Plant your feet about 3 feet apart, would you? That's it. Good. Air that thing out. Okay. So how's everything going down at the church? Good. All right, Bongo, now go around the back and sniff that other thing. Sorry, Marzell, there's 2 smells he likes, and one of 'em's in the back. What's that? You gotta go? Well, I'm awfully sorry. Listen, before you go, you wouldn't be willing to let Bongo have about 30 seconds on your leg, would you? Nah, I didn't think so. Okay, no problem. You take care and tell the Reverend Bongo says hello. Those dogs are really great. They help break the ice when a new neighbor comes to call. Hi, we're the Belchingtons. Ooh, what's his name? Ball Sniffer. He's a crotch hound. Let me know if you want to get circumcised. He's on duty around the clock. We have so many ways of saying hello. Howdy, hi there, how are you, how you doing, how's it going, how do you do, what's new, what's going on, what do you think, what do you hear, what do you say, what do you feel, what's happening, what's shaking, que pasa, what's going down, and what it is. You know my favorite? How's your hammer hanging? That's a good one, isn't it? Doesn't work too well with women, though. Unless you're talking to a lady carpenter, then it's perfectly acceptable. I've always wanted to use that one on a high church official. Good evening, Your Holiness. How hangs thy hammer? So far, I haven't had that opportunity. There's one form of saying hello that bothers me. It's when a guy says to you, are they keeping you busy? It's like he thinks someone has the right to come around and give me odd jobs. Whenever a guy says to me, are they keeping you busy? I always tell him, well, your wife is keeping me pretty busy. And that seems to hold him for about a half an hour. Of course, we also have a lot of ways to say goodbye. Bye-bye, so long, see you later, ta-ta, be cool, take it easy, stay loose, hang in, take care, keep on trucking. You know my favorite? Don't get run over. Well, I find some people need practical advice. Occasionally someone will say to me, have a good one. I just laugh and say, I already have a good one. Now I'm looking for a longer one. And that seems to hold them for about a half an hour. Then there are all the foreign ways we say goodbye. Some people, when they leave you, they think they have to get fancy. You know, they'll whip an arrivederci on you, or an au revoir. Some guys say adios, or the American version, adios, motherfucker. In Hawaii, they say aloha. That's a nice one. Means both hello and goodbye, which just goes to show, if you spend enough time in the sun, you don't know whether you're coming or going. Did you ever get in a rut with your manner of saying goodbye? And you find yourself using the same phrase over and over, and you begin to feel a little stupid. For instance, like if you're leaving a party, and you have to say goodbye to 5 or 6 people standing in a group, and you say, okay, hey, take it easy, 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 and you feel like a goddamn moron. You know what I do? Every month, whether I need to or not, I change the way I say goodbye. I start using a different phrase. People like that. They notice that little extra effort. They'll say to me, pardon me, but didn't you used to say, okay, hey, take it easy? And I say, yes, I did, but not anymore. Now I say, farewell. Farewell till we meet again. May the forces of evil become confused on the way to your house. That's a strong one, isn't it? Yeah. People will remember you if you talk like that. Sometimes for a joke, you can combine several ways of saying goodbye that don't seem to go together. Like, toodaloo, go with God, and don't take any wooden nickels. Then people don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or you can choose to say goodbye in a realistic manner. So long, Steve. Don't let self-doubt interfere with your plans to improve your life. Well, some people need practical advice. In the midst of all my bitching, you might have noticed that I never complain about politicians. I leave that to other people. There's no shortage of volunteers. Everyone complains about politicians. Everyone says they suck. But where do people think these politicians come from? They don't fall out of the sky. They don't pass through a membrane from a separate reality. They come from American homes, American families, American schools, American churches, and American businesses, and they're elected by American voters. This is what our system produces, folks. This is the best we can do. Let's face it, we have very little to work with in this country. Garbage in, garbage out. Ignorant citizens elect ignorant leaders. It's as simple as that. And term limits don't help. All you do is get a brand new bunch of ignorant leaders. So maybe it's not the politicians who suck. Maybe it's something else. Like the public. That would be a nice, realistic campaign slogan for somebody, wouldn't it? The public sucks. Elect me. Put the blame where it belongs, on the people. Because if everything is really the fault of politicians, then where are all the bright, honest, intelligent Americans who are ready to step in and replace them? Where are these people hiding? The truth is, we don't have people like that. Everyone's at the mall scratching his balls and buying sneakers with lights in them and complaining about the politicians. For myself, I've solved this political dilemma in a very direct way. On Election Day, I stay home. 2 reasons. First of all, voting is meaningless. This country was bought and paid for a long time ago. That empty shit they shuffle around and repackage every 4 years doesn't mean a thing. Second, I don't vote because I firmly believe that if you vote, you have no right to complain. I know some people like to twist that around. They say, if you don't vote, you have no right to complain. But where's the logic in that? Think it through. If you vote and you elect dishonest, incompetent politicians, and they screw things up, then you're responsible for what they've done. You voted them in. You caused the problem. You have no right to complain. I, on the other hand, who did not vote, who in fact did not even leave the house on Election Day, am in no way responsible for what these politicians have done and have every right to complain about the mess you created, which I had nothing to do with. Why can't people see that? Now, I realized recently you folks had another one of those really swell presidential elections that you treasure so much. That was nice. I'm sure you had a good time, and I'm sure that everyone's life has now improved. But I'm happy to tell you that on Election Day, I stayed home. And I did essentially what you did. The only difference is when I got finished masturbating, I had something to show for it. Why was brown excluded from the rainbow? And where did indigo come from? I was taught there were 3 primary colors and 3 secondary colors. What's with this indigo shit? After the hurricane is gone, where do people put all that plywood? Standing ovations have become far too commonplace. What we need are ovations where the audience members all punch and kick one another. Watching television these days, I often wonder what happened to the vertical hold knob. I miss that. Don't you hate it when a rock band comes on stage and apparently the drummer has decided that somehow it's cool to wear a funny hat? There's a store near my house with a sign that says unfinished furniture. I gotta go in there, 'cause I'm looking for a nice 3-legged table. If you live long enough, sooner or later, everyone you know has cancer. I was dancing with a woman the other night. She told me she had a yeast infection. I said, well, bake me a fucking loaf of bread. Couple of corn muffins, jelly donut, I don't give a shit. I'm in the market for quality baked goods. Why don't these people who live in hurricane-prone areas just keep some batteries on hand at home? Seems like a simple thing to me. I'm always relieved when someone is delivering a eulogy and I realize I'm listening to it. Why don't network TV shows have a warning that says, caution, you are about to watch a real piece of shit? Actually, they could just leave it on the screen all the time. All music is the blues. All of it. Electricity is nothing more than organized lightning. When you rub your eyes real hard, do you see sort of a checkerboard pattern? What is that? Coming soon to a theater near you. Actually, there is no theater near you. Look around your street. Is there a theater near you? Attention, certain women. Transporting children is not a license to drive slowly. I saw a sign that said, "Coming soon, a 24-hour restaurant." And I thought, well, that's unusual. Why would they open and close it so quickly? At least try it for a week or two and see if you can build a clientele. Why is it when the two main characters in an action movie have their big climactic fight, it always turns out that both of them are really good fighters? Just once, wouldn't you like to see a fight between two leading male characters where one of them gets the shit completely beat out of him in about 8 seconds? Especially the hero. Would someone please explain to me the supposed appeal of having grandchildren? People ask me, "Are you a grandfather yet?" As if it's some great thing. I'm sure it has its charms, and I imagine some dull-witted people want to see their genes passed along just for the sheer novelty of the idea. But overall, I don't get it. Hey, it's been on my mind for some time, but I've never said it publicly, so here goes. Vo-do-de-o-do and a scotty-waddy-doo-dah-day. Thank you. Masturbation is not illegal, but if it were, people would probably take the law into their own hands. It used to be you got a tattoo because you wanted to be one of the few people who had a tattoo. Now you get a tattoo because you don't want to be one of the few people who don't have a tattoo. Just when I discovered the meaning of life, they changed it. People in Washington say it's not the initial offense that gets you in trouble, it's the cover-up. They say you should admit what you did, get the story out, and move on. What this overlooks is the fact that most of the time the cover-up works just fine and nobody finds out a thing. I would imagine that's the rule rather than the exception. My advice? Take a chance. Lie. Here's some fun you can have in a hotel. Smoke a big fat joint and then watch a complex spy movie with a lot of characters and plot twists. Then, a few weeks later, at a different hotel, smoke another joint and watch the same movie. It's like seeing a whole new film. But the real fun is that about every 15 minutes, something happens in the plot that you seem to know already. It's an odd feeling. By the way, this exercise can probably be repeated indefinitely with the same movie, as long as the grass holds out. This is just one more way of starting a sentence with the word this and ending it with the word that. Here's an odd piece of slang I ran across. A woman who fucks a priest is said to have taken a ride on the holy pole. I make fun of people who are religious because I think they're fundamentally weak. But I want you to know that on a personal level, when it comes to believing in God, I tried. I really, really tried. I tried to believe that there's a God who created us in his own image, loves us very much, and keeps a close eye on things. I tried to believe it. But I gotta tell you, the longer you live and the more you look around, the more you realize something is fucked up. Something is wrong. War, disease, death, destruction, hunger, filth, poverty, torture, crime, corruption, and the ice-capades. Something is definitely wrong. If this is the best God can do, I am not impressed. Results like these do not belong on the resume of a supreme being. This is the kind of stuff you'd expect from an office temp with a bad attitude. In any well-managed universe, this guy would have been out on his all-powerful ass a long time ago. So if there is a God, if there is, I think reasonable people might agree he's at least incompetent, and maybe, just maybe, he doesn't give a shit, which I admire in a person, and which would explain a lot of his results. So rather than becoming just another mindless religious robot, blindly believing that everything is in the hands of some spooky, incompetent father figure who doesn't give a shit, I decided to look around for something else to worship. Something I could really count on, and immediately I thought of the sun. It happened in an instant. Overnight, I became a sun worshiper. Well, not overnight. You can't see the sun in the dark. But first thing the next morning, I became a sun worshiper. For several reasons. First of all, I can see the sun, okay? Unlike some other gods I could mention, I can actually see the sun. I'm big on that. If I can see something, I don't know, it kind of helps the credibility. Every day I can see the sun as it gives me everything I need. Heat, light, food, flowers in the park, reflections on the lake, an occasional skin cancer, but hey, at least there are no crucifixions. And we sun worshippers don't go around killing other people simply because they don't agree with us. Sun worship is fairly simple. There's no mystery, no miracles, no pageantry, no one asks for money, there are no songs to learn, and we don't have a special building where we all gather once a week to compare clothing. And the best thing about the sun, it never tells me I'm unworthy. It doesn't tell me I'm a bad person who needs to be saved. Hasn't said an unkind word. Treats me fine. So, I worship the sun. But I don't pray to the sun. You know why? Because I wouldn't presume on our friendship. It's not polite. I've often thought people treat God rather rudely. Trillions and trillions of prayers every day, asking and pleading and begging for favors. Do this, give me that, I need this, I want that. And most of this praying takes place on Sunday, his day off. It's not nice, and it's no way to treat a friend. But still, people do pray, and they pray for many different things. And that's okay with me. I say pray for anything you want. Pray for anything. But what about the divine plan? Remember that, the divine plan? A long time ago, God came up with the divine plan. He gave it a lot of thought. He decided it was a good plan, and he put it into practice. And for billions and billions of years, the divine plan has been doing just fine. Now you come along and pray for something. Well, suppose the thing you're praying for isn't in God's divine plan. What do you want him to do? Change his plan? Just for you? Isn't that sort of arrogant? It's a divine plan. What good is being God if every rundown schmuck with a $2 prayer book can come along and fuck with your plan? And here's another problem you might encounter. Suppose your prayers aren't answered. What do you do then? What do you say? Well, it's God's will. Thy will be done. Fine. But if it's God's will, and he's going to do what he wants to anyway, why bother praying in the first place? Doesn't it seem like a big waste of time? Couldn't you just skip the praying part and go straight to his will? It's all very confusing to me. So to get around all this, I decided to worship the sun. But as I said, I don't pray to the sun. You know who I pray to? Joe Pesci. 2 reasons. First of all, I think he's a pretty good actor. To me, that counts. Second, he looks like a guy who can get things done. Joe doesn't fuck around. In fact, he came through on a couple of things that God was having trouble with. For years, I asked God to do something about my noisy neighbor's barking dog. Nothing happened. But Joe Pesci, he straightened that shit out with one visit. It's amazing what you can accomplish with a simple piece of athletic equipment. So I've been praying to Joe for a couple of years now, and I've noticed something. I've noticed that all the prayers I used to offer to God and all the prayers I now offer to Joe Pesci are being answered at about the same 50% rate. Half the time I get what I want, half the time I don't. Same as God, 50-50. Same as the 4-leaf clover, the horseshoe, the wishing well, and the rabbit's foot. Same as the mojo man or the voodoo lady who tells you your fortune by squeezing a goat's testicles. It's all the same, 50-50. So just pick a superstition you like, sit back, make a wish, and enjoy yourself. And for those of you who look to the Bible for its moral lessons and literary qualities, I have a couple of other stories I'd like to recommend. You might want to try The 3 Little Pigs. That's a good one. It has a nice happy ending. And there's always Little Red Riding Hood, although it does have that one X-rated part where the big bad wolf actually eats the grandmother, which I didn't care for. And finally, I've always drawn a great deal of moral comfort from Humpty Dumpty. The part I like best. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's because there is no Humpty Dumpty, folks, and there is no God. None, not one, never was, no God. Sorry. You know, they say that just before you die, your life flashes before your eyes, especially if it's a sudden death. It's like a little personal movie of your own. But it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, mathematically, how would that work? Let's say you're swimming at the beach, and you get caught in a riptide and it pulls you out to sea, and you panic and begin swallowing water. Since you're about to die, the flashback movie begins to roll. Well, it seems to me that if it's really a flashback of your entire life, you'd have to watch the whole thing. And that would include the ending, which means seeing yourself arrive at the beach, walk into the surf, start to drown, and have the movie start all over again. Therefore, you'd have to watch it a second time, which would include arriving at the beach, walking into the surf. You get what I mean? Thanks to the flashback, you can never die. The movie runs forever. I don't like euphemistic language, words that shade the truth. American English is packed with euphemism because Americans have trouble dealing with reality, and in order to shield themselves from it, they use soft language. And somehow it gets worse with every generation. Here's an example. There's a condition in combat that occurs when a soldier is completely stressed out and is on the verge of nervous collapse. In World War I, it was called shell shock. Simple, honest, direct language. 2 syllables. Shell shock. It almost sounds like the guns themselves. That was more than 80 years ago. Then a generation passed, and in World War II, the same combat condition was called battle fatigue. 4 syllables now. Takes a little longer to say. Doesn't seem to hurt as much. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. Shell shock. Battle fatigue. By the early 1950s, the Korean War had come along, and the very same condition was being called operational exhaustion. The phrase was up to 8 syllables now, and any last traces of humanity had been completely squeezed out of it, like something that might happen to your car. Then, barely 15 years later, we got into Vietnam, and thanks to the deceptions surrounding that war, it's no surprise that the very same condition was referred to as post-traumatic stress disorder. Still 8 syllables, but we've added a hyphen. And the pain is completely buried under jargon. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll bet if they'd have been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam veterans might have received the attention they needed. But it didn't happen. And one of the reasons is that soft language. The language that takes the life out of life. And somehow, it keeps getting worse. Here are some more examples. At some point in my life, toilet paper became bathroom tissue. Sneakers became running shoes. False teeth became dental appliances. Medicine turned into medication. Information became directory assistance. The dump became the landfill. Motels turned into motor lodges. House trailers into mobile homes. Used cars into previously owned vehicles. Room service became guest room dining. Riots became civil disorders. A strike was a job action. A zoo turned into a wildlife park. The jungle became a rainforest. The swamp became a wetlands. Glasses became prescription eyewear. Garages became parking structures. Drug addiction became substance abuse. Soap operas turned into daytime dramas. A gambling joint became a gaming resort. A prostitute became a sex worker. Theaters became performing arts centers. Wife-beating became domestic violence, and constipation became occasional irregularity. When I was a little boy, if I got sick, I went to a doctor, who sent me to a hospital to be treated by other doctors. Now I go to a family practitioner who belongs to a health maintenance organization which sends me to a wellness center to be treated by health care delivery professionals. Poor people used to live in slums. Now, the economically disadvantaged occupy substandard housing in the inner cities. And a lot of them are broke. They don't have negative cash flow. They're broke because many of them were fired. In other words, management wanted to curtail redundancies in the human resources area, and so many workers are no longer viable members of the workforce. Smug, greedy, well-fed white people have invented a language to conceal their sins. It's as simple as that. The CIA doesn't kill anybody, they neutralize people, or they depopulate an area. The government doesn't lie, it engages in disinformation. The Pentagon actually measures nuclear radiation in something called sunshine units. Israeli murderers are called commandos, Arab commandos are called terrorists. The Contra killers were known as freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight? And some of this softened language is just silly and embarrassing. On the airlines, they say they're going to pre-board passengers in need of special assistance. Cripples! Simple, honest, direct language. There's no shame attached to the word cripple. No shame. It's a word used in Bible translations. Jesus healed the cripples. It doesn't take 6 words to describe that condition. But we don't have cripples anymore. Instead, we have the physically challenged. Is that a grotesque enough evasion for you? How about differently abled? I've actually heard cripples referred to as differently abled. You can't even call them handicapped anymore. They'll say, we're not handicapped, we're handy-capable. These poor suckers have been bullshitted by the system into believing that if you change the name of the condition, somehow you'll change the condition. Well, it doesn't work that way. I'm sure you've noticed we have no deaf people in this country, hearing impaired. And no one's blind, partially sighted, or visually impaired. And thank God we no longer have stupid children. Today's kids all have learning disabilities. Or they're minimally exceptional. How would you like to be told that about your child? Actually, it sounds faintly positive. Your son is minimally exceptional. Oh, thank God for that, I guess. Best of all, psychologists now call ugly people those with severe appearance deficits. Things are so bad that any day I expect to hear a rape victim referred to as an unwilling sperm recipient. Of course, it's been obvious for some time that there are no old people in this country anymore. They all died, and what we have now are senior citizens. How's that for a lifeless, typically American 20th century phrase? There's no pulse in a senior citizen. But that's a term I've come to accept. That's what old people are going to be called. But the phrase I will continue to resist is when they describe an old person as being 90 years young. Imagine how sad the fear of aging that is revealed in that phrase, to be unable even to use the word old, to have to use its antonym. And I understand the fear of aging is natural. It's universal, isn't it? No one wants to get old. No one wants to die. But we do. We die. And we don't like that. So we bullshit ourselves. I started bullshitting myself when I reached my 40s. I'd look in the mirror and say, well, I guess I'm getting older. Older sounds better than old, doesn't it? Sounds like it might even last a little longer. Bullshit. I'm getting old, and it's okay. But the baby boomers can't handle that. And remember, the boomers invented most of this soft language. So now they've come up with a new life phase, pre-elderly. They say they're pre-elderly. How sad. How relentlessly sad. But it's all right, folks, because thanks to our fear of death, no one has to die. They can all just pass away. Or expire like a magazine subscription. If it happens in the hospital, it'll be called a terminal episode. The insurance company will refer to it as negative patient care outcome. And if it's the result of malpractice, they'll say it was a therapeutic misadventure. To be honest, some of this language makes me want to vomit. Well, perhaps vomit is too strong a word. It makes me want to engage in an involuntary personal protein spill. You know one of the biggest rip-offs in the world? Flowers. They grow free all over the world, and yet we pay for them. And then they die. That seems strange. Flowers are one of the few things we buy, bring home, watch die, and we don't ask for our money back. Normally we'd be screaming at a merchant over something like that. Hey, what kind of shit is this? Give me my money back. The fucking thing's keeled over right on the piano. The caterpillar does all the work, but the butterfly gets all the publicity. Tits always look better in a pink sweater. You know what you don't see enough of on television? A good parachute accident. It's kind of fun. Ask your dry cleaner if he can remove the stains from one pair of pants and put them in another. He should be able to do that for the same amount of money. While you're in there, ask him if he can remove semen from a wedding veil. That's the test of a really good dry cleaner. To me, fast food is when a cheetah eats an antelope. That's fast. Two men whose names you see a lot on air conditioner dials. Norm and Max. Who are they? Have you ever been kissing someone and one of you has a snot that's whistling? It takes your mind off the sex, because it requires a 3-step solution. First of all, you have to figure out whose nose it's in. Then you have to determine which nostril. Finally, someone has to dig in there and, if not completely remove it, at least push it to one side so it doesn't whistle anymore. By the way, during all this activity, the man usually loses his heart-on. A crumb is a great thing. If you break a crumb in half, you don't get 2 half crumbs, you get 2 crumbs. Doesn't that violate some law of physics? I think I am, therefore I am. I think. Have you ever noticed that when you're torturing a guy, after a while you get real tired and you don't know what to do to him next? Then you think of something and you sort of get your energy back. Any man with a small mustache wearing a bow tie and a loud vest is an asshole. A cat will blink when struck with a hammer. I think reception lines would be a lot more interesting if instead of shaking hands, people greeted each other with a kick in the groin. The reason the mainstream is thought of as a stream is because it's so shallow. Here's a bumper sticker I actually saw. Horn broke, watch for finger. Here's some fun you can have at the ballpark. Do you ever notice a lot of guys bring a glove to the ball game to catch a foul ball? Never mind that, bring a bat. When a foul ball comes flying toward you, hit it back to the players. Everyone will sense you're a fun fan. They'll be glad they came to the ballpark on straitjacket night. I read somewhere that for the average person, 14 farts a day are considered normal. Based on these figures, and judging from my own output, I have to assume there are millions of people who never fart at all. I don't have a fear of heights. I do, however, have a fear of falling from heights. Isn't it a good feeling when you read the tabloids and you realize that a lot of famous people are just as fucked up as you are? The justice system should have a penalty whereby they take you to prison and for 10 years the guards take turns doing that Three Stooges jabbing 2 fingers in the eyes thing. I think that would straighten a lot of guys out. I noticed in the newspaper that track and field has an event called the Women's Pole Vault. It makes me wonder, with all the options available to her in this age, how does a young woman get interested in pole vaulting? Seems like a bizarre choice. By the way, I hope you noticed I completely ignored the obvious opportunity for a cheap phallic joke. If I ever lose my mind, I hope some honest person will find it and take it to Lost and Found. In some hotels, they give you a little sewing kit. You know what I do? I sew the towels together. One time I sewed a button on a lampshade. I like to leave a mark. This goes under the category, what's wrong with America? There are schools in Fairfax County, Virginia, where kids are not allowed to win soccer games. Whenever a team gets 2 goals ahead, they have to give up 1 player. Pathetic. The Asian country known as Mongolia used to be called Outer Mongolia, and just below the Outer Mongolian border with China, there was an autonomous region called Inner Mongolia. And since each of them had its own inner and outer regions, that means that at one time there existed, fairly close to one another, an outer Inner Mongolia and an inner Outer Mongolia. I like that sort of thing. I like picturing the road signs and all the people taking wrong turns. When someone with an artificial heart dies, I think they should take out the heart hook it up to an artificial body, and just let it go at that. I have a proposition. I think if white people are going to burn down black churches, then black people ought to burn down the House of Blues. What a disgrace that place is, the House of Blues. You know what they ought to call it? The House of Lame White Motherfuckers. Inauthentic, low-frequency, lame white motherfuckers. Especially these male movie stars who think they're blues artists. You ever see these guys? Don't you just want to puke in your soup when one of these fat, overweight, out-of-shape, middle-aged, pasty-faced, baldy-headed movie stars with sunglasses jumps on stage and starts blowing into a harmonica? It's a fucking sacrilege. In the first place, white people got no business playing the blues ever, at all, under any circumstances. What the fuck do white people have to be blue about? Banana Republic ran out of khakis? The espresso machine is jammed? Hootie and the Blowfish are breaking up? Shit, white people ought to understand their job is to give people the blues, not to get them, and certainly not to sing or play them. I'll tell you a little secret about the blues. It's not enough to know which notes to play. You gotta know why they need to be played. And another thing, I don't think white people should be trying to dance like blacks. Stop that! Stick to your faggoty polkas and waltzes and that repulsive country line dancing shit that you do. And be yourself, be proud, be lame, be white, and get the fuck off the dance floor. Here's something I wonder. When Britain returned Hong Kong to China, there was a long formal ceremony. I saw it on television, and the whole thing looked very well rehearsed. And I wondered how everyone knew exactly where to stand and what to do. I mean, after all, the event had never taken place before. How could there be a set of procedures? Do the British have a manual on returning colonies? Well, if they do, they won't be needing it much longer. And I noticed the same thing is true when a pope or a king dies. The elaborate funerals always involve at least 30 or 40 groups of participants, each with different roles and different garb, and each of whom seems to know exactly where to walk, when to stop, and where to stand. And everyone knows all the songs and prayers by heart. Can someone tell me when these people practice all this pageantry? I'm not too enthusiastic about this organ donor idea. What bothers me most is that it's run by the Motor Vehicle Bureau, okay? I figure if I have to wait in line that long for a kidney, fuck it, I'll do without. They send you a little card you're supposed to carry in your wallet next to your driver's license. You're supposed to list the organs you're willing to donate in case you die. Are these people crazy? Do you honestly believe that if a paramedic finds that card on you after an accident, he's going to be trying to save your life? No way! He's looking for fucking parts. Look, Sid, here's that lower intestine we've been hoping for. Never mind the CPR, this man's a donor. Fuck that. If these people want something of mine, they can have my appendix. That's it. That's all I'm giving. Put it in the cooler and get the fuck out of here. And don't go pulling any plugs on me either. That's another bunch of macho bullshit floating around. People talking about, just pull the plug on me. If I'm comatose, lying there like a vegetable, just go ahead and pull the plug. And I say, fuck you, leave my plug alone. Get an extension cord for my plug. I want everything you got. Tubes, cords, plugs, probes, electrodes, IVs. You find I got an orifice that's not being used, stick a fucking tube in it. Vegetable shit. I don't care if I look like an artichoke. Save my ass. If you ever find out I'm comatose, just remember there are 3 things I gotta have. Ice cream, morphine, and TV. Give me that ice cream about every 2 hours. Give me that morphine about, every 10 minutes. And turn on the fucking TV. I want to watch Survivor. And don't be coming to visit me either. I got no time for live people. I'm brain dead here. Ain't you got no respect for the brain dead? Hey, you got to be brain dead to watch Survivor in the first place. Might as well watch it when you're clinically brain dead. One more thought concerning this comatose stuff, and this might come in handy for you someday. If you know a homosexual who is comatose, remember you can always comfort his family by saying, "Look at it this way, folks. He was a fruit, now he's a vegetable. At least he's still in the produce section." A long time ago, I had a little dog named Tippy. And one time when I was doing drugs, I fed Tippy a whole bunch of Cracker Jack, 'cause that's what I was having. Cracker Jack and tap water. Seemed like a reasonable meal to me. And even though Tippy was a little dog, she ate about 2 boxes of Cracker Jack. And the next day when I took her out for a walk, she squatted and strained and grunted and shook, and you know what? By God, instead of taking a shit, she took a Cracker Jack. Right in front of my eyes, I saw a fully formed, undigested Cracker Jack coming out of my dog. Well, you know me, I'm a practical guy. I kept waiting for the little surprise to come out, hoping it wouldn't be a whistle or a bird call. I figure there's a certain amount of basic hygiene you just don't want to ignore. A lot of people in this country want to tell you what you can and can't talk about. Or sometimes they'll tell you can talk about something, but you can't joke about it, like rape. People say you can't joke about rape. They say rape's not funny. And I say, fuck you, I think it's hilarious. How do you like that? I can prove rape is funny. Picture Porky Pig raping Daisy Duck. See? Hey, why do you think they call him Porky? And I know what men are going to say. Daisy was asking for it. She was coming on to Porky. She had on tight feathers. Porky got horny and he lost control. A lot of men talk like that. They blame it on the woman, you know. They say, she had it coming. She was wearing a short skirt. Doesn't seem fair to me. Doesn't seem right. But I believe you can joke about it. I believe you can joke about anything. Just depends on how you construct the joke, what the exaggeration is. Every joke needs one exaggeration. Every joke needs one thing to be way out of proportion. I'll give you an example. Have you ever seen a news story like this? Some burglar breaks into a house, steals some things, and while he's in there, he rapes an 81-year-old woman. And you think to yourself, why? What the fuck kind of social life does this guy have? I want to ask him, why did you do that? But I know what I'd hear. Hey, she was coming on to me. She had on a tight bathrobe. And I'm thinking, next time be a little more selective, will you? Now, speaking of rape, but changing the subject slightly, you know what I wonder? I wonder, is there more rape at the equator or the North Pole? I mean, per capita. I know the populations are different. I think it's the North Pole. Most people think it's the equator. Because it's hot down there, you know, people don't wear a lot of clothing, guys can see women's tits and they get horny, and there's a lot of rape and a lot of fucking in general. But that's exactly why there's less rape at the equator, because there's a lot of fucking in general. You can tell the equator has a lot of fucking. Look at the population figures. Billions of people live near the equator. How many Eskimos we got? 30? 35? No one's getting laid at the North Pole. It's too cold. An Eskimo says to his wife, hey, honey, how about some pussy? She says, Wally, are you crazy? The wind chill is 150 below. Eskimo guys are deprived, they're horny, they get pent up, and every now and then they gotta rape somebody. Now, the biggest problem an Eskimo rapist has is trying to get wet leather leggings off a woman who doesn't want to take them off. Have you ever tried to pull leather pants off someone who's trying to kick you in the nuts? Takes a lot of effort. And in the process, you'd lose your hard-on. In fact, at the North Pole, your dick would shrivel up like a stack of dimes. That's another thing I wonder. Does a rapist have a hard-on when he leaves the house in the morning? Or does it develop during the day while he's walking around checking out the gals? Just wondering. I've figured out how to commit the perfect double murder. You pick one person up by the ankles and beat the other person to death with him. They both die, and there's no murder weapon. Peg-Leg Bates's wife is one person who never had to wait for the other shoe to drop. Did you ever have a hatchet go right through your face? Not a glancing blow, but a full-on shot deep into your forehead, huh? Deep enough so you can shake your head and the hatchet doesn't fall out? It's the strangest feeling. Because just after the hatchet goes in, and before there's any pain, you can feel a gentle puff of cool air on your brain. It feels good, but since it's the only way to get that feeling, I try not to get too hung up on it. When did they pass a law that says the people who make my sandwich have to be wearing gloves? I'm not comfortable with this at all. I don't want glove residue all over my food. It's not sanitary. Who knows where these gloves have been? let's get back to human hands making sandwiches for human beings. As you swim the river of life, do the breaststroke. It helps to clear the turds from your path. Have you ever tried to throw away an old wastebasket? You can't do it. People keep bringing it back. Here, Howie, I found your wastebasket in the garbage. Apparently, you have to completely destroy a wastebasket in order to convince people you really don't want it anymore. In Los Angeles, there's a hotline for people in denial. So far, no one has called. Just once, I'd like to see a high-speed funeral procession. A hearse, some flower cars, and a bunch of limousines tearing ass through town at 70 miles an hour on their way to the cemetery. Maybe someday a race car driver will put that in his will. You know a business that doesn't lend itself too easily to the internet? Pay toilets. Here's something I consider a crime against society: women with hyphenated names. Hey lady, pick a fucking name, will you? Hi, I'm Emily Jericho Fortescue. Hi, I'm George Jerk Me Off Fuck You Too. Attention women, you don't attain self-esteem or personal dignity by adding a name to your name. Modern feminists apparently think that hyphenation is some kind of radical act. It's not. Castrating a man in a parking lot with a Coke bottle is a radical act. Hyphenating your name is pretentious middle-class bullshit. No one ever knows what's next, but they always do it. You know what they don't have? A really good French football player. You never hear about some guy named Pierre Ledoux smashing through the line of scrimmage and picking up a first down. Why is that? Here's some fun you can have. Go into a gun store, buy a gun, then buy some ammunition, then ask them if they have any ski masks. I have a very inexpensive security system. If someone breaks into my house, I run next door and throw a brick through my neighbor's window. That sets off his alarm, and when the police arrive, I direct them to my house. As immigrants from Asia become more completely assimilated into American society over the next few generations, their standards of hard work and academic excellence will drop, and they'll feel more at home here. Some teenage girls delay getting abortions because they're afraid to comply with the parental notification laws, especially if one of the parents also happens to be the father of the child. Here's a plastic surgery option. Have one nostril sewn shut. I feel like I might be ready for that. Regarding the Pledge of Allegiance and other patriotic nonsense, what does placing your hand over your heart have to do with anything? Or removing your hat when the flag is passing by? Am I missing something? True fact. There is actually a tow truck Hall of Fame. I just realized I haven't been scared in a really long time. Didn't the first guy who wore a sombrero realize it was completely impractical for eating pussy? I don't understand motivation books. What happened here? Suddenly everybody needs to be motivated? It's a fairly simple thing. Either you want to do something or you don't. There's no mystery. Besides, if you're motivated enough to go to the store to buy a motivation book, aren't you motivated enough to do that? So you don't need the book. Put it back. Tell the clerk, fuck you, I'm going home. I'm already motivated. You know a word you don't hear enough anymore? Hosiery. The latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars, okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize deep space with our microwave hot dogs and fake vomit, plastic dog shit, cinnamon dental floss, lemon-scented toilet paper, edible women's panties, and sneakers with lights in the heels, and all these other impressive things we've done down here. But let me ask you this. What are we going to tell the Intergalactic Space Council the first time one of our teenage mothers throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, huh? How are we going to explain that to the space people? How are we going to tell them that our ambassador was late for the meeting because his breakfast was cold and he had to spend half an hour punching his wife around the kitchen? And what are they going to think when we tell them it's just a local custom that over 80 million women in the third world have had their clitorises forcibly removed to reduce their sexual pleasure so they won't cheat on their husbands? Can't you see 'em out there with their red carpet and brass band just a-waiting for those intelligent, enlightened human beings to drop by? No wonder we can't get any radio signals from these people. They're not sending any. They're too afraid we'll answer them. This is a list of people I can do without. Guys in their 50s named Skip. Anyone who pays for vaginal jelly with a platinum credit card. An airline pilot wearing 2 different shoes. A proctologist with poor depth perception. A pimp who drives a Ford Escort. A gynecologist who wants my wife to have 3 quaaludes before the examination. Guys with a lot of small pins on their hats. Anyone who mentions Jesus more than 300 times in a 2-minute conversation. A dentist with blood in his hair. Any woman whose hobby is breastfeeding zoo animals. A funeral director who says, "Hope to see you folks again real soon." A man with only one lip. A Boy Scout master who works at a dildo shop. People who know the 3rd verse to the Star-Spangled Banner. Any lawyer who refers to the police as the federales. A cross-eyed nun with a bullwhip and a bottle of gin. Guys who have their names printed on their belts. A brain surgeon with "Born to Lose" tattooed on his hand. Couples whose children's names all start with the same initial. A man in a hospital gown directing traffic. A waitress with a visible infection on her serving hand. People who have large gums and small teeth. Guys who wear the same underwear until it begins to cut off the circulation to their crotch. And any woman whose arm hair completely covers her wristwatch. When I was young, most kids in my neighborhood drank beer before they discovered pot. Everybody drank first. Saturday night we drank beer and puked on our shoes. It was an Irish neighborhood. Drink and puke, that was it. A great American tradition. It still goes on today. But then in 1950, when I was 13, we heard about pot. We discovered that on pot you didn't stagger, you didn't puke on your shoes, and your breath didn't smell, which was important, because as a kid when you came home from drinking, there were 2 breath smells that could give you away: alcohol and puke. So we found that when you smoked pot, you could withstand your mother's closest scrutiny. Because let's face it, you'd come home drunk so often wearing someone else's clothing that your mother was now openly asking to smell your breath. "Come here, mister, let me smell the breath." Ah, no booze or puke. That's a good boy. What's that under your arm? 2 boxes of Oreos. That's a good boy. Good night, Ma. Cool. What is all this nonsense about angels? Do you realize 3 out of 4 Americans now believe in angels? What are they, fucking stupid? Has everybody lost their goddamn minds? Angels, my ass. You know what I think it is? I think it's a massive collective chemical flashback from all the drugs, smoked, swallowed, snorted, and shot up by all Americans from 1960 to 2000. 40 years of adulterated street drugs will get you some fucking angels, my friend. Angel shit. What about goblins? Did anybody believe in goblins? And zombies? Where the fuck are all the zombies? That's the trouble with zombies. They're unreliable. I say if you're going to buy that angel bullshit, you may as well go for the goblin zombie package as well. Here's another horrifying example of a declining American culture. The continued pussification of the male population, this time in the form of Harley-Davidson theme restaurants. What the fuck is going on? Harley-Davidson used to mean something. It stood for biker attitude. Grimy outlaws and their sweaty mamas, full of beer and crank, rolling around on Harleys, looking for a good time. Destroying property, raping teenagers, and killing policemen. All very necessary activities. But now, theme restaurants. And this soft shit obviously didn't come from hardcore bikers. It came from these weekend motorcyclists. These fraudulent 2-day-a-week lame assholes who have their bikes trucked into Sturgis, South Dakota for the big rally and then ride around town like they just come in off the road. Lawyers and dentists and pussy boy software designers getting up on Harleys because they think it makes them cool. Well, hey, Skeezix, you ain't cool. You're fucking chilly. And chilly ain't never been cool. Here's a list of things to do from a day in the life of Henry VIII. Wake up, fuck the queen, take a shit, kill the queen, eat 6 chickens, get married, kill the new queen, eat a cow, take a shit, start dating, belch for an hour, eat a sheep, kill my date, defy the pope, eat a goat, take a shit, fuck a bishop, get engaged, kill my fiancé, eat a pig, marry a pig, kill the pig, eat the pope, vomit, go to sleep. I always refer to any individual member of the Red Sox as a Red Sock. Is this correct? America, where the Irish, English, Germans, Scandinavians, Poles, and Italians all came together to kill Indians, lynch niggers, and beat the shit out of spics and Jews. Next guy who says to me bada boom bada bing is getting kicked right in the fucking nuts. I was one of the people at Woodstock who took the brown acid. Let me tell you, there was nothing wrong with it. Never forget, Hitler was a Catholic. Here would be a good epitaph for some guy. I want everyone to know it was great being alive, and I really enjoyed myself. I especially enjoyed fucking and going to the movies. If you listen to his voice carefully without looking at the screen, Ted Koppel sounds like he's taking a shit. There's a thing called shaken baby syndrome that people get upset about. Personally, I think you have to give them a good shake, or they don't bake uniformly. The Golden Gate Bridge should have a long bungee cord for people who aren't quite ready to commit suicide but want to get in a little practice. If a movie is described as a romantic comedy, you can usually find me next door playing pinball. Somehow, I enjoy watching people suffer. My most frequent sex fantasy, to work in a delicatessen and have a woman come in and ask me to give her a pound of tongue. And I'd say, well, I don't get off till 4 o'clock. And she'd say, well, I don't get off at all. That's why I want some tongue. If they decide to cover Viagra under Medicare, we'll all be paying for other people's hard-ons. You know what they ought to have? Motherfuckers Day. The day after Mother's Day ought to be Motherfuckers Day. Actually, when you think about it, Father's Day is Motherfuckers Day. Attention men, the dumb-looking shaved head thing has finally played out. Try to find some other way of pretending to be cool and different. In applying the stereotype that all old people are slow-thinking and dull-witted, what's often overlooked is that many of these people were slow-thinking and dull-witted throughout their lives. At this point, they're simply older versions of the same unimpressive people. My main operating principle, don't take any shit from the zeitgeist. History is not happenstance. It is conspiratorial, carefully planned and executed by people in power. The mayfly lives only one day, and sometimes it rains. You know what you never hear about anymore? Quicksand. When I was a kid, movies and comic books had quicksand all the time. What happened? Same thing with whirlpools. You never hear about some guy being sucked down into a whirlpool anymore. I miss that. I think they ought to have black confetti. It'd be great for funerals, especially if the dead person wasn't too popular. If you really want to put a faith healer to the test, Tell him you want a smaller shoe size. Did you ever notice you never seem to get laid on Thanksgiving? I think it's 'cause all the coats are on the bed. In the United States, anyone can be president. That's the problem. You know how you can tell when a moth farts? When he suddenly flies in a straight line. Do you realize that somewhere in the world there exists a person who qualifies as the worst doctor? If you took the time, by process of elimination, you could actually determine the worst doctor in the world. And the funny part is, someone has an appointment to see him tomorrow. I often think of something my grandfather used to say. He'd look at me and he'd say, "I'm going upstairs and fuck your grandma." Well, he was a really honest man. He wasn't going to bullshit a 4-year-old. Just beyond the edge of the solar system, in the Oort cloud, there's a swarm of about 1 trillion comets orbiting the sun. Let's hope that right now one of them is turning slightly and pointing itself directly at Mississippi. The police in Los Angeles said recently that someone had been stabbed in the San Pedro area. Believe me, I know how painful that can be. I was once bitten there by a dog. It's especially painful when you go to the bathroom. Doesn't Jonesboro sound to you like a place where everyone has a drug habit? Here's something that pisses me off. Retired people who don't want to pay local property taxes because they say it's not their grandchildren who go to the schools. Mean-spirited retirees, usually from out of state, cheap, selfish, old bush voters. The ones I read about were in Arizona, AARP members. They take a shit the size of a peanut and think it's an accomplishment. And it's not like these retirement people can't afford the tax money. Not all old people are as dependent on Social Security checks as they'd like you to think. Some of them get all kinds of checks. Social Security, the VA, private pensions, government pensions. They also have stock dividends, bank interest, and whatever else they've managed to squeeze out of the system. And still, they begrudge their local property taxes simply because their own fucked-up, cross-eyed grandchildren aren't going to use the schools. Fuck 'em. I say pay your taxes and die like everyone else. I hope they choke on an early bird dinner. I never did well at Monopoly. I guess I don't have a business mind. Oh, I'd usually manage to own a couple of railroads, and waterworks, of course. I'm not a complete asshole. I know a monopoly when I see one. Everybody needs water. But it always frustrated me that the other guys wouldn't let me build houses on waterworks. They said it was zoning or some shit like that. I think they were just jealous that I had vision. The worst fight I ever got into was when I tried to put hotels on the electric company. Vision. As far as other properties were concerned, naturally I'd snap up Baltic Avenue as soon as that became available. How much is that son of a bitch? $60? Give me that mother. I gotta have a place to live. About the best thing I'd ever own would be 1 or 2 properties in the light blue series. Maybe Oriental Avenue. No houses, of course. Just an excavation or 2. That's about all I ever had on my property. Plans. Surveyor's marks. I just couldn't get financing. All my friends would have shopping centers, malls, condominiums, industrial parks, and they liked to rub it in. Oh boy, Carlin, you're coming down my side of the board now. Get ready to pay up. Oh, no, please, God, give me a big one. Then I'd roll the dice. Hot shit, a 12. Thank you, God. Jump, 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 jump. Fuck you, Tony. I ain't even stopping on your side. Fuck you and Boardwalk, too. That's all right, Carlin. You'll be around again. But of course you can't move your token until you remember which one is yours. Which one is mine? Am I the hat? I could swear I was the hat. No, that was yesterday. Wait, I know. The racing car. I'm the racing car. Hey, who's the ship? Richie, are you the ship? No, he's not the ship. I'm the ship. I get the ship every game. Don't even touch the fucking ship. Tony was the biggest guy. None of them wanted to be the iron. Too feminine. The worst token to have was the cannon, the big gun. It was the only top-heavy token. It kept falling over. Throw the dice anywhere near it and it fell on its side. And then some anal retentive would say, "Who has the gun? Are you the gun? Would you pick it up, please? And you, Paulie, are you in jail or just visiting? Well, if you're just visiting, put the car on the side of the jail, not on the actual jail part. Some guys really cared. That's why they won. I never won, but I was always in there at the end, because I had all the $1 bills, $2,500 in singles, and they needed me to make change. I'd always try to borrow money. Please, Tony, just $5. I want to buy some gum. Fuck you, Carlin. I'll give you $5 for waterworks. 10. $7.50. Tony, they don't have a 50-cent bill. Tough shit. Tear a dollar in half. Nah, I wasn't very good at the game. But I spent a lot of time landing on chance, and I always tried to buy it. I got in more fights trying to buy chance. I'd move my token. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chance. Turn over the card. A little man with a hat. $200 for being an asshole. Hey, Richie, shuffle those cards, will you? That's the second time I got that one.